Alright, gotta make sure to stop before we go any further here. Barely got this in right at the last minute of the day, I feel, like lately basically here. Alright, channel content to stop version, you just stick my phone here. Hold up now. Alright, yes, this does in fact look to be live. Okay, good. So yes. Hello. Hello, this is Sinister Game being here with a new stream. In this stream, I'm going to be going over the brand new Grand Theft Auto Online, a Safehouse in the Hills DLC for day one. My day one stream, whatever, like I usually do. So, fun fact, I managed to just barely hit 40 million for the DLC, like pretty much as it finished downloading, maybe a little after, and then I installed it basically. But in that final yacht mission, the D-Day mission, whatever, there's that strat apparently, where like the guy in the helicopter basically can kill himself basically because of his like air defenses. Somehow ends up targeting his like helicopter, or it's like clipped into the ground of the yacht somehow. That was basically the strat to do, I would say, for the 5 times like money RP, like I kind of hinted at on my event week stream, whatever I did. I sadly ran out of time, so I can like show the strat, but yeah. And actually, I didn't even like 100% know the like best strat of it either. I thought you just do like the underwater portion with the submarine, like you would normally do, which yeah works pretty much fine for that. I think you still get like 120, and you should get like 140, like 60ish K. So it's kind of better than the strat was actually kind of using in a way for money payout. Albeit it could be a little longer or something, but basically, I watched Gilly Master. I watched his video about it. He also mentioned like Bon Voyage and like I think the first mission, which was like Overboard or something. Which yeah, I'm not really a big fan of Bon Voyage. It's like a PvP focused one. Like yeah, it's fun and stuff, but I'd rather like go on something else. Like while I kind of wait. Overboard is just overall the easiest of the yacht missions, since also its first one. And yeah, I personally went with the one I was pretty much recommending myself, the final the missions D-Day, since there's a whole like weirdness with like the yacht defenses actually targeting the helicopter in the final of the missions that like boss enemy or whatever, or like his helicopter being in like the ground of the yacht somehow and it blows up, whatever. However, it blows the hell up basically. So I did that a bunch of times and managed to get just barely into 40 million. I also did FIB Party Foul one time. Apparently it was possible to do it twice. I just forgot to do it the first time or something before the event kind of slightly renewed on like Thursday or something, if I recall right, when the Black Friday sales basically went away apparently, since they actually ended up extending the event week. That happened right before this update came out. So yeah, the yacht missions like 2 times on that got extended a good bit, like maybe a few days or something. At least, or whatever. Maybe like several days at most or something. So that was all pretty interesting. But yeah, apparently the strat I found out from Goey Master, again, a lot of it was what I thought it was, but what I didn't know was you could actually go into like Kraken, like just briefly, like for the minimum time possible. Once the character's like inside, you could literally just mash like the exit vehicle button, enter exit vehicle button, like as the character's going in. You do that, and then you go right back into the helicopter. Apparently, you go up until like the second altitude meter, and then apparently just go as fast as you can. I think he said the X after Yes, I think he said exit after the second shot, but a lot of comments and myself had an issue where like you get shot after that. Apparently, a first shot happens like after the second one. There's two guaranteed shots where it like misses for the air defenses apparently. So instead, it seemed it was more supposed to be exit after the first shot. But yeah, if you do that and you like land on the yacht or even like die in the water next to the yacht or something, I think it respawns you underneath the yacht or whatever. And like, yeah. Basically, you could like idle and not touch the controller until you're ready to complete the mission. That's basically what I was doing for getting a good bit of money before the new DLC came out. I didn't get to grind it anywhere near as much as I wanted to, but I got kind of dissuaded when kind of yeah, I kind of got dissuaded when Cockstar decided to give certain particular specific creators like $20 million or something. I think that's something I heard they were doing. So I was like, why the fuck do I want to grind this much if they're just going to give people $20 million for the high-end creators that don't call their asses out on their bullshit, like the union busting, all that kind of shit. Like, there's a lot of popular YouTubers that probably criticize them and like they didn't get it. So yeah, it's only the bootlicker GTA YouTubers that never criticize Rockstar, I guess, that get the 20 million, I suppose. But yeah, so that was something interesting. And also, yeah, it kind of dissuaded me from grinding as hard. I did kind of want to hit like my highest ever of like 60 million, I think. But yeah, I ended up not going anywhere near that, unfortunately. Which I kind of do regret, to be honest. But also, seeing what actually came out in this update, I kind of don't care as much as I thought I would. So, yeah. That's kind of explaining that all, I guess, what I was doing before this update came out, basically. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really to mention. Oh yeah, well I sold my nightclub as well. It was at like 1.3 million, and I got like a good popular like player bonus or something on a populated lobby of like 25ish players or something. So I essentially like kind of like got 50% more. I think is how it usually works. So like 1.3 ended up with like more like 1.9, almost 2 million on the nightclub sale. Probably would have had like 2 million ish or something if I actually had a full nightclub. But obviously with the new DLC coming out, I didn't have time to wait for the nightclub to fill up. I only had like a little over half of like my cargo shipments and like the kind of alternate of the like cargo shipments kind of yeah, the alternate of the cargo shipments, like the sporting goods, I think that's what it's called actually for the gun running, like nightclub goods or whatever tied to gun running, whatever. Anything else that I can think of? I did want to do a Cowabunga Panther statue. I actually still have my Panther statue from Money Fronts I still haven't done yet. So that's probably like a couple more million I could get if I for some reason want to in the stream, I guess. But yeah. I don't think I'm likely to do that. Apparently there's only what, like I think 3 vehicles for everybody. 2 extra ones if you have plus right now. The other half of the vehicles are drippied apparently. There's 10 I think in total for the DLC, and 3 to 5 of them are released, whether you're not plus or plus, basically, if I recall correctly. And yeah, my phone's kind of at 99%. It's almost fully charged, so yeah, I'm not sure right now if I'm going to be going all fully into this until like my phone is done charging. It's almost there though, at least. I actually made some mostly good time on starting to charge my phone, apparently. So I'm not sure if I'll try to pass the time in like some other way, shape, or form. But yeah. Also, I think I heard there's no weapon in this update, which is fucking bullshit in my opinion. Franklin's DLC brought back a cut single-player weapon with the heavy rifle. I was hoping to bring back the cut like assault sniper or something, and they didn't apparently do that. Apparently, which is annoying as fuck. Honestly, since they gave no new weapon money fronts, I'm not actually surprised they did that, but still. You want to check my thoughts and whatnot of like what I actually wanted in this update versus how it actually turned out to be, of course. Refer to my latest video. Yeah, it's almost an hour long. It was kind of meant to be a stream, but with certain network changes that came to not be, unfortunately. Apparently, with a change in the network in my house, apparently lately, my OBS did not want to fucking stream, basically, without, like, having disconnects, like, every 5, 10, 15 minutes. One try, I had one last, like, 20 minutes. The other try, I had it last, like, 40 minutes. I'm like, at this rate, I'm not even gonna fucking bother. I'm just doing it as a video, then fuck that shit. And of course, my laptop's nowhere near as capable as I wish it was, so not a high priority, unfortunately, for me to fix that, sadly. PS5, thankfully, I've had my streams go mostly pretty fine, so that's for like one time. Alright, 100% now. Okay, perfect timing. I was kind of having a hard time thinking like how to kind of stall while I wait for that. But hopefully no stream issues. Again, I don't think I've really had that on PS5 yet, thankfully, even with my new network, so that's good. Most I've had is images might take a little longer to load, but that's pretty much about it for the most part. So that's for, again, like one time, I think. But yeah, obviously I'm very glad to see Michael come back. Obviously that's tight as fuck. Last GTA 5 single player protagonist that needs some sort of appearance in GTA Online, so very, very happy about that. Franklin obviously came back a few years ago with 2021, the contract DLC, in the same like winter kind of time frame. And then Trevor appeared in the OG Heist DLC, was also a day one like contact for your like character for like contact missions and whatnot. However, Trevor hasn't technically appeared in modern day GTA Online, so that's something I guess they could still kind of do, I suppose. If they do a summer 2026 update, that is, but yeah. Sounds like there might be a hint in like a final mission that might very much end up being the case. Fun fact, but yeah. I didn't look too much into that, obviously, because I want to play the missions mostly surprise, so yeah, I don't actually know 100% on that, but that's what I've heard anyways. And yeah, speaking of missions, by the way, I should clarify, mostly in these day one streams, I focus on the event aspect for the day one event, which usually isn't that huge, kind of. And then I go over the little bits of like content that doesn't require me like play missions per se. So I mostly go over the patch notes, customize a couple-ish vehicles, like the property. I don't usually do the huge stuff unless I'm doing like a dedicated stream for it, basically. For those that don't know how I do these streams. So if that's something that you seem interested in, maybe stay tuned, but yeah. If you're looking for me to play the missions or something, I'll be for probably another time. But yeah. I feel I don't get to say much on the like main image thing, obviously, because I was in like an hour time frame or whatever, like trying to make a video in like under an hour, which I barely pulled off without going over the hour mark. But yeah. Yeah, there's a dog, like you can actually have like pets in the mansion, which is cool. I don't think I heard you can take him out of the mansion. Most likely not. I'm guessing most definitely. I forget if this vehicle, like, on there is actually out, or if that's, like, an upcoming one. I forget, honestly, on that one. But, whatever. Whatever. Again, like kind of said, there seems to be no new weapon for the updates. I don't think any of those weapons are new, like I was initially predicting. Sadly, you have like pools. Obviously, the helicopter, like the private helipad, and no new aircrafts apparently in this update, including Driftfeed, unfortunately, from what I've heard. And sadly. I really wish they went more all out on the vehicles. But yeah, I'm not really surprised they didn't, basically. But I mean, with a GTA 6 delay, maybe they end up pushing content for a summer 2026 update, so maybe it was meant to, but it kind of just didn't because of that or something, maybe. I don't know, man. I feel like some of these last couple updates are more disappointing than they should be with delays to 6 VI, obviously. I feel that's kind of been making them push content back and stuff for like a later update. That's probably why certain updates lately, especially, maybe seem more disappointing than they should be, maybe, is my kind of guess. And yeah, there's that like fireplace area, which is kind of cool. I don't know if I have anything else honestly to say on that image though, quite frankly. Okay, so safe house in the hills. Status is everything in GTA Online. A safe house in the hills. You can now revel in your rightful position amongst the city's elite with a lavish new mansion property. Oh, they started calling mansions here. Okay, I don't know if I realized I did that before or not. I feel I don't use the word mansion a lot with the update, and they just call it like property or like some other kind of like more general term, I feel. But yeah, obviously, just very much our mansion, something that the players have pretty much wanted since like day one of the game. Finally, they're out 12 years later. Absolutely insane. Definitely very excited for this. Fun fact, I also hear you can actually own all the mansions, all three of the mansions. You can actually buy all of them, apparently, from what I hear, which is actually crazy as fuck, honestly. I don't know, I was quite frankly, I, yes, do not know if I was quite frankly expecting that, but very cool. Reminds me of the special cargo warehouses where you can buy like up to 5 of them, albeit you still can own like all of those, for example, I believe. But I mean, that's much better than like a lot of the other properties in the game where limited to like one of each particular like business property, and kind of somewhat comparable to the 8 like high-end apartments. In the case of the mansion, is probably closest to that example, quite frankly, I find. Except you can actually own all of them, which is cool. And I think it's the first for GTA Online where you can actually own all of a single property type. So that's very, very cool. I mean, aside for one-off ones like the arena and like the casino penthouse, obviously where you have one location, obviously. Not, I'm not including those when I'm talking about that, by the way, but yeah. Not that I think anybody really would have expected me to include those in that kind of case, but yeah. And my DualSense wireless controller battery level is low. Whatever. Because it dies so fast anymore, because fuck ass goddamn like throat hernia stomach shit. Throat stomach hernia shit more so, I guess. That I deal with anymore makes me fucking not get to my controller for kind of sometimes like a day at a time or something, I feel. With all the other things I play on like my phone and stuff as well. Okay, then for second paragraph there, I guess it says, plus cruise the streets in a fleet of new upscale vehicles that complement your new palace. Yeah, more details on those later, clearly, as it kind of shows at the bottom parts of the screen. Again, not many of them, like I kind of said earlier, but obviously there's new vehicles like pretty much every major update in the game. Strut plans for an autonomous surveillance state in exciting new missions. I think that's what the No Way Out thing is at the like bottom right, basically, essentially. And then so much more. Select to visit your mansion or purchase one from Pricks Luxury Real Estate. So yeah, just like the Domixino Resort DLC had like the Domixino Resort like real life website I think they made for like their like Rockstar site, like in general or whatever they call it. Since the Pricks Luxury Real Estate also got a real life website, I guess naturally obviously the game got a Pricks Luxury Real Estate website, not too surprising there. But yeah, now speaking of that, Pricks Luxury Real Estate properties, Pricks Luxury Real Estate spared no expense on these modern architectural marvels, combining tasteful design and cutting-edge technology to elevate every touchpoint. Choose from 3 distinct locations in the most exclusive neighborhoods. So that's that first paragraph on that one there. I don't know if there's really anything much I wanted to mention here. A detail I might have not got to talk as much on my video about, by the way, but yeah, the like area next to like the tree with those like fountains or something. It's very copy paste from like the Devon Weston mansion from like Twilight Hills before it got reconstruction. Before it got reconstructed a little bit, obviously, for the actually be able to purchase it for online now, obviously. So it kind of took from now, albeit it kind of looks more modernized or something. Even for the other 2 locations, they kind of have that feature as well, from my understanding. Since since yes, Stephen Weston's mansion is the basis for these mansions, basically the primary basis. I feel Franklin's mansion is kind of a secondary basis. Ironically, it doesn't actually take too much from Michael's mansion. I find the size for like swimming pools. I feel, quite frankly, but yeah, yes. Martin Madrazo also Martin Martin Madrazo also has kind of like that mansion in like some of the online missions. I think that one could also maybe be taking some basis from very much as well, but not as much as other examples, I would say. Because I think that one has like an interior, but it's not the most accessible, really. I believe. Yeah, they definitely did not spare expense. They definitely went all out on these mansions, I feel, aside for being hella reskinned, because game's 12 years old, they're focusing on 6 VI, obviously, so yeah, obviously there's a lot of asset reuse, basically. Is my one critique, I would say, so far, before even going into the update, even, quite frankly. Of course, I'll know more when I get into it, more so, obviously, but yeah. Yeah, cutting edge technology might be more so talking, I feel, about the AI and all that kind of stuff. Quite frankly, I feel, but yeah. But I mean, obviously, mansions are high end, so cutting edge technology, even without AI, wouldn't be all that surprising. But yeah, they kind of say choose from 3 distinct locations, like you can only buy like one of them, but apparently you can actually buy all 3 of them, which is actually pretty insane, like I said. I was quite frankly not expecting to be able to buy all 3 of them, but it's pretty cool that you actually can, which is nice, which is nice. And then yeah, most exclusive obviously is because like they're in the high end like mansion areas, obviously where not many people live in, basically, pretty much. And then yeah, second paragraph finally here for this thing here. All Pricks luxury properties come equipped with amenities galore, including an AI assistant which can initiate fast travel, boost production at your businesses from mansion parties, and more. See, on the actual website, I didn't get to sadly talk much. I was kind of having to go over it real quick in like the last 6-7 minutes. I might have a lot more to say on those aspects, like the amenities in particular, especially. But yeah, especially with it out now, obviously we kind of know how things work now, obviously as well. Like 100% now, 100% now. But yeah, no surprise it pretty much would have some of the most amenities, if not like the most amenities of any single property type in the game, being a very end game property. But AI assistant, because yeah, pop culture, GTA is all pop culture, like parodies, like all the like modern day cliches, all that kind of shit, whatever, basically. So even if Rockstar isn't necessarily the biggest on the AI, as far as I know, Sub Trilogy Definitive Edition kind of says otherwise, but to be fair, they did kind of outsource that to formerly Wardrum Studios, nowadays Grove Street Games, or as I like to call them, fucking Woke Drum Studios, Grove Shit Games, I like to call them, yeah. Because yeah, woke, because they removed Confederate flags for American flags in Vice City Definitive Edition. And yeah, Grove Shit Games, because play on their current company name, obviously. And yeah, Trilogy, when it first released, was completely shit. Was complete fucking shit, but yeah. Basically, or mostly, at least. At least. If even being a slightest bit generous there. So like, I'm not really sure entirely understands an AI, quite frankly. They could be hella supportive of it. They could, yes, be hella supportive of it, yes, for all I know. But yeah. But apparently lets you initiate fast travel, which is interesting. I don't know if I was expecting that to be a thing much for dimensions, but wonder how that would work. Just so you like fast travel to like all your different businesses and stuff, that would be huge, quite frankly, I feel. But it lets you boost production apparently at any business for like a limited time or something, for like one select business out for like a limited time or something, from what I've heard. Yeah, for mansion parties, why would you not use your big ass property for some sort of party? Definitely, and more. And yeah, that bomb part's just the same thing apparently. Okay. Customize your palace. Showing like a trophy kind of display kind of room, like the map of Los Los Santos, like image thing, maybe for like some like art kind of like stuff you can do, whatever. Yeah, customize your palace. Explore a whatever. Myriad, whatever, of interior customization options to put your personal stamp on your forever home. Yeah, straight up for interiors, I think there's like 3 different interiors or something. I don't know how much actual customization you get to do inside, but it sounds like it would be like a huge amount, kind of like the casino has, like the casino penthouse, for example, with like the penthouse decorations, in a slight sense due to the trophy display area and all that kind of stuff. So I assume it rivals that and probably would be even a step up, at least a single step. At least a single step up, I would say, from casino penthouse customization. Most likely, I would probably imagine. Obviously, again, with 6 VI, obviously being kind of huge focus, they probably didn't go as huge there as it could have, I would say. Alright, so I think that's kind of it I'll say for the first little paragraph there, and then choose from several interior decorating styles and flex your taste level by adorning the property with stunning artwork and statues. Add a functional armory to customize your arsenal, an arcade filled with retro game cabinets, and an indoor car podium to show off the centerpiece of your vehicle collection. So I was kind of talking about it beyond the website thing they had for like the Rockstar News Wire thing, kind of whatever that linked to that like Pricks Luxury Real Estate Real Life website. It says several styles, but I only remember there being like the Los Santos one, like coastal whatever, whatever, whatever. Whatever they all were, there was only like 3 of them, if I remember correctly. So they kind of say several, but might be more like a couple, unless they're saying like all kinds of different like means of customizing interiors or something. Then maybe it's just talking about like several ways to do it or something. I'm not sure honestly where they're kind of going there 100%. Honestly though. But yeah, artwork and statues. Kind of get some statue kind of stuff, I guess, the trophy stuff, for example. There's some of the moments in the trailer where there's like those kind of statue things and like some center areas and all that kind of stuff, I think. Artwork, yeah, artwork has been pretty noticeable in that trailer, for example. Like, obviously, not waving on this, for example, so it's pretty much talking about that kind of thing. But you have an armory just like the agency had. With Michael DeSantis on Santos, whatever, like connection with Franklin Clinton, that's no surprise that there would be like a agency kind of armory thing basically for the mansion. Again, my main hope, like I said in my video, was that I hope they include like the gun van like weapons this time around. Quite frankly, I feel that'd be the one single thing I feel they could improve much compared to the current like agency armory, which is almost perfect. Quite frankly, it just doesn't have like some newer gun van exclusive weapons. Obviously, and being a mansion, I feel it should be more like that. Obviously, so you don't have to actually go directly to the gun van each and every single time. Aside from maybe an extra like 5% discount or like gun van specific like 40-50% off discounts, whatever they kind of do nowadays. So obviously there'd still be a purpose to even go to the gun van in those kind of cases, but yeah. I think it would be nice to include like all the gun van exclusive weapons there as well for the new mansion armory. Now, of course, it would have been nice if they actually had some new weapons that were exclusive to the mansion armory in the gun van and not ammunition or something, but apparently they did not do that, apparently. So they definitely could have done a little more with the armory, I'm guessing, assuming you cannot get like the rail gun at the armory at the mansion or something or something or something. The arcade. But you have Jimmy DeSanta, Santa Santa, obviously Michael's son. Is obviously Michael's kid or whatever, so that is not surprising. Have the arcade in the mansion as well, obviously with yet another connection to that character, obviously. Or Michael DeSanta, Santa Santa, whatever. And then, yeah, you have an indoor car podium apparently as well, yeah. But yes, you do have an indoor car podium as well, so you can show off a centerpiece of your vehicle collection. So you can like display your favorite vehicle, essentially, which is very, very nice. Not the thing I would have personally wanted the most, but I can understand like why people would want that, obviously. And yeah, bottom of this one's the same as the other two before it, apparently. Okay. Alright, the new vehicles here only has one paragraph. Okay. So Safehouse in the Hills introduces a slate of new top-of-the-line vehicles that you turn on, including the futuristic new P-Fister Extreme supercar. That's that P-Fister, I believe that was in the trailer, pretty much. The throwback-inspired Uber Mach Sentinel XS4, which I actually decided to put in the title, which yes, I actually decided to put the Uber Mach Sentinel XS4 in the title to stream, basically. I figured since I usually put vehicles that I believe in the title to stream, I felt that was the one I wanted to put in, since Amanda DeSanta Santa actually had like a Sentinel in story mode, so I figured it would be the one I would actually put in there. Since I can't really put the like FMJ Mark V in there when it's Plus exclusive, and I don't really buy Plus, so that was not really an option for me in particular, personally. Albeit, I know you can buy it from the car meet if you know somebody and they'll let you buy it, obviously, but yeah, I'm not gonna go out the way to try to buy it like 1 week early. They confirmed that one comes out next week anyways, basically already. I might as well just wait on that. Especially when you have like 40, especially yeah, when I only have 40 million right now, pretty much, just barely. But yeah. Because again, I got dissuaded because they were giving like certain creators, like YouTuber, like maybe like not mission, but like race creators, like the creator community for like stuff like the community series and stuff. Maybe those people also got I'm not really 100%, but yeah, yes. But yeah, new sedan vehicle that is for Mach Sentinel XS4. Kind of figured since Amanda had a Sentinel in single player, that's the vehicle I would highlight, I guess. For whatever reason. And then finally, the last one that all players have is the Grotti GT 750, whatever, which is sports classics. But no, I mean sports classic, singular classic, not plural classics. My bad. Because of the spreadsheet I usually go over for my event week streams, I accidentally called it Class 6, not regular Classic, but yeah. Whatever though. And then more. So there is again, yeah, that Vapid, like FMJ Mark V, I kind of mentioned already, and was kind of already mentioned on the newswire already before the update came out, would be like a week early access for Plus. Which is the 5th HSW supercar in the whole game, by the way. It is actually confirmed now to have W. How special works. How special works. So yes. That new FNJ Mark V, whatever does have the how special works. Works. And from what I have heard, and yes, from what I have heard, basically, the vehicle might be the new best one, at least for lap time, at least from what I have heard. Albeit Bruffy 1322, the racing YouTuber I usually talk about for like performance, has not covered it in full yet, obviously, since the update like just came out, obviously, pretty much. So it's going to take a little longer. It will, yes, take a little longer for that. At least for like a video format, at least not like a text format they do for their YouTube members, Patreon supporters, whatever. Or I think it's like text only or something, I think. Yeah, apparently stocking this lets you visit the Legend Motorsport website. Okay. Alright, then after that, you have one more that's like one paragraph long, okay, with No Way Out. So this is apparently the strain of missions that has the Avi Schwartzman character coming back, apparently from like last Los Santos Tuners update with like that one like auto shop contract I think it was in. He was also very significant for the Damasceno heist, obviously is like pretty much the best hacker, and I think that's the one you want the best for the Damasceno heist. So it's pretty significant there if you've done like all 50 of the signal jammers, I believe it's a requirement for that. Yeah, No Way Out, Avi Schwartzman might be paranoid, but it looks like he's genuinely onto something this time. Self-driving vehicles startup no way is using a fleet of autonomous SUVs to build a shadowy surveillance network. Help Avi, not Avi, right? Avi, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Put a stop to it by any means necessary and No Way Out. So I guess this is kind of the strain of missions that had like the garbage truck thing and all that stuff. Like I was kind of predicting basically. Yes. I was pretty much predicting the garbage truck thing would be a mission tied to like the strain of missions. I kind of predicted that. I believe. Not that was a hard prediction to make, obviously, but yeah. Yes. I guess these paranoid characters just like Ron Tchaikovsky, whatever, from like obviously day one with like contact missions. I mean, and like obviously the hangar business, especially more so for modern days, pretty much. But I kind of forgot how similar his character can be to Ron with the paranoia. I guess. But interesting. But generally onto something this time. I guess most times he's like just going crazy. I guess that's what paranoia would do. I guess. But yeah, I said ironically this vehicle looked like the Vivid Knight. I didn't realize it was like a copy paste Vivid Knight. I kind of thought it was actually something completely new, but no, it's apparently just a reskin of the Vivid Knight. I actually was spot on with that apparently when I saw the Karen logo, and I thought it looked a certain way with the Karen logo, and yeah, I pretty much thought of the Vivid Knight. I apparently was fully correct about it. It was just a reskin of the Vivid Knight, not a whole new vehicle, I suppose. And yeah, apparently there's annihilator stealth up there. Okay, cool. And the artwork, I see. I like the annihilator stealth. I know it's kind of hated, obviously, because it's not as good as the Akula, and it came out like well after the Akula, but yeah. I still like the annihilator stealth personally, though. But yeah, no way is like the autonomous hailing like station, whatever thing I was kind of talking about in like my video, basically. Hailing, I think, was especially a term in GTA 4 episodes of Liberty City, like the earlier HD Universe games with like taxi stuff, basically. So yeah, it wasn't railing station like a railway or anything. It was hailing, like hailing for a taxi, basically. Basically. But again, apparently it's just a reskin of the Vivid Night. I apparently was like spot on with that. Apparently, that's maybe the biggest thing I actually got right on my hour-long video. Not gonna lie, but yeah, I don't know. I was kind of surprised. Maybe I wasn't sure. It just looked similar to it, and it was going to be like a whole different thing, kind of, or like what? But yeah, yes. Yeah, shadowy surveillance network. Again, sounds like that kind of mission thing or something I was kind of mentioned earlier, right? Yeah, the plans for the Thomas surveillance state and exciting missions. Yeah, nothing. But help. Yeah, help Avi, whatever. Put a stop to by any means necessary and in a way out. Mission strand, contact missions, basically. And naturally, with other contact missions, similar contact mission stuff, there is a career progression tied to it as well if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X-S, PC enhanced, I'm pretty sure as well. As well from what I've heard. Sadly, it might be the only career progression. It's sadly not that good for rewards since yeah, contact missions don't give you like a vehicle for free or anything. So the rewards sadly aren't that amazing, I would say, quite frankly, on this one. I thought Money Fronts had a better reward with the van, actually, even though yeah, it was kind of a day one van, but you could actually own it for the first time ever, I believe, in GTA Online, which is actually cool. So that was cooler than I would have expected, obviously, for that one, for example, but yeah. I don't know, the career progression from what I've heard is maybe pretty disappointing for this one, so I'm not too big on shooting for that unless it's like really easy to do it or something. Unless I'm doing it like off stream or something, I don't care too much to do it on stream per se then, and then like obviously I'll do my dedicated mission streams like I pretty much usually do, but yeah. Yes. But yeah, selecting this apparently will let you answer the payphone and get started or continue the way out, apparently. Apparently. Alright, so it looks like that was it for the new section, so it's going to be mostly easy to get for the rest, I think. But yeah, out now is Safehouse in the Hills, apparently, yes. Obviously, that's the whole stream I'm basically doing right here with day one of the update. Nothing really new there, obviously, it's kind of just saying that, basically, earlier, basically. Yeah, again, GTA Plus early access for Vapid FNJ Mark V. Whatever. I was kind of talking about it earlier, of course, since they already mentioned this would be the case in the newswire I made the video for, of course. I was going to be a stream, but I had to do it as a video, as I've explained earlier. Unfortunately, fortunately. Yeah, GTA Plus members can claim the new Vapid FNJ Mark V Super for free a week. But yeah, for free, yes, a week before its general release. So by next Thursday, it should be out, basically. I'm guessing. Which I guess with the DLC delay, that's one day less of exclusivity, which is kind of nice. Since technically it was meant for Tuesday, but I think it got kind of delayed to Wednesday or whatever, from what I recall. Yes, what I recall. Since yeah, something with the last benefits, I think it said it ended on like Monday, and like it was supposed to be renewed for Tuesday, but yeah, kind of got delayed to Wednesday, I guess. From my understanding, so yeah, today is the 11th now, so it should come out probably on December 18th, I think, for everybody. I think is when it should fully release. And I select a visit the Vinewood Car Club. Apparently not will let you do that. Okay. Because, yeah, plus free vehicles for the month are always pretty much at the actual physical Vinewood Car Club if you want to see it physically, of course. So, not surprised there, obviously. After that, apparently, is, yeah, No Way Out. Stop the development of a mass surveillance network and No Way Out missions. Again, not necessarily anything new there. This was like the most new thing. It was like for these main couple things for the main menu for the online sections. Usually you just start in section, but with a DLC release, there's obviously that new section for like a fourth tab. That's not always there, only usually on DLC launch. Basically. Okay, so yeah, it's just the same thing on the bottom, of course, like the other one did. Basically, it's basically. Alright, straight to business here. Anything new here by chance? Chance. Maybe if I actually owned the mansion right now, but I do not. Maybe once you buy one, it'll show up here. Maybe. But of course, I currently do not own one since I pretty much just started a stream. But yeah, may just eventually show up there. Obviously though. But here are Safehouse and Nails. I think that's probably just the same thing, to be honest, for earlier. Status for 4 lines, plus 4 lines for those 2 paragraphs. Obviously, the naming of it. Yeah, I think it's just the same stuff. Okay. So obviously nothing really new here. Yeah, all these tabs probably won't be all that new, quite frankly. I see they're kind of just general tabs for like any time in the game, basically. It's basically. So of course. Again, career progression does actually have a new thing for the no way missions, no way out missions, whatever. I think that's the only new one for career progression. I think yes, that's the only thing for career progression. Unless there's anything new for drip feed or anything, but not necessarily thinking that's the case, of course. I'll go over more the plus particular benefits for the new, like, benefits, obviously, in a little bit in the plus section. Yeah, creator got an upgrade with the contact mission thing, basically. Rockstar Creator, yes, got an update, obviously, for the mission creator, though, of course. So I'll probably go over that at some point. I think I will. I think I will. Yeah, see if there's anything new and what's new here. Basically. Yes. GTA Online is Safehouse in the Hills now available for those who have reached the highest rungs of the criminal ladder. Celebrate your triumph with a palace in one of Los Santos's whatever most exclusive neighborhoods, complete with breathtaking views, the finest amenities, and countless customization options. See, again, very end-game property. That's kind of what it's kind of saying initially, basically, in that paragraph. Kind of continuing to say that with this over your triumph. Yeah, being the most exclusive neighborhoods kind of just goes there as well, complete with breathtaking views. Yeah, mansions, obviously, as you do have those breathtaking view things beyond the hills, obviously. Yeah, finest amenities, or no, amenities. Just said wrong because my fuck ass like wrote stomach hurting and bullshit or something. Yeah, I was showing like how many amenities are kind of is basically on my video pretty much around the end when I was on the Prix Lecture Real Estate website, of course, and maybe we'll be going more into that obviously in the stream. Maybe more on another stream, I'm not sure, since I won't maybe even be visiting the mansion in the stream if I'm not wanting to do the missions yet, obviously, per se. And yeah, countless customization options. Yeah, I already gave a sampling of like some of the customizations earlier. There's probably even a lot more than what it's already mentioned. And yeah, again, that lecture real estate thing I was going over in my video, of course, pretty much just proves that basically. Plus, experience an all-new action-packed adventure, along with exquisite new vehicles to collect, the return of a familiar face, and much more. Some of this might have just been wording actually on that, like, one newswire before like, the actual update came out, like, 5 days prior, or whatever. I feel that paragraph sounds familiar actually from that. So I don't actually have a comment on that for per se now, and Safehouse and Hills. And then yes, Safehouse and Hills now available. Yes. Wait, that's it? Okay. Apparently that's actually all there is. Just that one little thing. Okay. I should probably check my stream, make sure it's going fine. It's been like around an hour now, basically. But I assume this will just take you to public lobbies. Don't. I assume it won't really give you the choice still, basically. Oh yeah, stream still seems to be going very much fine. Okay, good, good, good. But yeah, plus apparently here, yes, yes. I pretty much already talked about this. Again, the DLC just came out, so it's not really entirely sure how it's going to perform. But yeah, for Plus, you do need a newer platform, so you will have the option to get HSW upgrade as long as you have the subscription available to you. Then you will obviously have the option to get the HSW upgrade, which should make it one of the best supercars in the game, anyways. And I might even hear it might be the new best lifetime option for the supercar class as well. Again, that's just what I've heard at least, and it's not official yet until like Breath 142 or somebody very prominent makes a video about it, basically. Basically. So don't quote me on that yet, obviously, but yeah. And apparently, Plus members get an additional $1 million discount, it looks like, on new Pricks luxury real estate properties, so... Yeah, you can get the $2 million discount, I believe, already just by doing those new listing missions that were available until December 7th, fun fact. I heard people complaining about it being removed on December 7th, but if y'all just checked to Newswire, they were saying a lot of stuff about December 7th, so y'all should have been doing it till then, and not waiting until like literally the last day to do the missions or something, so that's on y'all if y'all didn't get that discount, quite frankly. Yeah, while my one stream I did was the one that had that issue, whatever. Like when I was doing 2 missions and I couldn't get to that third one or whatever. I did eventually get to it, basically. Basically, for all that, for that third mission, the subsequent event. So I'm obviously taking care of for the $2 million discount, but I guess assuming you did new listings and you also buy Plus, you get a $3 million discount instead of a $2 million discount on all of the mansions, I guess. Now, I'm not sure if it's just for your first one for those two $3 million discounts. No. Yes, I'm not sure if it's just for your first one that gets you to $3 million discount or if it's for any of the free, like all 3 of them. Again, you can apparently buy all 3 mansions. You might be able to just get it on all of them straight up, like no matter how long it takes. As long as you do the missions and you get the plus thing for at least the 1 month. Obviously, it's available. Obviously. But yeah, get GTA Plus. What is GTA Plus? I feel the money icon on there might be new. I'm not all that sure, but yeah. That's probably just your $500,000 you get each month or something like little like that. I'm guessing for like a persistent for yeah, like a persistent benefit, basically. That doesn't renew like each month or whatever. Like it's not like month specific. I'm talking about per se. Be a new benefits every month. I'll see what I want to talk about before I go in the game, basically. This month in GTA Plus. This month, yes, in GTA Plus. Whatever. Okay, I did kind of want to see like what this does if I click on it. It says still have to learn more, apparently. Alright, yeah, it just takes you to that, I guess, for the new tab. Just doesn't show like all the tabs on there. I guess when you're on there, it's like the one single difference I notice at all, basically. Also, the tabs are a little different in the order, I guess. I guess. Oh, and actually, plus benefits is kind of on here as well, which wasn't actually on there earlier, I believe. Yeah, customize your palace, I guess, got replaced by the plus benefits. Okay. So there's a little bit of new stuff on here, I guess. So that might help with some of the stuff I have to go over then. And then alright, so in GTA Online, if you click that one thing, GTA Plus benefits apparently is only in that. If you actually click on that in the like online section, not the news section, it's not in that apparently. Apparently. Yeah, yes, GTA Plus benefits. On top of the new and HSW upgradable Vapid FMJ Mark V Super and an enhanced version of their mansion's vehicle workshop upgrade. But yes. They are being a little bit secretive about that there, but basically what they're saying is you get more out of your vehicle workshop upgrade if you have Plus in particular, as I'll kind of explain. So if you have GTA Plus, you can do HSW upgrades in the actual mansion versus having to go to house special works at the car meet. I think you still have to use the agency if you're a free-to-play player, like as your only option, I believe. Whereas if you have Plus, you can use the car club, like whatever, like Vinewood Club Garage or whatever it is, or the mansion. It's basically just the same like enhancements kind of for the mod shop you get for the club garage, but it's in your mansion basically as well. But you have to keep buying Plus for $8 a month, basically. Quite frankly, you should be able to probably just do all that stuff without buying Plus. I feel it's just a nice convenience thing to have, but yeah, they want to But yes, I do want to monetize it, give some like new perks, benefits to the $8 a month subscription, basically. Of course. So of course they did in that kind of way when they shouldn't have, basically. So they could keep like pushing for the subscription. So they could keep trying to get people to jump onto that subscription. But otherwise, you still have to use like the car meet or like the agency for like HSW upgrades or your missile lock-on jammers is what's basically kind of saying there. Oh, but yeah, they do it pretty secretively there and don't mention it entirely, of course. Also, it looks like for this 1 month you do get 50% off of HSW upgrades, apparently. But yes. Also, yes, it does look like you get 50% off the HSW upgrades for the month. So if you want some of the speediest vehicles in the whole game, it is actually a good month to get it, arguably. Even if I kind of despise the subscription, obviously, for like, because I'm a person that actually has standards and don't just buy into every little slot thing there is in the game, basically. Especially that subscription or like shark cards, for example. But I cannot argue that's actually a good perk to have for the $8 a month. Like honestly, DLC launch days or like that first month are especially very good for the subscription, obviously. But yeah, besides for that, not really, arguably. If I were to suggest even just like one time at all, I believe. The Advanwood Club app also now includes a new Manage Staff Members option that allows GTA Plus members to remotely give assignments to hangar, warehouse, and bail office staff. Now, unlike the benefit on the first paragraph, I believe, for the enhanced version of the mansion's vehicle workshop upgrade, whatever, I don't think that one was mentioned. I think in the newswire, I don't think it was for like the December 5th newswire. However, I think they already mentioned that that would be a thing, obviously, on the December 5th like newswire before the actual update release. Took a few days prior, whatever. But yeah. So basically, Hanger obviously can let Rooster McCraw, whatever, like source your like Hanger goods remotely now, basically, instead of having to go to the actual property each time. If you pay $8 a month, basically. Same thing with those 5 special like cargo warehouses up to. You can have those people secure your goods remotely with the app thing if you do the $8 a month subscription. And yeah, bail office, I was predicting when I did my video. That was the one thing I was predicting for sure. But yeah, hangar and warehouse makes a lot of sense as well. Those, I guess, are the only for you where you have to kind of go to people constantly. So, so yes. Now, I think hangar and warehouse, you don't actually pay for the like people to like yeah, you pay them to get you stuff, but yeah. Um, Bail office, I think it was like an upgrade for the actual property where once you buy them, you don't actually pay them. I think you can just interact with them and they basically get you money over time. Either for your safe. Yeah, it's probably for your safe, I'm guessing. They'll make it like kind of passive income instead like maybe from like your main bounties. If you, for example, don't play the bail office stuff all that frequently or something, and that's arguably the best way to go about using the business now, arguably. Arguably, whatever. But yes. Now you can have the bail office staff like do like bounties for you remotely. Again, if you pay bucks like a month up the ass, basically. Basically. See, I pretty much predicted the bail office would for sure be one. But hangar and warehouse again also make a ton of sense. I guess nothing else really made too much sense. Don't you have like the auto shop staff or something though? I'm surprised they didn't include that one or something though. It sounds like though. Sounds like though. Unless they're only giving like a couple examples, and maybe you actually can use the staff of the auto shop. I don't know, maybe it's an oversight and they didn't think of the auto shop staff or something. I have like no fucking idea really, honestly. But yeah. At least those free businesses let you do stuff though if you do have the app now for the subscription though. So those are going to be new persistent benefits for every single month now for the subscription. It looks like. Looks like. So I don't think there's anything much else to go over when it comes to newer online. So I guess now it's pretty much going to be any plus stuff I want to go into before going into story mode so I can do my invite only G-Town on lobby. Our stream's still working good. Okay, good. Alright, so yeah, I actually haven't got the plus benefits pulled up yet. I think on my phone here. Basically, I don't think so. I don't think so. So I gotta pull that up right now. Basically. Maybe I'll go on like Twitter X XX basically to do it, maybe. That might be more convenient than doing it for the newswire, some way, shape, or form, kinda. So yeah, I think that one links to the website. Usually on DLC launch day, it'll actually link to the website. Maybe I always do like that on Twitter XX, but I usually just go through the newswire, especially for like subsequent months of a DLC. Basically. I guess when I did that, and actually over the particular month, I guess. How do you see all current benefits then? I guess. Alright, so this month seems to go until January 7th, 2026, which I think aligns up with the shark card offer thing they did, where you had to redeem an offer with like a QR code or something from like, I mean, up until December 7th, which again, I think was a day where they removed like the new listings missions, and then you get like a month to buy like shark cards, 3 different shark cards, I think give you like some kind of increased amount of money basically for like a month once you redeem the offer or whatever. So you get December 10th to January 7th, 2026. Again, yes, you get till December 10th, I guess, until January 7th, 2026. It looks like for these day one, like DLC benefits for the first month of the update, basically. A little less than a month, yeah, but still, it's basically for the first month of the DLC for these benefits until January 7th, 2026. Okay, so here's all the mansion upgrades you get, actually. Let me go back over to the one thing. Apparently there's more than I already mentioned. apparently there's actually more, like, vehicle stuff that I didn't mention, but yeah. Yes. Either way, it's basically the same stuff, I think, that you already have for the club garage, I believe. But yes, it is basically the same stuff you have for the club garage. Like I was basically saying, I think earlier, though. So even though I forgot ones, it's basically all the same things for like the plus garage, essentially, for the club garage. Fun with club garage, essentially. So I did mention how special works. You also get bennies and drift tuning. I forgot to mention, did not actually mention. Or I didn't forget, I just didn't like know on top of my head, because yeah, I don't buy the subscription, so I don't know 100% what you get with the garage, but yeah. So you get the bennies and drift tuning if you buy plus, otherwise you have to go over to actual bennies or like some other thing that has bennies. Like I think the office garages let you do bennies upgrades at 5, if I remember right, from like 2016 I thought. I thought. Or like your arena mechanic, there's definitely more options for bennies than like the HSW drift tuning and missile lock on jammer, but yeah. So how special works bennies drift tuning missile lock on jammer for those few options for the Mansion Vehicle Workshop, you do need the plus subscription, fortunately. Fucking stupid, especially for bennies, of how available that is with the especially for bennies, kind of stupid given how available it is already with the arena mechanic, but whatever. Whatever. It's just some paywalling features that should just be a thing with the mansion, quite frankly. Especially for endgame property, it should have like all the stuff in it without having to do that, but whatever. Gotta keep trying to get them subscription numbers up, huh? So showroom vehicles, I think I'll go over later, since those are easier to go over. But yes. But yeah, the vehicles, I'll go over it later, I think, for sure, though. For sure, those. And those are just easier to go over in game, I think. Again, for the ones that are not the plus exclusive one. For the ones that's not the, like, free vehicle, I mean. Like I kind of mentioned, I think there's one more exclusive vehicle for plus, but it's not a free one like the Mark V is, though. No. So again, I'll go over that more later, I think. Not there's much to go over it quite yet, with the performance not being 100% known on it just yet, but still. But yes. A vehicle benefit I do want to go over that I will not be able to go over all that, like, conveniently as a non-member, whatever, would be the introduction of the red rainbow flip chameleon paint and the red prismatic pearl chameleon wheel paint. Again, you get a couple red options, one for your actual body of the car or whatever, as well as for the wheels. For the wheels. Again, for the body of the cars, it's going to be the red rainbow flip chameleon paint. And then it's going to be a red prismatic pearl chameleon wheel paint, again, for the wheels, of course. So that's something I want to go over, of course, before I go into the game, since I do not have the biggest convenience of doing that. Also, for your free clothing for the month, apparently, you have the Santa skull sweater and track pants. the red nose, which is of course like a red-nosed reindeer outfit. And then you have the Nutcracker outfit apparently as well for your free new clothing items. Now I don't know if all three of these are new entirely for this particular one like year, 2025 obviously, or if any of them have been available in the past. I know certain outfit ones for like Halloween time have returned before. I think I'm not sure about the Nutcracker or the Red Nose if those appeared in like 2024 or something for plus. But it's possible, but it is possible. I would think for sure the Santa skull sweater and the track pants would be new though. Not sure though. Not sure though. Yeah, the games library I don't think got updated since Red Dead Redemption came out like a week or so ago. So they recently did technically add something to it. Basically. I don't think there's any new persistent stuff aside for what I've already mentioned. Basically. Right. So it looks like this particular month has 4 times money in RP on free mode challenges and events, and in community series. I'll go over stuff like that I think more later on in the game though. I think it would be easier to do that in the game. However though. Also the HSW 50% thing, let me go back to that. Also is other 50% offs as well apparently. So not only is HSW 50% off, but also the drift, bennies, and colored headlights upgrades are also 50% off. So HSW drift and bennies you can actually do directly in your mansion with plus only, apparently, for those free for HSW drift bennies. So yes, the 50% offing is not just for HSW, it's apparently for drift and bennies. 2 other exclusive things only able to be done in the mansion if you buy the plus subscription, versus having to go to actual like Los Santos Car Meet or Benny's itself, along with like Office Garage, like the Arena Workshop with the Benny's Mechanic, for example. And yeah, card headlights is a thing at the like Car Meet as well as the arenas. I don't know if you can actually do card headlights without plus either, quite frankly. So that might also be an exclusive modification as well, hence why that would also be 50% off, I guess. So drift upgrades I think are 200k across the board, for example, for drifts. So I know all of those would be like 100k instead of 200k. But yes, drift is usually 200k across the board, I believe. So it's 100k for 50% off on drift, I know for sure. Benny's is all across the board, just like HSW, depending on what particular upgrade you're doing, though, I believe, for those. And then get the colored headlights. You'll see those prices when you buy them, basically, so you'll basically know up front on those. Whereas it's a little more secretive on like HSW and Benny's, especially, of course. So I did want to mention that they're here, I guess, entirely. I might go over the money things more in general when I go in game, though, of course. Yes, I might go over all the money RP things for that, like in game, though. No. Alright, so I think I'm good for now, basically. But yes, I'm basically good for now. So, besides for a couple things, I think for plus, whatever, like few, several, whatever, I'm pretty much good for now, though. I meant to wait for Michael to appear, whatever. Not a big deal, not a big deal. I might as well just get that extra bit quicker into game. I always start as Michael in story mode anyways, so like, yeah, it's kind of what I'm already doing. Whatever, no. Whatever, though. And of course, they didn't really do anything for single player, I'll say that right now. No online exclusive vehicles me over to single player or anything. Obviously, not even in a Michael update. They won't do it even for a Michael update. Watch not even like put anything new in single player like before the online just completely dies one day and like shuts down or something. Watch them not even do that basically. Watch them not even do that basically. But yes. Fuck out of here, don't worry. Fuck out of here, Mario Spammer though. Alright then, invite only lobby. I should be in my previous property of hands-on car wash that was previously spawning, I'm pretty sure at least. I still do want to spawn there for a time, I think, because of the, like, helicopter spawning, but I might be revamping it anyways because of the mansions and, like, the lock-on jammer support for certain, like, non-weaponized aircrafts, though, so... Honestly, I might be done with that spawn pretty much with this update then, obviously then. This aircraft spawn convenience should be good for the mansion update, basically. Basically. I'll be pretty much the same as this. Oh yeah, wait, tier 3, challenge complete, Diamond heist. Unlock all crew members. Yeah, they actually changed something in the patch notes, I think, where you actually get one automatically now, so I think that's why that happened.
Say so.
So that's not a bug or anything, that actually does happen. And there's a reason for it if you haven't actually yet done that. Whatever. But yeah, Black Rockstar Varsity Crew Neck, yes. Sorry, I cannot talk because of this stupid goddamn, like, throat, stomach hernia bullshit. But the most. So yeah, to address the thing that just happened, Diamond heist, tier 3, lock all crew members. Oh, it doesn't even, like, list them, that's fucking stupid, but yeah. So basically what happened, they disabled the, like, random event that involves Packy McCreary. God fucking damn it, seriously, you stupid goddamn fucking throat. Stomach hernia, come on. But yes. For that root stuff won't happen again, hopefully. So what ended up happening though, you'll see in the patch notes, I think, they actually admit to it in the patch notes for what happens if you automatically get that popping up suddenly. But yes. Random event, free mode event, whatever you want to call it. Basically, for Packy McCreary, that was originally a thing where you like have a police van or something you have to rescue him from, whatever. But yes, just as you do have the police van, I think, where you have to rescue Packy McCreary from. That free mode event was like very buggy or something, so you end up just like flat out removing it as of this update apparently. So if you haven't had Packy McCreary before, that's why you would be getting that now. I actually never got him before, so I finally got that complete then. Since it's been flat out disabled now for the free mode event, apparently for obtaining Packy McCreary. Kind of unfortunate they didn't like just try to fix it if they could. Instead just gave him to everybody, but like you kind of already had to unlock him, I guess, in single player. I always found it kind of stupid. You had to like re-unlock him for online, to be honest. But whatever, whatever. There was already like enough unlockable ones. I feel for the casino eyes, like Avi Schwartzman, of course. So yeah, that's nice. Now I finally have the best gunman in the game since I never got. Now I actually have the best gunman in the game, so I finally have Packy McCreary since I didn't have him before. In the end, Packy McCreary could be very helpful for your like aggressive heists, especially. Maybe he might have the best weaponry for like aggressive heists in particular, where the weaponry might matter a lot more.
What do you need, boss?
So that can be helpful for that, perhaps. Decorated 400 for way 800 apparently, whatever. Don't know why I'm getting those suddenly all crewed up 800. That's probably tied to the Dime Casino Heist. That's probably tied to Dime Casino Heist, and I would create up finally, of course. So that's automatic now as well, of course, along with the career progression, tier free, like thing you need for unlocking all the crew members, of course. So yeah, again, if you haven't got Packy, you should finally have the award now. Since that random event, free mode event basically got disabled entirely, and it's just given to you now, basically, with Packy, like, available, of course. Of course. Alright, so perks, luxury, real estate, whatever. 2 stealthy on FOV, or, wait, 2. PSN name, PSN name. From Pricks to Luxury Real Estate, because obviously that's more realistic for PSN names, since obviously the name will vary obviously depending on the player. But yeah, from Pricks Luxury Real Estate. It has always been a part of the Pricks Luxury ethos that those in the 1% should only have to expend 1% of their energy. Now, with discounts on free spectacular residences, painstakingly created and provided just for you. Becoming a member of the San Andreas Elite has never been easier. Indulge in a not-so-microcosm of the entire city. With a sprawling deluxe estate equipped with everything you could possibly want or need. From a home cinema, salon, and 20 vehicle storage garage to an outdoor gym, spa, and helicopter pad, hyphen. Oh, and I actually didn't mention the other hyphen, that was before. Not that, I mean, was after need and before from. Want or need hyphen from a home cinema, salon. And 20 vehicle storage garage to outdoor gym. Spa and helicopter pad, hyphen, with the addition of amenities. With the addition of amenities you'd never even considered in the first place. Such as a personalized state-of-the-art artificial intelligence concierge that can maintain and can maintain and organize every aspect of your new luxurious life. Pricks to luxury real estate. And then doing Square, like X and Xbox, whatever, will give you the globe icon, of course, for the link for the website. Basically. Yeah, unknown, probably Avi Schwartzman, whatever. 0, Calais Ave, payphone, answer it. No. Unknown, yes, 0. Calais Ave, payphone, answer it. So kind of having the vibes of those payphone missions, I guess, how you did in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, for example, like those payphone missions. Hold on, before I do that, let me get rid of this junk email, basically, for the Plus subscription, basically, yeah. Yeah, I think that's just an old email. I don't think it's new for the update. I saw the 1% thing, and if I was kind of going with the pricks luxury real estate thing, whatever, but no, I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't think it's like reworded or anything with the new update, of course. I think it's just an old one, of course, What the hell? I'm pressing up, it's not going up. I can only do down, that's weird. Weird glitch, but okay. But yes. Rockstar Games new vehicle upgrade.
Looking pretty good, right?
To PSN ID or whatever other like platform ID, of course. From Rockstar Games. Missile lock-on jammer now available for the following vehicles at agency vehicle workshops in the Vinewood Club garage or hangars for aircraft. Since yet, Afani added some missile lock-on jammers for aircraft. They added new like aircraft stuff only for the missile lock-on jammers for the first time ever, basically. So for aircrafts, apparently at the Buckingham Canada, the non-weaponized one, not the weaponized one, that one does not have a lock-on jammer. It's only for non-weaponized aircrafts. They did not put on a single weaponized one. Pretty much what they said they were going to do on the Rockstar Newswire on December 5th, that there wasn't going to be any weaponized options, and that's very much the case, of course. Some weaponized ones don't really have much weapons, though, like the Alcanost only has, like, bombs, for example, so they should have put one on, like, the Alcanost or, like, some of the big planes or something, with them being huge targets, but they just did not, unfortunately. So again, the Buckingham Canada, actually kind of a good one, it feels, since it has the NOTAR system, so it doesn't have, like, a tail rotor. You can just, like, shoot off, basically. Basically. But it has like the NOTAR where there's no tail rotor, so not only do you have no tail rotor that can be shot off, you also have like no ability to be locked onto if you have the lock-on jammer as well, which is nice. Alpha Z1. But yeah. And those two also have like the performance upgrades as well, since they're ones for the hangar. They have to be stored there. Those two always have to be stored in the hangar. You cannot do it as like a Pegasus aircraft at all, so they do have the engine upgrades and whatnot as well. The Alpha Z1's a very small plane, so it's already like really hard to hit, especially more so now with the like missile lock-on jammer. You're gonna have a hard time hitting now with an explosive sniper railgun, I'm having to imagine now, especially with a lock-on jammer applied. Buckingham DH7 Iron Mule even got one just from like a year ago. They didn't sabotage update. I think it's the only newest aircraft that got one. The 250D, Titan 250D obviously has weapons on it, so I didn't get one. And also the Duster 300H actually has weapons on it as well, so it's the only new aircraft from the latest update actually brought new aircrafts that has one. The Iron Mule, basically the Cargo Bob 2.0 basically has one, which is amazing. It was already good for doing vehicle cargo. It's going to be even better, basically, now, which I like. Power to Next 25 is basically like a slightly worse version of the Alpha Z1, basically, kind of. One of two that were not weaponized like at all, basically, for like the Smuggler's Run DLC that had like a bunch of like the hangar aircraft being the initial update that had the hangar in the first place, obviously, yes, obviously. So yeah, those four actually have the engine upgrades and like everything, basically. Now, I think those also have countermeasures, so it's actually better to do flares instead of chaff now with the lock-on jammer, apparently, from what I've heard. I haven't tested it much myself, but apparently flares can actually detect like non-homing missiles as well, whereas chaff, you are still able to be hit by non-homing missiles, so... According to Gilly Master, apparently it's better to actually do like the flares now instead of the chaff if you're going to do a missile lock-on jammer on any of those four vehicles, apparently in particular, basically. So yeah, those four not only will have the option for the... Assuming all four of those have countermeasures, of course, those will also have the option for not just the lock-on jammer, but also a countermeasure at the exact same time. So that will give flares some more viability, apparently, finally, that there's a lock-on jammer, which kind of is more of a chaff than a flare, so obviously kind of want to do flare to counteract your other weakness now, basically, with the lock-on jammer. That it is not able to cover, basically. After that, it looks like the rest of your aircrafts are going to be your Pegasus aircrafts and ones that do not have engine upgrades or countermeasures or any of that. And that is going to be the Western Cargo Bob alongside the Western Cargo Bob Jet Sam. They're fine still, I guess, just the DH-7 Iron Mule is basically the Cargo Bob 2.0, so there's not too much purpose of that, but at least they got lock-on jammers now, and they do at least have armor alongside the lock-on jammers, so... Again, the DH-7 Iron Mule basically does everything better, but Cargo Bob Jet Sam, especially if you don't have the Iron Mule, is especially going to be pretty nice alternatives as opposed to those. Being one of the most expensive aircrafts in the whole game, you have the Buckingham Swift Deluxe apparently as an option for it. Again, Pegasus, so you will have to actually take one from Pegasus, put in your hangar, have it dedicated to a hangar slot to actually take advantage of the lock-on jammer. And obviously you don't want to sell those aircrafts since you'll have to rebuy the lock-on jammer, I believe, and you'll probably not get too much money back for the aircraft, I'm guessing. But yeah, Swift Deluxe, the Golden Swift, now has a lock-on jammer that you can buy, which is nice, which is nice. And yeah, pretty good top speed helicopter, albeit I think it's behind the latest, which is also one that has one, I believe. But I mean, if you want a gold-plated helicopter that you spent like $5 million on that, but lock-on jammer, now you can, which is actually pretty awesome. Yo, those ones always should have had something like that, even from like 2015, but like, yeah. I don't know if they actually had lock-on jammers like in any way, shape, or form back in the day, so that's not too surprising there, I guess. For whatever reason, they put on the Western Dodo, which is interesting. Now, you may think Dodo, and you might be thinking like the one from like San Andreas or something. I think that's more like the Mantis in this game. I think the Mantis is kind of a replacement of the regular Dodo, I think, from San Andreas. Instead, I think the Dodo is the seaplane, I'm pretty sure, so the seaplane actually would have that. Which, actually, not gonna lie, is a pretty good option, since that's when you connect... Which, not gonna lie, that actually might be a solid option, since you actually land it on the water, which could be a little interesting. But yes, you might actually be able to land on water, which is interesting if it is in fact a seaplane off seasons. Again, I think the land version is more like the Mantis when it comes to 5 in particular, along with online. Dodo is the seaplane version basically nowadays, and nowadays. aka what the skimmer used to be in the 3D universe, I believe, basically. So actually, that might be the only one that can actually land on water, which could give it some interesting utility, albeit it's not weaponized, obviously, since none of them are on this list, apparently, but yeah. But yeah, the Buckingham Velatus. This was the helicopter that was prominently featured in, like, the artwork for the trailer, all that kind of stuff, I believe. It's like the second best top speed helicopter in the game, I think, aside for the Sparrow, which is weaponized, of course, so. This is your number one top speed helicopter in the game that doesn't have any sort of weapon on it, so that is a solid option, I would say, for the lock-on jammer for sure. You have your basic helicopter, the Buckingham Maverick, that also has the lock-on jammer support now. Which, yeah, Maverick is kind of like, I feel it was more of a better helicopter in like your older games like GTA 4, Episodes of Liberty City, like the 3D Universe games that kind of fell off heavily, especially for 5, and especially GTA Online, throughout the updates, of course. You have your Buckingham Super Toledo alongside the Buckingham Super Toledo Carbon that have the lock-on chamber support, which are practically almost the same vehicle. One off just has some of those carbon parts and whatnot. I think you can also take the agency Super Toledo Carbon, I believe, and you can basically get a free Super Toledo Carbon, I think, from that for your hangar, if I recall right. So that's a good option for that, I believe. If you're doing the Super Toledo Carbon, you can take the one from the agency, I believe, and that's an option. I think the agency one, yeah, is an option, I believe. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of nice. And yeah, those are CO helicopters, but I assume the CO version doesn't get the lock-on chamber. Other vehicles that got lock-on chambers before, I think that are on the CO list, don't get the lock-on chambers, if I recall, though. If I recall, though, so yeah. Sadly, CO versions are kind of excluded. It has to be the modified versions put in the hangar, even if it's like a Pegasus aircraft, of course, and you're going to have to put it in the hangar for it to actually get the lock-on chamber support and keep it in the hangar for that one particular version, like I was saying, but basically before. And then you had a Buckingham Luxor Deluxe. Buckingham Luxor Deluxe. Your most expensive aircraft in the whole entire game, the $10 million plane, basically now has a lock-on jammer option. Again, probably should have had one since 2015, honestly, when it was like actually added to the game. Since you had to spend your criminal mastermind challenge on the Luxor Deluxe, after all, back in the original heist days, basically. So yeah, now you can actually put a lock-on jammer on it and actually like survive remote, basically, which is nice. And yeah, I think there's like 10 or 15 aircrafts, I think, so it might be like the last one next, or there might be like a few more after. But yeah, you have the basic Luxor. Yeah, you have the basic Luxor as well, not just the deluxe one, but the basic Luxor also has the lock-on chamber support. I think that one actually has 2 more seats or something. I think it has a little more seating, I think, than the deluxe does, in particular for the Luxor for some reason, but yeah. And that's also naturally an option alongside a regular Luxor that have the lock-on jammer. Alright, actually there is more. Western Phaser apparently has the lock-on jammer. That's kind of a non-weaponized jet that was added in the San Andreas Flight School DLC back in like summer 2014, if I remember right, basically. But yeah, that might be the quickest plane for top speed, at least in this particular list. I'm not too sure, since it's kind of like a jet, basically, with the afterburner, has like that afterburner kind of like purple flame kind of thing, so it might very much be a fast option for a plane in this list. I'm not too sure. If not, that might go to like the Alpha Z1 or something with the engine upgrades, honestly, but yeah. Alright, apparently that's the last one, I guess. Okay. So yeah, after the first 4, it's just your Pegasus aircraft with no engine upgrades, just simply the, like, missile lock-on jammer and like just respraying the aircraft, I think, for any past like the first 4. The only Kanata LC1 DH9 lower than X25 have like pretty much any upgrade you could do basically for this vehicle. Is like actual true customization for aircraft. I would have liked to see them go back and add engine upgrades and stuff for these other vehicles, but I doubt they did that. It's just probably the lock-on jammer and respray now, of course. So like it had since day 1 for respray for since 2017 as another run on top. No, obviously for the Pegasus vehicles, obviously though. Alright, so yeah, there's 15 there was 15 aircrafts added apparently for the list. There was 15 aircrafts added for the list. Also, I don't know like why the fuck my right stick is like drifting so bad. I don't know why the fuck that's the case. I don't remember like doing anything crazy with my right stick lately, but okay. Fucking PS5 like DualSense stick drift, I guess. Wow, your modern controls nowadays have stick drift apparently easier than before, I feel. But whatever. Not as annoying as battery issue on DualSenses and stuff if you keep it plugged in and stuff. I don't know why batteries like that are allowed to be used for stuff, but whatever. That, like, deteriorate if you just have it plugged in too long. I assume not all of them do stuff like that. It's just a way to get you to buy new controllers and stuff, obviously. That they get away with for some reason, but yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, Karen Futo for 4. But yes. For alien vehicles, you have the Karen Futo. Benefactor Shafter V12 alongside the armored version. But yeah, Futo might be a drift vehicle. I'm not sure if drift vehicles can do drift and lock-on jammer. You probably could, since it's not like a performance upgrade. I assume you can only not do performance upgrades on drift vehicles, so if you want to do like Futo drift in free mode, it can actually survive hell of a lock-on jammer with that terrible performance, which is kind of nice, I guess. Yeah, Chapter V12 armor might be one of the quicker civilian-ish kind of like armored vehicles in games, so that's kind of cool to finally see the armored version of the Chapter V12. Obviously, you have the civilian version as well to go along with that. Gassi Ignis puts it more along the lines of the weaponized Ignis. But yes. The weaponized Ignis had the countermeasure for the HSW version, of course. Housed basically for the weaponized Ignis, so obviously naturally the regular Ignis should have a lock-on jammer now, and they finally did it, of course. Then my Batsi Manches is a dirt bike, so that can definitely be a nice option depending on like what you're doing. Nagasaki BF400. Another motorcycle, that one's like top 3 for top speed, I think, as well, which is actually a very good, solid motorcycle to have it on. And then. Galvanter Baller LEOWB. Doesn't say armored on that one, it's just civilian version, where the armored version already had it, and they just finally added the civilian version for some reason. I'm not really sure what's going on with that one, but okay. Ooh, the Asa Arden, okay. It's actually still a pretty nice, I think it's like A tier or something still, if I remember right, or like B tier or something, if I recall, for sports classics. Either way, not too bad. Except I think this update in the Drip Beat has like a couple sports classics or something. Except I think yes, this update has like a couple sports classics or something, including some Drip Beat, like 1 or 2 Drip Beat as well or something. It's a pretty quickish sports classics. Not only that, it's on war stock and it's from mounted machine guns on it as well, which lets you use the machine guns easier, of course, not having to worry about lock-on. Missiles obviously lets you aim your machine guns easier, I feel, as well. So that is definitely an interesting option. Oh shit, you have the OG like sports car that was like really good with the LG RH8. I think it was like really good till like 2017 or some crazy like year or something, like well after it initially came out, like September 17th, 2013. I think it was in single player, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, September 17th, 2013. Albeit it fell off obviously like 4 years or so later, but yeah. It used to be really, really good for the sports class at the time for like quite a few years actually though. So that Bonnie has a lock-on jammer, so that's actually kind of pretty cool. It does not look like you have the retro custom for Doji retro custom though for a lock-on jammer for whatever reason though. I'm guessing. Bugatti Vortex is a motorcycle. That could be an interesting one, I'm sure. Lampadati Komodo, I think, is like a four-door sports car. I think it's like a sedan in the sports class. I don't know, when I think of four-door sports cars, I think more of the Jugular or the Albany Beaster when it comes to lap time top speed. For lap time, more so for Jugular, top speed more so maybe for the Beaster. But I mean, Komodo might still very much be a good four-door sports car regardless, though. Yo, we're Nobi. That has the HSW upgrade if you're on newer platforms. That's very good. It's got insane like electric acceleration and stuff, I think, as well. I think it's like electric acceleration heavy. And it's got really good lap time as well. That's a very interesting one, whether it's the basic vehicle and especially the HSW version. Another motorcycle one with the Pegassi Pizza Boy. Now I think you can actually use the custom versions in the pizza work, if I recall, so you can actually have it during the like pizza odd job, I want to say, as well. I could be wrong though, but that would actually be very interesting, I feel. Having that during your pizza odd jobs, assuming you could be locked on before, would actually be kind of huge for that vehicle, actually. Like in worst case situations, and in worst case situations, I guess. Assuming it worked that way before, where you could get locked on even during like the pizza work. Cavalcade XL, I think is like a mid-tier SUV or something. Honestly, kind of meh, aside from the fact that Cavalcades are pretty iconic from GTA 4 episodes, Liberty City. This one's not a GTA 4 episode, it's Liberty City Cavalcade, I believe, so it's even more kind of meh, I feel, than Albany Roosevelt, the initial Valentine's DLC vehicle, that's interesting. I think that one's very fitting, of course, since Al Capone and stuff was tied to that vehicle in like real life and stuff, so that one makes a fuck ton of sense, that's for sure. Naturally, also the Valor as well, the one with a lot more customization compared to the 2014 Roosevelt. Again, it makes a lot of sense with Al Capone and the history behind the vehicle, basically. Canis Mesa. This one I'm actually not so sure on. Is this the civilian one or is it the Merryweather Mesa? But yes. I'm not so sure on this vehicle though. Is this the basic civilian Mesa or is it the Merryweather Mesa? Because as far as I understand, the regular Mesa is not even purchasable on the vehicle website, so I'm not sure if it could be that or not. I assume you could still own it. It's not like it's a very crazy vehicle that you can only get on the streets and not like a website. Oh, there's no way, like Vivid Night over here. Whoa. Apparently you can't actually get in them now. I think when they're on the street, I think they're just kind of like driving around randomly. That's cool. Yeah, those do just randomly drive around in traffic, which is interesting, by the way. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry for that distraction, but yeah. Again, I'm interested if that's the Meriwether maze or if it's the civilian one. Sounds like it's the civilian one. It's not seeing Meriwether on the list after all, so... Again, I think the only way to get it, though, is by stealing it on the streets, though. It's not actually purchasable, I believe. And usually you only do it on purchasable vehicles, so... It could be the Meriwether one, but also could maybe just be the civilian one that might not actually be purchasable, just on the streets, which is interesting. Whatever way it's done, it's interesting, for sure. Because the Meriwether one is kind of more off-roady, I feel, than the civilian one. And then, yeah, the civilian one is also a rare vehicle that not many people might have, since it's not purchasable on the website, and it's only stolen off the streets, basically. So either way, it's a very interesting vehicle, I find, for that one. BF Raptor. Sports car, like a free-wheeled sports car, like a motorcycle kind of themed, like, car. But yeah, it was added in the Biker's DLC, obviously, because it's kind of similar to, like, a tricycle kind of thing for, like, a vehicle. Freewheelers do not tend to perform good in GTA Online, so it's a very good option, I feel, for a lock-on chamber to make it even better to use a freewheeler than it. But yeah, freewheelers are pretty atrocious to use in online, so I think that's a good option to have for the BF Raptor. For sure, I think it's fitting for that. Battle Gauntlet's a day 1 gauntlet, I believe. So that should be the day 1 gauntlet. Honestly, you're probably more likely to use the Redwood Gauntlet or whatever, like the special 2014 one with like the Redwood kind of stuff on it. Which I don't know if that has a lock-on jammer, but at least the day 1 gauntlet finally has one, I suppose. And there's all kinds of other gauntlets, maybe like the Gauntlet Interceptor and stuff. There's just better gauntlets out there, I feel, but I'm sure somebody still probably has a soft spot for the basic gauntlets, so I'm sure that can be a nice one. Albeit definitely not as good as a bunch of other options on here. Knis Bodhi is Trevor's vehicle, so that's an interesting one to have on the list. Maybe that means they'll probably not try to get Trevor back into online, I'm guessing. Yeah, if they're doing the Bodhi now, they're probably not planning the Trevor update, I'm guessing then. Guessing, and if they're already doing the Knis Bodhi in like this update instead. So that's said. So to me, Knis Bodhi and this will suggest they're not going to plan to bring Trevor back in the future update for like the last update, possibly in like summer 2026. Assuming the game doesn't get delayed again for 6 VI, obviously. Coil Brawler is definitely an interesting one. But yeah, Coil Brawler is actually still pretty good for top speed for the off-road class, despite being released in like 2015, I believe. Also has the interesting feature where like if it goes into water, I think you get a slight bit of time where it like raises up into water, so it's a fun vehicle to use in like Lagos Zancudo or something like that. Yeah, this is an amazing vehicle for the Brawler to use in like Lagos Zancudo, because it has like a gimmick where it like goes into water and it will just raise up for some time before it eventually sinks down into the water. So yeah, Brawler is definitely an interesting choice for a lock-on chamber for sure. Bachi Masakro, pretty old school 2014 DLC, like sports car, basically. Like, oh my god, what is going on with a stick drift on my right stick? I don't know what the hell is like causing that. I don't remember doing shit to this right stick. Fucking annoying. Whatever. Hopefully it will just fix somehow at some point in the stream. But probably not gonna happen. Oh my fucking god, man. Yes. Pretty OG DLC pretty OG DLC sports cars, all I kind of have to say for the Masacro. Otherwise, pretty mid-tier, I feel. Naturally, also the race car getting it as well, if the regular one's getting it too. Karate Cheetahs, the day one cheetahs, so that's kind of an old school supercar game one from like day one of the game. But yeah, the modern cheetah has the lock-on jammer apparently now. So cool for those that want to use it, basically, I suppose. But yeah. You have the Cheetah Classic for like sports classics, that's just a lot more well known for the performance and stuff, and now you have the LSCM Cheetah Classic, whatever that like wide body one that came out in the last update money fronts, basically. You got the LSCM like Cheetah Classic, whatever. I feel those two would be better options to use for like lock and jammer cheetahs though. The LCC Hexter is Johnny Klebitz's motorcycle, I believe, from GT4 Lost and Damned, which is interesting, and that could sell lock on jammer now. Kind of a cool throwback vehicle from GT4 Lost and Damned, especially like it's the most iconic in that game. I feel. But yeah, that one's a chopper, so it's not the best fit for a motorcycle to be getting that one in particular for the Hexer. Any of the other ones that were listed earlier, I feel, for motorcycles, probably better options, not gonna lie. Even the Pizza Boy, again, because of the Pizza Boy, like, work odd job kind of thing, even that would be a better fit, I feel, quite frankly, quite frankly. But still, I do think it's a very good option, regardless, though, for the LCC Hexer. It's kind of a cool throwback one for sure. Like I was saying, no. Saying no. Pegassi Vaca is a 240k supercar, I believe, in the game. 240k, I believe, for the Pegassi Vaca it costs. So it's a very cheap supercar, albeit the performance is obviously not going to be that good for that reason. So it's an interesting cheap supercar if you want to lock on jammer on like a very cheap supercar. Besides for that, honestly, kinda in my opinion, honestly. Patriot's a pretty cool vehicle from for the universe and whatnot. I do like that the Patriot has it as an option now for sure. Isn't it based on like the Hummer or something, and the Hummer can kinda have some like military uses? Hummer. Yeah, isn't it based on like Hummer in real life or something? Like Hummers can have like some militaristic kind of uses in like real life and stuff. So like, albeit it's not the like mil spec or something like that, which could have maybe used it more interesting. Oh wait, well, mil spec already has a lock on jammer, that's right. But yeah, since it's a money tech, obviously. But yeah. So yeah, never mind. The mil spec already has the lock on jammer. What the fuck am I saying? But yeah. But yeah, the mil-spec had it, and that's a militaristic Patriot, so naturally the basic Patriot should finally have one, and it does, so that's cool. That's cool. Nagasaki Blazer. A Blazer is finally getting a lock-on jammer, which I don't think was the case before. It might be the first ATV in the game to have a lock-on jammer now, which is interesting. I do think it's a very good candidacy for a lock-on jammer. I do think so. The Vapid Bullet, the worst supercar in the game when it comes to lap time. The worst. But yeah, worst supercar in the game for lap time unless it changes in this update for some reason, which I highly doubt. Closest to something being below the Bullet, I think, was like the Taipon. But yeah, the Taipon, whatever, I think was like the one that got like closest to being below the Bullet, I think. But yeah. That was like what, like a 2018 supercar, and like nothing has got that low since, I believe. So unlikely, but there is a good bit of supercars in this update, so who really knows, I guess. But either way, it's not really the greatest. The FNJ, and especially the FNJ Mark V, are more like modern day bullets, so I guess it kind of fits the fact that FNJ Mark V came out and it got the HSW and the lock-on chamber, all that kind of stuff, obviously. So I think technically the F&J Mark 5 are more modern day bullets. So I guess it kind of fits that the basic bullet would get one, since the Mark 5 obviously came out. But yeah. And yeah, of course after that the F&J also apparently got one. So that kind of explains my thoughts on that one. F&J I don't think is that great either, but at least it's better than the bullet for sure. But yeah, peyote gaster is what, like a muscle car peyote, I think. I think a lot of peyotes are in the sports classics class, but I think the gaster is put in the muscle car class, I believe. And if I remember right, the gaster actually does have some kind of somewhat surprisingly nice top speed, I feel, for the muscle car class. Yeah, I don't know if I have too much thoughts on the gaster, albeit it's a kind of unique vehicle, I feel, for the game, I feel. So that's kind of cool, at least. The Western Bagger, which is Franklin's motorcycle, actually. Western Bagger, which is actually Franklin's motorcycle, is actually interesting for sure. Sure. So I do agree with the Bagger, since it is Franklin's bike. That should have had. I yes do agree the Bagger is a good option since it is Franklin's motorcycle, just like how I agreed with the Bodie since it's Trevor's vehicle. So I do like that they put the Bagger in the list. Winnie Izzy was Tracy's vehicle in story mode, so of course being a Michael update makes a lot of sense to have the Izzy in the list, I feel. And if you're having a regular Izzy, why not put on the Izzy Sport as well, since obviously you have the Izzy Rally that came out with the HSW upgrade for Los Los Santos Drug Wars that end up getting the lock-on chamber as well, basically. And then Rock Sentinel. Amanda had the Sentinel, or at least the XS or something like that, or like a different Sentinel, so like, I agree with the Sentinel getting one in this update. I think there would be no better time to do that one, quite frankly. And then, yeah, Rockstar Games, that's all of them. That's all of them. Alright, so that's every single vehicle with lock-on jammer and what I think of all of them in the slightest sense, and which ones I think could be kind of good. I don't know if I should look at all of them again and think like which ones would be all good. Honestly, I think all the aircraft ones are definitely pretty nice. Can't go wrong with the aircraft having a lock-on jammer, especially in the sky. It's going to be hard to get hit by a missile. If you're high enough, you're not going to be able to even be locked on by the homing launcher anyways, to be fair, but like, you might as well just have the lock-on jammer just in case anyways, for like a dogfight or something. Albeit none of these would really be used in dogfights since they don't have weapons on them, but still. Could make them interesting for sure though, on all the aircrafts. Especially the first four I do like for aircrafts, obviously, since they have like all those crazy upgrades from the hangar. Once you get below like the first four, then it can be kinda depending on like what vehicle it is, I feel. But I feel in general the aircraft ones are definitely the highlights this time around, since aircraft never got lock-on chambers like this beforehand. And I'm more of a bigger aircraft person than like a vehicle person. I'm more of an aircraft person than an actual car person, so I do definitely much prefer the aircrafts having a lock-on chamber than any of these vehicles on the list, quite frankly. But again, Futaz drifts, so that one's good. Again, Futaz drifts, so I do think that one's a fine option, as long as it's drift especially, where we're not going to have like a lot of movement, obviously. But yeah, Shafter V12 Armored is definitely be one of the best ones on this list for actual land vehicle, for sure. Ignis being a supercar is good, obviously, and it makes a lot of sense since a weaponized Ignis had it before, so now finally the regular one does. Again, BF400 is very good. Like, third best top speed, I believe, for motorcycles class. That's a very solid option there. Again, I like the Arden unit a lot since it had the front mounted machine guns on it, so that's obviously a good option. The Arden, that is, yes, obviously a good option. The Ardens has the front mounted machine guns, so you can actually use them a little easier for sure, for sure. Vortex Fiend motorcycle, I think, is kind of fine. It's also a free vehicle, I believe, if you have like the Criminal Enterprises starter pack, I think. Yeah, I think Criminal Enterprises starter pack, if you buy that, you get the Vortex for free, I believe. It's a vehicle you can constantly get for free, so that's kind of a very good, solid option for like a cheap vehicle for a lock-on jammer if you bought the Criminal Enterprises starter pack for when that thing was going on, basically. For four-door sports car, again, Komodo's nice. Nobi's, HSW's, that's obviously good. Pizza Boy, again, because of the missions you can do. What's about Valor? It's a cool-looking vehicle. Like a very cool-looking vehicle with customizations. That's cool. Again, Mesa's definitely a nice one. Getting a Raptor made a lot of sense, I felt. Bodie, Brawler. If I had to choose just one of the Masakros, race car one definitely would be a nice one. Have that on. Like OG Cheetah for 5 online can maybe a little interesting next. Or again, it's Johnny Clebus's vehicle back from GT4 Last in Dames. I do like that option a lot. Vodka just purely for a cheap supercar. Again, Patriot and Spec had it, and like what Patriots always have like some militaristic vibes because of real life stuff, of course. So good option to have for sure. Right. Yeah, Blazer again, I think might be the first ATV to get one, so that's obviously a solid one there. Not really recommending Bullet or FNJ just because of FNJ Mark V though. Toyota Gas again, kind of interesting muscle car, I guess. And literally the rest of them on that list I do like, since they do have some kind of resemblance to like a protagonist from like story mode, or like one of their kids, or something from Michael, obviously, or like wife or whatever with Izzy's and the Sentinel, obviously. So that's kind of a quicker thoughts of all the different vehicles, I guess, for most of them, obviously, in that particular case. But obviously, you want the long form version of each vehicle, and like what I think of them getting. The lock-on jammer, obviously referred to earlier, of course. But yeah, money on trees, like the counterfeit cash, document forgery, cocaine. God, can my stupid Dawson stop goddamn stick drifting, dude? Like, fucking hell, dude. Like, I didn't do anything lately from what I remember to have that even be fucking happening, dude. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Checking out my stream again, obviously. Just make sure it's going fine, and it is, okay. It is, though, so good. Alright, so I was towards board for day of, or for the day of Thursday, I think, more so, since I did this late, pretty much the last moment of the... I did start recording this at 11:59, the last possible minute of Wednesday, last possible minute of Wednesday, 11:59 p.m. is when I did it, so yeah. This should be for Thursday now, of course, so... Deer, poodle, and seagull. But yeah, deer, you obviously can find them in like the... Obviously, yeah, deer, you can find them in like the Vinewood Hills, like the Chilliwack Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad, like all those kind of areas. Poodle, you usually find those in like the rich areas, like the Rockford Hills, Rocker Hill areas by like Evangelical Jewelry Store, all those kind of like fancy city areas. I think on Poodles for sure. Also, the whole mansion like pet feature. I wonder if that would make any of these like easier for any reason. If they're like a dog or like a cat, at least. Especially a dog with like all the different dog breeds. I don't know if there's actually all that much cat breeds in particular, but still. At least like before this update, anyways. And yeah, Seagull, you found them by water, obviously. So like the docks, Del Perro Pier, etc. And yeah, there's a change I can notice there pretty easily on the map, but I'll probably save it more for later in the stream to talk about it a little more. Of course. So I was using this vehicle for the FIB party file, I think, for the Mark II, of course. Of course, yeah, the Mark II oppressor, I was using it for like the FIB party file, basically. That's the only reason it's there. I'll probably despawn it though. I don't really care that much for the Mark II oppressor. Especially with every single little nerf they've done to the Mark II oppressor at this point. I just don't care to use it too much on stream in particular anymore. Unless I feel like I absolutely have to use it, then I will, obviously. If it's like something really quick, I have to do like the Ghost Exposed, which is not like a really strict time limit or something, which is rare in the game to happen, obviously, but yeah. Yes. So I'll go back with my Itali. No. Name changed a single time or something, so I'm so confused what it's called anymore, but yeah. I think it's the Grotti Stinger TT, I think it was Grotti Stinger TT with the recent rename. I think last update Money Fronts, of course, renamed it, of course.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
God, what the hell, man? I'm either gonna move my stick upward, like... Yeah, the clickable right stick, I'm moving it upward on my regular DualSense right now. It's not even an edge, it's regular DualSense, by the way. If that would make any difference, or like how easy it is for a controller to be all weird. Because maybe if I do that, it won't like drift, hopefully not. Albeit the stick will feel kind of weird and annoying to use, albeit. I don't usually end up clicking right stick that often unless I need to like look back or something, which I don't think I usually have to do, obviously, really. I don't know if that'll fix it, but maybe it'll like lessen it, at least hopefully. Hopefully. Or maybe it'll make it worse even, I'm not too sure. So wait, like, that would be my agency for sure, that's right. Since it has the upgrade there for like the Silk Mines, which I had to take off to use it for the HSW time trial, but yeah, I had to take that off unfortunately for HSW time trial, so yeah. Yes. It's definitely in here for sure.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
There it is. I think it's still stick drifting even when I do that, unfortunately. Kind of figured it wouldn't fix it, obviously, but still. Worth a try, at least for a bit, maybe.
Hey, yo, dog, I gotta take a piss.
So annoying that my controller's just randomly stick drifting nowadays, but... Okay. Like, I don't even remember doing much with it for it to be stick drifting anyways. I do not remember doing much with it to be stick drifting with it anyways, whatever. Oh my fuck-ass god, yes, I do not remember doing all that much with it for it to be stick drifting though. It's fucking pissed me off, damn it. So yeah, I kind of want to go over some more plus stuff, I think, before I go any further, so I will go over to find what a Club Garage, since for once it's kind of worth doing that. Obviously, usually in like DLC launch, it's kind of worth doing it, but aside for that, not really. Usually I'll just use the phone app for it nowadays, but obviously since there's 2 new vehicles that only Plus gets, I feel it's kind of worth going there, basically.
Really nice guy.
To me, on this traffic, see why people don't like the vehicle or something. Maybe. I don't know. To me, it's just hard to adjust it if it was like moving pretty much. Yeah, when it's like really quick, it's kind of just hard to adjust it. Oh, gun van. Okay, I'll go over to gun van so I don't have to do it later. Actually. I'm not really a big fan of going over to gun van, quite frankly, so I do want to go over to gun van, I think, quite frankly, like right now, so I might as well just do that then. Rather go over to gun van than the plus vehicle section anyways, quite frankly. Like, if I had to choose between one, obviously. For some reason, obviously I would cover both of those if I can, of course. Alright, so I'm probably going to up and atomizer this so I can skip through. Alright, good. That worked. Awesome. Figured it would, but yeah. Some can be pretty static even when you hit it, like the airport ones, for example, obviously, especially, but yes. I don't know why my right stick drifting that bad now. Like, what the hell, man?
You know the deal.
I don't even remember doing anything with that. Really don't.
Planning on a little short distance work?
So I think it's only the top two that are on like a really good discount. Combat Shotgun might be on discount for all players, whereas the EMP launcher might be on half off discount for what's that throat going on? Stupid fuck ass stomach.
Close range, huh?
Oh no. Stupid fuck ass throat stomach hernia bullshit. Come on. But yeah, I think this one's on like general 40% discount, and like this one's on like a plus only 50% discount, I think, on the EMP launcher, I believe. I think those are two discounts, and then these are just your regular ones, basically.
That's black market only.
But yes. As far as I know, Tackle SMG is likely still exclusive to the gun van and will not even be in your new mansion, like agency armory kind of thing or whatever. But it's basically the latest, greatest drive-by weapon in the game, basically. Most vehicles you're in will let you use the Tackle SMG, so it is pretty much going to be, in most situations, your best drive-by weapon to use in the whole entire game versus like the AP pistol versus yes, like the AP pistol, for example, if this damn stick drift lately anymore. 36 and 60 is a 24 difference, which is quite massive, obviously. Quite massive, obviously, though. No. Bro, oh my god, this fucking stick drift is being ridiculous.
Alright, go. Won't find that in ammunition. Ha! If I were you, I'd snap that up while the deal's on.
Being a DLC launch day, I might try to get through some of this a little quicker, so just make it quick. Marksman rifle, pump shotgun on Mark II.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Oh my god, I'm not even going to the pistols. It keeps going there because stick drift though. What the hell? God. Like shit though, it's like this dual sense drifts more than a goddamn Switch 1 Joy-Con or something, for fuck's sakes, bro. Like, holy fucking hell. And that's saying something, alright, man. Holy fuck. I expect that being the fucking stick drift more since the fucking, like, there's a handheld system and shit, but not this shit. What the fuck? In a full-on controller. But yeah. Holographic sight on this thing lets you lock on, and also has the Mark II ammo type, selectable metal jacket rounds. So this one's amazing for a lot. This is a really amazing weapon for the Mark II and the lock on with the holographic sight, especially. So yeah, that's especially good. Not as good as the pump shotgun Mark II would say though, just because this one has the explosive slugs. Only ever one that has explosive is the heavy sniper Mark II for Mark II, and that's rounds, not the slugs. So it's kinda actually truly unique, unlike the other Mark II weapons. For those two in particular, especially. God, man. Seriously, holy shit. 7 times in a row it did that. Holy fucking hell, bro. Oh my god, it's fucking bullshit. Actual, like, fuck. Hell, is there actual damage on the sticks on me? What the fuck? I'm, like, not even sure. I remember accidentally stepping on my Dulcins and damaging it or something, so I'm like, what the fuck, though?
Hey.
God damn, that's fucking annoying.
Right. Try me again soon. That one's brand new. Just hit the market. Only sold by yours truly.
Alright, but yeah. Finally the, like, non-discount weapons, pretty much. The Widowmaker. Now again, there's not too much information, by the way, on what's on sale, what's not, compared to, like, usual weapons, obviously, because, like, it's with a DLC release, but yeah, from what I've heard, it's mainly the top 2s, so that's why I'm saving this for last. I think I watched Digital Card Dick, and I think he said it was the top 2 on discount, so yeah, so I'm going over the ones now, obviously, like I am, of course. Of course. So yeah, the Widowmaker, on a surface level, yeah, it is just pretty much a reskin of the minigun. Albeit it's a little worse, arguably, since it has the red tracers, which is easier to spot at night versus the minigun, where you can shoot at like any time of day, and it's harder to spot, basically, versus the Widowmaker. So it is kind of a slightly worse minigun, I do feel, quite frankly, just because the red tracers are like really bright, and they're probably just going to make it easier to be spotted when you're shooting it, versus otherwise, especially if you're using like a yeah, especially if you're using like a Monty's like out of sight feature where you'll be off radar in a certain area until you like hit a player or something like that, and you want like an edge against them or something, and like in a situation like that especially, then you're going to like be at a huge disadvantage. But yeah. But yeah, the reason I don't have the minigun, by the way, in my weapon wheel, you might notice, I don't know if I actually brought it up yet, but I don't actually yet have it in the weapon wheel. That's because both of those weapons share the exact same ammo type, so if you have just one of them in your gun locker, for some reason having one in your gun locker with the max ammo count will make the other one refill on the ammo instantly each time you're in like a new lobby, like after doing like a mission, or like when you're go into a mission, you even like simply back out of a mission if you don't want to actually do a mission. I think if you do that and you have it set up correctly, it gives you the ammo basically back for your weapon. I don't know why it works like that, but it does for some reason. And I do recommend doing the ammo setup stuff like that, since the game will just randomly take away your ammo sometimes or something, which gets really annoying. I'm gonna spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars on ammo that you shouldn't be having to spend on it. The game glitches and takes your ammo away, basically. So staying up as much as you can like that is definitely only a good thing, obviously. With the 12-year-old spaghetti code that just randomly removes ammo from your character, basically. So yeah, I do really like the Widowmaker and the minigun just for that reason, pretty much alone, basically.
Make it quick.
And then you got a combat shotgun. Again, I think it's 40% off for all players right now, I want to say on that. And the thing with the combat shotgun is you have to usually get it on the caliber, go scope out, or no, not scope out, but the finale, excuse me, it's the finale, not the scope out, I'm pretty sure. And basically it's in the form of like a random event where it will be in like a set amount of like spots in the compound when you're doing like your heist finale. And at least one time you have to take in the actual compound. And then you basically own the weapon like for good once you complete whatever like finale you're doing. If you complete the finale and you steal that weapon, it's basically yours to keep for good, basically. That's the normal way of obtaining the weapon. Albeit other times it will be in the gun van like this and you can just buy it instead, which is obviously a lot better, especially if you don't want to like go out the way to find it on like a finale for your Caprico heist. Which I think is too much out the way to want to consider doing most times. So honestly, I don't really think it's worth doing that. So it is probably better, quite frankly, just buy the weapon when it shows up at the gun van. I do think so. And because of that, it is kind of a gun van exclusive as well, and probably will not be like your mansion agency, even if it's just literally a reskin of like the agency one or something, without like the extra gun van exclusive weapons that came out like since contract, like a year later with like drug wars, etc., etc.
Take a look.
Like the last couple of years of update weapons, and now they don't do weapons anymore in money fronts or the latest update apparently. Since I cannot be bothered, I guess. And then, last but not least, for weapons, like the main weapons will be the compact EMP launcher. Which EMP stands for electromagnetic pulse. When you hit a vehicle with it, it will just stop the vehicle for a set amount of time, basically, pretty much, or whatever. It basically disables the vehicle for a set amount of time, whatever one you hit. Which is most going to be usable on a land vehicle since it's in the form of like a grenade. Now there is no ammo setup you can kind of do for this, like the minigun Widowmakers, and it's actually a unique ammo type with the EMP grenade over like a basic grenade, so that's why it doesn't like work that way, by the way, since I didn't suggest anything with that, of course, so it doesn't work like that. The main way to use it is to use like a motorcycle. If you use a motorcycle, you can actually use it like on a vehicle, which is good. Which is good. Especially using on a motorcycle is especially useful, I find. So for that reason, I do think it's very, very good. And yeah, for weaponized vehicles, it doesn't work as good, unfortunately, as you'd think. Yeah, the only weaponized vehicle that actually has the weapons tied directly to engine is the Buzzer Attack Chopper from day one of single player, basically September 17th, 2013. Apparently, of all weaponized vehicles, it's the only one where the weapons actually get disabled when you're using the vehicle. Literally every other weaponized vehicle, you gotta still watch out for the weapons even when you use it, which is pretty unrealistic, but yeah, that's just how the game works, I guess. And yeah, good luck if you use it on aircrafts, since again it's a grenade, so it arches, and it's not airburst like up an atomizer is. So thank you, Stick Drift, you actually made it easier to get the weapon for once. Not trying to like show an example of basically. Now, admittedly, last update they actually buffed it a little bit, since it actually does disable the RC vehicles if you hit those, like the Bandito, the tank, any RC personal vehicle. I would assume the nano drone, but that's probably so hard to hit anyways, that probably wouldn't really matter. Plus, those players, you could just kill them, like, when they're using a nano drone, apparently. They're not actually off radar, apparently, or whatever. So recently, last update actually buffed it as well, where it does stop like the RC vehicles with their increased 5-minute cooldown, whatever. But yes. Money Fronts, I think, did give it increased 5-minute cooldown for like, each RC vehicle, but it's not like for each individual one. Like, doing one cooldown doesn't like initiate all the cooldowns at the same time. I think each vehicle has a separate cooldown still, but at least it's 5 minutes versus like 1 or 2 minutes like it used to be, or whatever. See, RC vehicles got nerfed with the buff this got lately, which is cool. In the last updates, that is something at least. That is good news lately, at least, even though most of it is surprisingly bad news, basically.
Hey there.
Either way, it's still a very good utility weapon all around, though. Even though it does have its issues, all things considered, all.
Pleasure doing business with you.
But yes, all things considered, I do think it's actually a very good utility weapon, even though it does have like all its issues where it's not like as good as it should be, of course. Is what I'm trying to say, basically.
Hey.
So my bad.
Okay, let's do this.
And yeah, you cannot buy this at Ammunition, by the way, but you can buy it at an agency, which should include a new mansion agency if it's just simply copy-paste of the, like, agency, armory, whatever. So you should be able to buy, like, the agency, the mansion, and gun van, just not Ammunition on that one. Again, I think this one's gun van or the random event at Caprico, I believe.
Not literally, but, you know. Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
This one is a gun van exclusive, unless the mansion, like, agency, armory, whatever else. Unless, yes, the mansion, agency, armory, whatever allows you to, like, buy it finally or something, like, outside of the gun van.
That price ain't here for long. That's, black market only. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this used to be an Ammunition when it first came out in, like, 2018. Eventually, I think with the agency and the contract DLC for the agency armory, it got like put there exclusively. And yeah, eventually, when the gun van introduced, it got put only in the gun van, I think.
Now that right there will make an impression.
Not sure if you can get this at the mansion, like agency, like armory kind of thing, but I'm doubting it. So that's kind of how those work. Oh wow, there's more than just one throwable this time. Like most times in like the last week, which had just tick bombs basically for some reason.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
But yes. Molotov cocktails are pretty much the most exclusive throwable in the game, I believe. One of them at least being pretty much only buyable at the gun van. You cannot buy these at Ammunition or the like armories or anything, I believe. Unless the mansion armory changed it, but I'm not really thinking that's the case. I could be wrong though.
You want to make a bang? That'll do it.
Yeah, sticky bomb is a good utility throwable since it can be blown up whenever you want with like a left on D-pad. And also it is utility, especially with the fact it's usable in the armored truck free mode events where you can blow the back doors of the armored trucks for some cash is the actual true utility use I was trying to mention basically.
Primers included.
Finally, you have tear gas for your throwables. Finally, yes, you have tear gas for your throwables. Which is good for room clearing, as the first of those new listing missions have shown off, basically, if you do that part correctly, which I did not really do that at all when I played the mission, but that is what the purpose was for, basically, if you did use those on the first of the new listing missions that were available until December 7th, of course, until December 7th, 2025. Like 2 or 3 days before the update actually dropped, obviously, as it pretty much suggested would be the case on the Rockstar Newswire, basically, but people didn't seem to listen and were surprised when it got removed like 2 days before the or 3 days or so before the update actually
You want to
released.
make a bang? That'll do it.
And then you have the armor, obviously. then obviously, yeah, you have the super heavy armor, like all your other body armors, obviously. Obviously.
All right. Find me again soon.
And that concludes the gun ban, finally. Okay. Okay, so now I should be able to go over the car club, or whatever it's called, basically. So, sorry about that, I didn't expect the gun ban to actually show up, but yeah. Rather go over that before it gets later, obviously, since I'm not really the biggest fan of going over the gun ban anyways, but still. But yeah, I got close, so it should be showing me the list of vehicles before I even go in. Yeah, you have the FMJ Mark V, the Oppressor Mark II. Obviously, Mark V is, yeah, again, your free vehicle. Yeah, Oppressor Mark II, the Scramjet. The Weaver, or whatever is a new vehicle that's exclusive to Plus. That's the other exclusive Plus vehicle I was kind of alluding to earlier. Which is another supercar, by the way, which is exclusive. Again, for at least a week. Might come around the same time as the Mark V. They might both come out next week, for all we know, but so far they've only mentioned the Mark V coming out in the next week, not necessarily the Luiva. But maybe it could be the festive gift or something. They do that for some reason. Maybe. They usually do some kind of festive gift, even if it has to be earned for like a challenge thing, like a heist challenge, which they didn't really do this year, but yeah. So it could be a festive gift, is maybe my speculation, possibly. If it does release in the same week, if it does release in the same week as Mark V or whatever, since they're definitely not going to give that for free, I'm guessing, surely, obviously, since it's free to plus subscription, obviously. So they wouldn't give it to everybody for free, no doubt on that. You have the new GT750. Everybody can buy that, though. It's not plus exclusive like the Luiva, like the Luiva, whatever it is. And obviously the Mark V is. I thought Arden, which recently got the lock-on jammer. BR8, open wheeler for the BR8 there, of course. Itali RSX, sports car. And then Kuruma armored, apparently. Okay, that's your lineup. I'll go in though to show it a little better this time, just because it's a DLC release day. Which I usually don't do again, but since, again, there's a plus exclusive vehicle in there that still haven't shown off in any sense, I might as well. So here's your FMJ Mark V, for free one in particular. It's got a blue build to it, it looks like, of some kind. But yes, sir, FMJ Mark V is like a blue build to it, basically. And is the 5th HSW supercar in the game after the NCMT that came out like 3 years prior. So it's been some time since HSW supercar released, but apparently it is HSW eligible, which is really, really nice. Again, it's been quite a couple of years since supercar HSW, so I feel like it's kind of warranted then. Alright, refreshing just to make sure my stream is fine. Okay, good. It does seem to be the case. Good. But Yeah, Mark 1 oppressor is usable, is, or I mean, it has very nice spawn convenience with the MC menu if you are MC president for some reason. Also, apparently in this update they did buff the MC indirectly, kind of, apparently, because usually your MC businesses will have a tendency to get raided pretty easily. Your MC businesses do have a tendency to get raided super easily. However, apparently there's a new security upgrade in the apparently yes, there is a new security upgrade in the mansion update. For the mansion, we're tied with the like MC business security upgrades for all those individual businesses. It sounds like it basically guarantees you'll never get raided ever again for your MC. And for me, at least, every time I'm basically like done with a sale, like one of my businesses has a tendency to get raided. Especially when I do the stash houses and I get like all the like goods for a business. So they technically have buffed the MCs, so you can actually use MC like outside of just the sales. If you have a tendency to get your MC businesses raided, especially if you're doing like the stash houses and you don't like sell them like every day or anything, like when they're full or something. So they have kind of indirectly actually buffed the MC apparently in this update, so that is a really good change apparently. Which could allow you to use the spawn convenience a lot more when it comes to the Oppressor Mark 1, especially in kind of the Mark 2 as well in here, that we'll talk about kind of as well. Now overall, I do find it better for the Mark 1, obviously, since Mark 1 is a gliding motorcycle, so it tends to get to places quicker, I feel, than the Mark 2. But yes. I think it's pretty much a fact that Mark 1 does get to places quicker than Mark 2, since it's a gliding bike, it's not a hover bike, so it tends to get to places a lot quicker for point A, point B, basically. And it hasn't been nerfed, I don't think they ever nerfed it a single time like they did the Mark II. They've nerfed it quite a several times or something at this point. Because of community outcry, all that kind of stuff, of course. Like, I get some of it, but, like, people ask for way too many nerfs, and it's not even, like, fun to use in most cases, I feel, anymore, unfortunately. But, yeah. Yeah, Mark 1 oppressor has the machine guns and missiles, and you only get to choose one at a time. Machine guns are not explosive. There's no explosive option for the guns like there is for the Mark II oppressor, though. So no matter your situation, I do think missiles are always going to be your best weapon to use for Mark 1 oppressor in particular, so you can lock on. But yeah, non-explosive machine guns are very niche in terms of like actual good use, unless you're like really good with like first person or something. But even then, I don't really think it's all that worth choosing the machine guns or missiles, especially on the Mark 1 oppressor, Mark 1 oppressor. Yes, your Mark 2 oppressor, is a hover bike, so it can pretty much stay in the air wherever you want, whenever you want, like the gliding bike of the Mark 1, where it can only be in the air for very limited amounts of time. Which means overall it's like a lot safer to use it, obviously, than the Mark 1, where you're going to have a huge risk of like crashing into like a wall or something. But at the same time, it sacrifices a lot of like movement speed and stuff as well, basically that the Mark 1 does have. And yeah, the tracking missiles. Yeah, tracking missiles at least used to be like the second best tracking missiles. I think something like the Stromberg or like Tordor having like second best tracking as well. So I think it basically had the Stromberg missiles on it. I think, which weren't the best tracking, but they're like next to the best tracking missiles. I think it used to at least. From my understanding, one of the nerfs they've done to the vehicle is they actually reduced the tracking of it to standard tracking though. So it's either the same tracking as the Mark 1 oppressor or even like a little worse somehow. Oh, and also I forgot to mention missiles are capped at 20 on the Mark 1 oppressor, which I think is the same on the Mark 2. I think they both have 20 missiles each. So once you use 20, you have to refill the vehicles as well. Like respawn them basically, and they'll have their 20 missiles again. Something I forgot to mention for those basically. But yeah. So yeah, I think this has the regular machine guns as an option. Again, only one weapon at a time it can have. They're like the Mark 1s, so you have to pick and choose basically. Basically. But yes. The worst option for the guns is definitely the machine guns, like the weaponry. I mean, general weaponry. Worst option will be the machine. Yes, be the basic machine guns. Again, same reason as the Mark 1 oppressor, it's just not going to be all that useful. Like, yeah, it could be a little more useful since hover bike and you can actually aim at what you're doing for like a lot of the time. For like what you're actually trying to aim at, you can actually aim like longer since it's a hover bike, obviously. Arguably, they're even worse on the Mark II just simply because that's the explosive cannons, though. I think originally when it was coming out, it was found that there was supposed to be like a limit for the explosive cannons, but they just never gave it a limit, so it has unlimited explosive cannon ammo, I believe. So yeah, it doesn't have an ammo limit on the explosive cannons. It has infinite like explosive cannon like ammo, which is arguably, if you use it correctly, it can be the best weapon, but does require a lot of precision, which is why missiles are still preferred on the Mark II. Even with the nerfs to missiles, I think the Mark II is still preferred usually to have missiles on it just for lock-on, obviously, since lock-on is just generally very, very useful. Especially for player versus enemy content, you do usually want Yes, you do usually want the missile lock-on, obviously, for player versus enemy content, especially as it keeps adding more and more lock-on jammers. But yeah, the good secondary weapon is the explosive cannons, which does have its advantages over the missiles. You just have to be a lot more accurate and precise with it, obviously, though, since they don't lock on, obviously, for the explosive cannons. But even with all the nerfs, it's still a very good grinding vehicle. In some ways, even better grinding vehicle than the Mark 1 oppressor. But I find, especially for the MC sales, the Mark 1 oppressor, I feel just generally has better use than the Mark 2 nowadays. I feel. Since it's been over nerfed into oblivion at this point, I feel. Up next is the Class A Scramjet. So this one's a car, has a rocket boost and a jump boost at the same time, which I think is the only vehicle that has that combo, I believe. I believe, yeah, it's the only vehicle that has the combo of both a jump boost and a rocket boost. So it is pretty unique in that regard. So it is pretty nice for point A, point B transport just because that's the jump boost and the rocket boost. Albeit, I still find a lot of better options for point A to point B transport than it, regardless of that nice combo it does have, as a unique combo that it does have. Like, I find that the Luxo, both of the oppressors, helicopters, and planes in general all just have better transportation regardless, so personally, I just don't use this thing, like, at all for that reason, but yeah. Depending on what you're using it for, depending on what you are using it for, though, it could be good. Now, yeah, unlike the oppressors that cap at 20 missiles, I think this thing has 30 missiles, and they're actually the best tracking missiles as well, unlike the oppressors, so... Your missiles are pretty much almost guaranteed to hit absolutely anything, aside for, like, aircrafts going like a circle, I feel, for the most part, or for the most part. And if for some reason it doesn't hit, you probably just have to, like, adjust to where your vehicle is, pretty much. If it's, like, a vehicle in, like, a contact mission, they have, like, structures above them or something that it's kind of hitting or something. Especially for the missile combat, I find it better than both the Mark 1, Mark 2 oppressor for missile combat in particular, for player versus enemy content. And then, yeah, it does have front-mounted machine guns, both of which can be on the vehicle at the same time, I believe, as well. Unlike the oppressors, which have one weapon each at a time. And unlike the Mark II, there's no explosive cannon option, so it's more like the Mark 1 oppressor, which is just basic machine guns. But at least you can have it with missiles at the same time, unlike the oppressor Mark 1. So it's a very good combat vehicle, so it's the best tracking only missiles in the game with 30 of them. And it can definitely do some sick free aim shots as well with the missile. No. It can do some sick, like, free aim shots, I'm sure, as well with the rocket boost and the jump boost combo it has. It's a neat combo. It does get some good free aim use, I'm sure, as well. So it can be a good vehicle, especially for free aim lobbies, but honestly, for Sicily, just having just much better options to use for any combat situation. I'd probably rather use a vigilante, honestly, than a scramjet. I don't think you really need a jump boost usually for a rocket boost vehicle. I feel it just makes it a little confusing of like what you want to do for point A, point B transport. If you want to be on ground or if you want to be in the air. So having more options is not always a good thing in the case of the scramjet, I feel in particular. But regardless, it's a very good vehicle, at least. And then yes, the Progen Lueva. Progen Pro. Yes, shitty tongue twisting ass fucking fro, fucking annoying fucking fro, stomach hernia shit. Come on. Yes, Progen Lueva, whatever. Lueva, whatever. New exclusive vehicle for Plus subscription alongside the FMJ Mark V. Can't even see what the price is since I'm not even a member, so... But I think it's like 2 million-ish or something, I believe. Go and check my stream again, I think, make sure it's working fine, of course. Yes, it is. It is. But yeah, apparently the Plus like subscription thing, like the garage thing, gets 20% off, which takes from $2,720,000 to $2,176,240. Again. Basic price is $2,720,300 versus 20% off. It's $2,176,240, which you get 20% off as a plus perk basically for the subscription for all these vehicles, aside for the free one, which is obviously 100% off instead of 20% off. Obviously. But yes. Yeah, this vehicle though, I don't know what the performance would be like since it just came out, obviously, though, so I don't have any performance to talk about here, unfortunately, from Brother 1322 or anything. No. And as a non-member, I cannot really test myself, I'm pretty sure, either. Alright, and then, yeah, the Grotti GT 750. Again, another new vehicle. This one can actually be purchased on the website as well, unlike the other two that are actually new on this dealership here. It's on the Legendary Motorsport. Yes. Like pretty much any new vehicle nowadays, it does miss a lock-on jammer. But yes. Like literally pretty much any other new vehicle in the game nowadays, it does actually have the option for a lock-on jammer. But it's a sports classics, I'm pretty sure. But also, I think there's like 2 other sports classics in the drift feed, so I'm not sure how good this will hold up, basically. But yes. Quickly going over the vehicles, though, there's a vehicle called the Grotti GT 500. But yes, I think it was in the Doomsday Heist update, I think, so... Or it was around that time, at least. Is that one on Southern for some reason? It might be. Or it might even be vaulted still, Might even just be vaulted still, actually. But it's probably not even on this site. It's probably just vaulted vehicles still, I'm guessing, actually. Yeah, I think it's just a vaulted vehicle, but yeah. Anyways, Yeah, anyways, the GT500 came out in Doomsday Heist. It's basically a successor vehicle to that, it seems, for the 750, basically, so. I think this is basically the vehicle that's basically on the main, like, image of the DLC, I believe. But yes, that image with Michael on it, basically, that main DLC image has this vehicle on it. I'm pretty sure it's that vehicle. But yeah, it's a sports classics. It could be good, maybe, but I think GT500 is just not good, if I recall, and that's why it's like vaulted in the first place, so... Honestly, it might not even be like top to class, especially because there's like actually 2 other ones in the drift feed, both of which I feel look more impressive speed-wise than this, quite frankly. I think the other 2 in the drift feed are actually looking like they're going to be better than this, quite frankly. Just look-wise, I feel seems like they would be speedier, like quicker options than this would be, basically. Basically. But yes. Without going into full details, I do think the two Ninja feet are definitely looking to be quicker than this one. I think. For sure. One, I think for sure. One, I think absolutely for sure. So I think there is just better sports classics. I guess just think just for sports classics coming out later in the update. So yeah, I wouldn't maybe jump the gun on this one just yet. I will say. Yeah, kind of a successor to GT500 from Doomsday Heist, so if you like that vehicle, then this vehicle could be a good one to get as well, perhaps, though, regardless. Yeah, I saw Arden again got the lock-on jammer support, as I showed in the email in this update. And yeah, it does have front-mounted machine guns you can put on it. It's on the Warstock website. Or actually, no, I'm not going to show it on there. So I did not for these free, so I'm not going to do that here. Actually. But I kind of already said what I want to say about it, given it was a new lock-on jammer vehicle. So honestly, I'm going to move on to BR8 now. I think, in interest of doing things a little quicker here, as much as I can without my body straight up fucking dying for some reason. But yeah. But yeah, the BR8 is a open wheel vehicle. I think this also might be the best open wheel vehicle in the game, if I recall, as well of the four. I think it's the best one for lap time, and therefore it's pretty much the best one in general, I believe, as well for your open wheel races. I think BR8's the one I always use, so yeah, I think it's pretty much the best open wheel vehicle in the game, I believe, in the spreadsheet, if I remember correctly, basically. Didn't this thing just got a lock-on jammer as well, actually? I think it did. Think it did. KK, I actually thought I stupidly deleted the email, but thankfully I did not, actually. Good. For some reason I thought I deleted it, especially because it was fuck-ass throats to Macernia, but no, I did not, so good. Wasn't it just on here for the first time? Or am I thinking of something else, even? Alright, maybe I was thinking of another thing. I think it might have got one last update, maybe I'm thinking of the last update, might have just got one or something. So yeah, I think the vehicle has a lock-on jammer on it, I think that you can buy, so that's something. That's something to note. This one probably has a lock-on jammer on it, so is that something that you can actually buy for it? Yeah, otherwise, it's actually a pretty good sports car, I believe. It's not as good as the Itali GTO, I think, but aside from Itali GTO, it's actually one of the best non-HSW sports cars in the game, I believe. So it is a pretty good sports car, I believe, on the Itali RSX. Assuming that doesn't really change in the latest update here for this update. I want to say it might just be primarily supercars. I don't actually think there is a new sports car in this update, if I recall, including drift feeds. So I believe that's the case, anyways. Technically speaking, I think there might be like a police vehicle or something based on a sports car or something coming out. Not gonna say what, obviously. I'm just dropping that as a little hint, but obviously those are pretty much considered emergency class, not actual sports class. Now, speaking of sports, they actually have the Karen Cream Armored up next. So I don't think I need to say much on this vehicle. This vehicle is absolutely amazing for your heist tier 4 and whatnot. As a matter of fact, it's been in the heist tier 4. For original heist tier 4. Karen Cream armored. But yes. But they give you that, and you have to complete the Criminal Mastermind Challenge for it, and it is pretty much the meta vehicle to use for the Criminal Mastermind Challenge for the original heists. So yeah, it is a very good, strong recommendation to buy that vehicle if you have not yet obtained it. I actually have a dedicated review and guide on this vehicle as well for my particular channel as well. I actually haven't made guides on these 3 vehicles here. I believe not, actually. And the same with the Ardent, for example, but yeah. Yes. And yeah, obviously the F&J Mark V again is your free vehicle, like I talked about before. Alright, so yeah, that finishes the showroom there. So I might talk about the rest of the plus stuff before I get out of the docks here, but while I'm also in this vehicle, I believe, as well. Or go on to like the casino or something before I end up going to the casino or something. So I'll check my stream one more time, make sure it's going fine, of course. Good. Oh. So I think it was just like what, a couple money opportunities I think I had to talk about at this point. I think yeah. Think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a couple like money opportunities I was going to talk about for the Plus subscription still, and I think that was the rest of the stuff basically. If you have to go entirely over, basically. Yes. So for plus benefit stuff for the last couple things, or was again as a reminder, I kind of said already when I didn't necessarily mean to, was 4 times money in RP on the free mode challenges and events. Now, sadly, it's not easy to show these off since I'm not in a public lobby or something. I don't have like 2 other people right now for invite only lobby either, per se. Fuck ass throat, stomach hernia. Fucking come on. Fuck. But yes. So yeah, free mode events, challenges, whatever are those like purple like free mode things that pop up if you're in like a lobby of at least like 3 or more players. I believe they all have to be outside like apartments and like buildings and stuff, I believe as well. So I think the main requirement is you need like 3 players at a minimum, which means you can do them in invite, which means yes, you can do them in invite only lobbies, which generally would maybe mean less competition. At the same time, undoubtedly, public lobbies will be your best way to get them efficiently, and if not a lot of people participate in one for some reason, then that means you'll have an easier time of actually winning it as well. If not, be like the only one even participating and win it by default, basically, anyways, or something. Now, it says 4 times. I'm kind of guessing it's not 2 times for the general event right now, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But yeah, since I kind of want to get through things, since it is a DLC release day, I might only talk about the best option, and that's going to be criminal damage, I would say, is your best option. So normally for criminal damage, I think you get like 35k if you win it. And I believe since it's 4 times, it would be like 140k if you win it, I believe, basically. Which is a good amount of money for free mode events. It is pretty much the best one, but yeah, 140k for just destroying a bunch of stuff for like 5-10 minutes, whatever, is pretty good. Now the meta strat for that is you want to go over to Fort Zancudo. Now I don't think it matters if you own a hanger, since I think 1 levels are disabled during the criminal damage free mode event anyways. But it probably helps if you do have a hanger regardless, though. I'm thinking. At the Fort Zancudo location I'm talking about in particular, obviously. And what you would want to do, obviously, is you would want to spawn the Savage. And you want to use your, like, Savage or whatever. I forget if I was already recommending the Savage, but yeah. For vehicle advice, I would use the Savage, since it has the pre-nerf explosive cannon that the Laser and Hydra used to have, but it got taken away with Sandra's Mercenaries DLC for those 2 fighter jets. And F-160 Raiju always had the nerfed explosive cannon, because obviously after that nerfed the laser Hydra cannons, of course. So yeah, with the Savage as the pre-nerf explosive cannon, you want to basically just destroy every vehicle that pops up in Fort Zancudo, and that's pretty much the best strat to do. You can also spawn CO vehicles from like Secure Reserve CO, and that will also help out with like 700 or like K per vehicle, and you can spawn like every 2 minutes or so, I believe. I believe, yes, you can spawn a CO vehicle like every 2 minutes, like you can for the mechanic vehicles, I believe. And that was always 2 minutes, I think, even before they made the mechanic change in like the 2020s, I think, for like any vehicle, pretty much. Any vehicle, for the most part, pretty much. So that is a good strat, pretty much, for it. You have Hunt the Beast as well, which might be one of the better ones. Especially if you're playing as the Beast, it tends to be pretty easy, especially if you're on foot and you don't, like, use the vehicle. If you're in the... If yes, you're the Beast. If. Oh my god, yes, stupid goddamn shitty fucking throat, stomach hernia, you know. Come on. But yeah, if you are the Beast and you're in a vehicle, just watch out for homing missiles hitting you, because if that's the case, you'll just instantly get killed. I believe if you're in the vehicle, then you'll be treated like any other, like, G-Town on character where you'll just blow up, basically, and die. If you're on foot, you do have an increased amount of health, I'm pretty sure. So you always have increased amount of health on foot. But if you're on foot, your weakness will be helicopter rotors. But yes. If you're on foot, your weakness will be helicopter rotors, because if you get hit by a helicopter rotor, it won't actually matter, and it'll just shred for you anyways. But yeah, the Beast will just instantly get killed off of helicopter rotors, so if you use like a stealth helicopter like the Aquila, the Annihilator Stealth, those would be your best options for taking out the Beast. If you're going against the Beast, trying to get the good amount of 4 times money. If you're plus... So it's kind of balancing if you're trying to like not get killed by a like missile, not get killed by like a helicopter rotor if somebody's like smart enough to do that, which is probably pretty niche. You'll probably not deal with that most of the times compared to like a missile obviously hitting your vehicle. That happens a lot more frequent than somebody actually trying to go out their way to kill you with like helicopter rotors, but it can surely happen. Oh shit, no way. I damaged it. Let me in. Yeah, apparently you can't actually go in. You cannot interact with it, by the way. By the way. Wait, you can actually shoot it, okay. Wonder if I can, like, straight up blow it up, I wonder. Do you gotta wonder if you can just straight blow it up or something. For sure. I did have to try that. Oh, why not? I wonder if no way called the cops on me. I wonder. But damn, even reached me in the docks area. Interesting. Find it interesting. They show up and they're not like blipped as well. They're like stealth or something kind of. It's kind of gone now. It's like something like what? Maybe damaging if it's like off the map. It just like disappears. I don't really know, but still. But interesting, you can at least damage the vehicle though, which is something. I kind of checked my bank though, worrying about that though. Sure. I lost the cops already. Okay, cool. But yeah, criminal damage, like I was saying, is the main one you want to do for the 4 times money and RP on the like free mode events. Followed by like Hunt the Beast probably would be a good second one. I find the air checkpoints and like the upper checkpoint ones are pretty good if you want to get some easy money. And as a matter of fact, if all of them get collected in the same lobby or something, like if all of the checkpoints get collected in like one run or something, I believe there's a bonus amount as well. Albeit one player alone probably will have a hard time doing that one completely though, but that one could theoretically get you like a good amount of money though. No. And yeah, there's challenges as well as mostly just speaking of events so far, but yeah. I'm trying to think of challenges. Challenges where you can use like specific vehicles that give you like a huge advantage are good. Like farthest jump in a land vehicle, for example. I think the Oppressor Mark 1 I was talking about was pretty good for that, being a gliding motorcycle. I think it's like the best vehicle to use for that one. I don't think any other vehicle do not think any other vehicle can do a huge vehicle jump as much as the Oppressor Mark 1 for farthest jump with like a land vehicle or whatever. So that's a good challenge going on with the vehicles in there. What other challenges? What other challenges? Trying to think if there's any other ones that have a huge advantage if you use a particular vehicle. Trying to think. I think there's a near misses challenge that's just generally good with like motorcycles. No. Yeah, I think there's a good one that's called like near misses or something. Have as many near misses as possible. And near misses is if you like get close to the vehicle and you don't like hit the vehicle or something. So obviously motorcycles work very, very good for that. And as a whole vehicle class, the near misses one is pretty easy, at least. And then there's a no way again, apparently. See, if I was jumping alien vehicles, especially good if I press a Mark 1. Motorcycles as a whole was good for the challenge of like near misses, having as many near misses as possible. Honestly, I can't think of much more on top of my head right now, I feel, so you know what, I'll just kind of move on, I guess. Especially because of this fuck-ass bro. Like, stomach hernia bullshit, accordance. And yeah, the other 4 times thing was the race, like, community race series, I thought it was, right? I think so. Not created, right. Yeah, it looks like just typical race series. It's not gonna be the, not gonna end up being the. Yeah, they're all stunt races, well, not regular races. I mean, okay. Are there 2 new ones this time? Okay. So you have exclamation underscore best in snow underscore more so double underscore, yeah. What? Exclamation double underscore best in snow double underscore exclamation. Yeah, the regular event is 2 times, otherwise it's 4 times. Now I'm not really sure if it's just this one time, like it's one particular one that's like 4 times, or like whatever plus. I think it said race series as a whole. I don't know. Maybe it will swap the combat though sometimes as well. Oh yeah, it does say community series if it is a combat or like a, or if it's like a seasonal one that's like different modes and not just race or combat, then not 2. Looks like it should be 4 times. Okay. Instead of 2 times. So they won't be 3 times though. So sadly for the regular event, they're not going to be 3 times. It looks like since it's going to be 4 times for plus until January 7th. But yeah. So yeah, 2 times instead it'll be 4 times for these. So again, exclamation mark double underscore best in snow double underscore the exclamation mark. Yes. New this time looks to be exclamation Christmas whatever stunt special Christmas with like a 4 instead of like what, like an A or something. Is this supposed to be Christmas or something? Oh. Is it supposed to be Christmas or something? I'm not really too sure since it has the 4 after the R or something and before the ST, whatever. But yes, exclamation Christmas stunt special whatever is apparently a new map apparently. Since I don't have it checked, surely. This one, like the number hashtag, whatever MGS. Xmas Chronicles 2, apparently. Is something. Okay, this one's Stunt Race and this one's Transformers. Interesting. And then you have the returning Christmas Crisscross. Returning Christmas Cards. Returning Reservoir Ice Race 2. And then you have the double. And then you have the double underscore Izzy Winter Sports or whatever. Returning as well, obviously. So it looks like this one has 2 new maps, not just your usual like 1 new map. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I guess instead to go over this for the plus subscription, I guess I could go over these now. I guess. Stream's still working good. Seems good. But yeah, it is a new DLC day, so I do basically want to cover these sooner rather than later. I think. Standard GTA rally non-contact. Okay, you have like all 4 of those options. I guess. Yeah, default to 1 lap it looks like, which I do really like. It is locked to supercar class. So no other class allowed, locked to supercar class. Traffic is forced off, apparently. Okay. Off at default for 1 level is custom vehicles, restricted off. But yeah, I noticed there's no HSW being on there, so I kind of presumed it was restricted already, so cool. Catch up is classic at default, but can be changed, so streams on at default, can be turned off. Can be turned off though. Stun grid orders default at default, and based on goes on. I set a map, so looking like that apparently. Looks like it's pretty much lap time heavy, it seems like. Especially at the beginning, especially at the beginning, it looks like it's pretty. Looks. Yeah, honestly, at the beginning, it kind of looks like it might be pretty fun for top speed a little bit. What's the initializing? What the hell is going on here?
They should call it imported outsourcing.
Alright, I don't know why I did that, but yeah. Kush weed, apparently, whatever. Yeah, sorry about that, though. That was kind of distracting, so I kind of left it back there. Yeah, I was trying to say, basically... Yeah, default settings, I think, are perfectly fine with me, I believe, on this one. For sure. Like they usually are, though. I don't know. But yes, anyways, I was trying to say, though. If there's any moment at all, I feel with top speed, it's pretty much like a beginning section, like after that first turn, it's looking like at most, but it's pretty much lap time heavy. Admittedly, though. Default radio speed of low down, 91.1. Okay. Not sure why I was initializing all that and stuff, but whatever. Looks like it's locked to the Zentorno, which I thankfully have a custom version of as well. And yeah, eventually they released that Rockstar Games delivery for it 1 year, so that was cool. I think it was like after 2022 with the initial Colonel Enterprises DLC, eventually got like just specialty Zentorno Liberty. Might have been Chop Shop update that did that, I forget, but yeah. Might have been a couple of years since using the Zentorno, which isn't the worst for any of my vehicles, to be fair, but still. So yeah, it is limited to Zentorno, it's looking like. I've seen no other vehicle features, obviously. 1 minute, like 2 minute lap is looking like, okay, not bad. But it's under a bridge in the desert, which is interesting. It's like after first turn, which I do actually like a lot, for sure. Special. But yeah, probably just need to race, I'm guessing. Probably just the name of the race was number one, basically, though. Oh shit! How the fuck did I mess up? God, I swear, stuffing the ball in my stupid goddamn fucking ass. Body, though. Fucking throat, stomach hernia shit, though. Like, come on. I wasn't expecting to go that thin, I think, though, as well. Oh shit. What the shit? Oh sheesh. Almost blew up there as well, I think. Wait, was there no checkpoint that whole time as well? Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Or something. Or maybe there was, and you just don't call or something. Okay, what's that stuff? Oh my god. Yeah, it keeps starting me here, even though there's not one checkpoint. It's just, it seems. That is an interesting dynamic. It seems there's a checkpoint even though you can't spawn there. Is that, how do you like pull that off? Okay, I think it might have got to menu first. It could be wrong. It looks like I erased there. Alright, now I'm definitely on menu first though, it seems. Or maybe not, I'm not actually that sure. Okay, what the hell do I do? I was like in circles a lot already. So confused. What the fuck is even like, come on, bro? Did I go down to like a lower path or something? I'm so actually confused. Oh, there's a checkpoint over there. What the hell? What the hell? I'm gonna try going down there, I guess. Oh, okay, that's what you do then, okay. Wow, that's actually very interesting. Shit. Might be my new favorite. Wow, you actually wall ride like crazy. That's sick. That's sick. Alright, yeah. Case of wall ride. Holy fuck, that's sick as fuck, actually. Alright, now it's not a wall ride anymore, though. Now it's over for sure, though. I don't think any ever raced on this. We never did that before. That's sick. That's sick. I do enjoy this race, and that's for sure. That's for sure. Alright, here's this sectional here, okay. I don't remember the okay. I thought it was adjusting the vehicle better, but I guess not, guess not. Alright, gotta do more adjustments on the stick this time. I'm doing fine so far. Oh shit. Or not. Pretty much into water there, basically. Alright, 7 more checkpoints. I decided to spoil it, I guess. Bird time to charm, maybe. Alright, better. Yes, I did it. Bird time to charm, indeed. I guess. Okay, I saw that road record and I thought it was going to be that kind of time. Apparently, turned out more like 4 minutes then. Because of all the mistakes and stuff. Because this one was actually surprisingly tough, actually, compared to the usual one. I feel. A little bit. Interesting, unique, like, wall ride gimmicks, that's for sure. Yeah, I think it's just that same one, right? Pretty sure. So I gotta go to free mode, I guess. Of course, the one that didn't show up was the other one I need. Yes, stupid fuck ass. Body, stomach. No, stupid body. Bro, stomach hernia though. Fuck, come on. Fuck. Well, I pretty much put him back where I was. I feel over money at least, or maybe a little over even. But yes. Yes, yes, indeed, though. That was definitely some pretty sick stuff, though. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. By the way, for lock-on chamber vehicles, by the way, because I think this might be a hexer over here or something. It is worth noting, of course, like the last couple updates, there are some vehicles that were faulted and got brought back on the website, so I forgot to mention that for some reason, so... Yeah, not all those vehicles were on the website before. Some of them were vaulted, like, between San Andreas and Mercenaries up till this update, basically. And that could happen maybe, like, one more time, basically, with, like, another update, obviously, of course. Or whatever. Again, I'm in the wrong section. I was in the Rockstar Crate. My bad. Yeah, of course, ironically, the one that did not show up in the list was the other new one I needed to go for still. Yeah, this one's Transform Race. I'm curious where this one is, but yeah. I thought the wall rides are very unique on that one compared to the other ones in Community Series ever, so that was a really fun race, though, on the last one for sure. Standing on contact, and that's it. Okay. One lap at the fall again. Really like that. I really like that. Huh, yeah. Huh, you can only do 1 or 2 laps, because I was doing left and it goes to 2 when I do left as well. Let's see. Traffic off at the fall and cannot be changed. Okay. HSW looks to be disabled at the fall. Okay. But you can enable it if you want to. If you want to, you could enable it. I probably won't, just because it's the settings the race creator seems to have already done, but yeah. Yes. Alright, so this one is 1 level off at the fall. Custom vehicles are restricted. Catch-ups have boosted, apparently, interestingly, at the fall. That is interesting. It seems to be the craziest catch-up option, I assume. I assume that's the biggest catch-up like thing there is, I believe, in a race that you can have. That was at the fault, so that's an interesting setting. That's never been the case, I think, on any of these community created ones before. Whatever. Strip streams on at default can be changed, though, at least. Same to catch up, obviously, yeah, that can be changed, but yeah, slipstream, yes, can be changed, but default on. Yeah, starting grid order, default, and baseline go on. Of course, this can be changed. Oh, okay. Okay, this one has some. I feel this one has some variety with the lap time top speed. I feel especially in the end section, it's looking like it will probably be the most top speed heavy there, especially right before like the red checkpoint, if it's anything to go off of here, basically. So I think turns and corners are pretty much in the early parts. Maybe a little bit in the middle, and especially the end, has like some top speed, maybe. At least that's what I'm thinking, at least. I'm going in again, just to make sure the settings were in fact correct. Yes, standard 1 off. Yes, disabled at default. Fine, I guess I'll keep it disabled then. Just see what the intended experience is for the race. No matter what I think, I'm just whatever. No matter. No. Yeah, no matter what I think, I'm just gonna keep it default though. to have the true authentic experience for the race. Okay, space 103.2 at the fallen radio for some reason. Okay. Alright, so for custom, it's looking like an off-road vehicle custom to choose. Okay. Terminus and the custom and regular terminus. And that's the only option. Okay. Terminus is a very good off-road vehicle. Like, it's pretty average. There's one stronger than it, but I think it's like the same placement for left-hand top speed or something. So like something like a Vagrant would be better. Vagrant for left-hand would be better if it was available. But yeah, top speed I kind of mentioned. Brawler is actually still kind of good there if I recall. I forget what's the best top speed for that actually. I kind of forget for off-road class, but yeah. Might have to go over that actually soon, since off-road might be actually pretty race if I recall. So I might actually kind of be going over that soon actually though, by the way, but yeah. Like obviously in like newer platforms, it's HSW basically for top speed though, but I'm talking about like older platforms, and obviously though, of course. Alright, 3 minute 34 second-ish, so it's probably gonna last at least 3 minutes, 3.5-ish minutes. Probably more like 4 minutes or something like what I got in the last one. Time there could definitely be made shorter if you're good at the course, I'm sure. 31 checkpoints, okay. Changes some kind of vehicle here. Sand King XL for off-road. I don't actually own this vehicle for sure, so it's stock. If you own it though, you probably would get it for if yes you do own it, you probably would be able to use a custom, I'm guessing. Yeah, me, I do not own the Sand King XL. Oh wow, there was a deer there, that's cool. Cool. I like this transform race so far. Was that mountain line or what? I'm sure. But yeah. Alright, another transform up after this. Cool. Oh, wow, there's a deer in there that I just hit. That's sick. Oh wow, the Buckingham Pyro. Okay. This is my custom one, I'm pretty sure, so it is able to be custom if you have it, apparently. Okay. Yeah, Pyro is a custom vehicle, so that's sick. That's sick. That is very much sick for sure. Technical Aqua. Okay, I do have that custom, obviously. It does have performance upgrades. It is one of those special vehicles in import-export. You'll see that it does have the engine upgrades, basically. It definitely should help if you have the custom version. The Terminus again for the second time. Okay. Transform right after that at this point. Basically. Oh, you kind of go through water a little bit. That's sick. That's sick. Is it going to be Sand King again as well, or what? Yes. Okay, I pretty much figured it would be. Wow, I predicted the future. It was just going to be Sand King XL again. One I could really benefit from if I actually had it as a custom for this race. I'm pretty sure, but I just do not have that, unfortunately. Pyro again, I wonder? Oh, it's a bow. Okay. Oh, it's just Technical Aqua again? Okay, I actually used the boat icon for Technical Aqua. I just didn't realize that was the case the last time. My bad. Helicopter. Okay, that might be for sure. Sea Sparrow. Okay. I have this custom, so that definitely helps. That definitely does seem to help. And then Either Terminus again or the Sanky XL again is my prediction. Probably just going to end in the custom vehicle, because why would it not, basically? Oh no, Sanky XL again, okay. Again, that was one of my two guesses. I guess pretty fine, I would say. I would say. Yeah, these sections of this part seem to be made for Sanky XL, I guess. I mean, that's why they put you in each time. The only custom did not have was Sanky XL. Wow, that was interesting for sure. But yeah, this will come this unless finding like the actual version of it is probably just gonna go away in like a week anyways, to be fair, but yeah. Yeah. Interesting use for the Sinking XL though. Oh yeah, that's a change they made, by the way. If you rate the job, you get $500. Right. Did I rate it last time? I kind of forget, but yeah. Maybe I did, I just didn't remember to go over it or like realize it or something. But you actually get $500 when you rate jobs now, instead of just like RP. Also, RP might have been 50 before, now it might be 500 as well for RP, actually. So I'd say you should always vote on jobs now, for sure, since 500 might not be a lot, like, initially, but if you put a lot of jobs, then that would be a lot of extra money you would eventually get over time, basically. Yeah, I think I had 15k last time when it said 14k, so I think I did do that, and I just forgot to go over it or something. So $500 per rating job. If you play a lot of jobs, there'll be a nice way to give some cash. That's for sure. Maybe I'd actually bet like $500 in like races or something as well, because of the $500 for like rating jobs now, even as well. Because I never bet, but like now I might bet $500 and I just get it back or something if I just rate the job, basically. That's a good change, for sure. Oh, there's the windmill again. Or wait, I think the real life one's the windmill, right? But yeah, there's no way again. There's no way again. I mean, yeah, that's the real life one. I think it's the windmill. Yes, yeah. So yeah, the 2 new races were pretty fun. Sure, I would say. I especially liked the wall ride one, but the transform is definitely pretty good as well, for sure. Gives you some good use, gives some good use for certain vehicles, for sure. So now I think I'm ready to go over to the casino and do like my usual stuff at before eventually I come over full circle and try to go over the new content, of course. Might just, honestly, just in case, go for here, just to make sure I'm kind of going like where I'm trying to be intending to go, or whatever. So yeah. Again, that was like all the plus stuff. Maybe I should go into more details on the money opportunity part of the community series, but yeah. So races, I think on 2 times, it used to be like 16K for the 8-10 minutes, whatever max payout is, I believe, but yeah. I think all race types at one point got like a 50% boost. I think it turned to like 24, 25K for like 8-10 minutes solo, which would mean around like 50-ish K at most on 4 times, surely, and again, that's for like solo racing for the 8-10 minutes, like max payout amount, whatever. Both of those were around 4 minute like races, so that might be like half your payout, or about half your payout, like a little under or something. But obviously, we'll get more money when playing with our players on that 2 times or 4 times with plus. But yeah, it's not amazing money. Honestly, your free mode events might just be better when they do pop up, but when they don't pop up, obviously you have your alternate method for the plus money opportunities in particular, of course. With plus having 4 times on those free mode events, yeah. Do those when they pop up, otherwise just do the racing, I guess, when I focus on any of those money opportunities for whatever reason, for whatever reason. Yeah, both the new ones are like 4-ish minutes for me, at least. For me. Albeit for me, I'd maybe messed up a good bit more than other people might on that first one with the wall rides and stuff, since I wasn't all expecting it to be a certain way. But once you're used to it, obviously it would be much easier to do it, though. Like in a lesser time. But I mean, it's not a serious moneymaker. Like, honestly, neither of those, quite frankly, are, I feel. It's probably not too focused on the money this time, so when you put in like the new contents, but on this plus month, they're not really doing much on this plus month, they're not really doing much apparently when it comes to like the new contents, it seems, compared to your average like initial day one thing. Crushing my stream still seems to be live, so good. Not that I necessarily expect anything different, but still. Huh, okay. So I actually got on the main newswire post for the like plus subscription, which I was on the website for plus actually before that, but it does mention actually the the Progen Luiva, whatever, is going on sale December 18th, whatever, just like the FMJ Mark V, so it does seem confirmed that both of those vehicles will in fact release like next Thursday. Next Thursday apparently both those vehicles will be releasing, it looks like, indeed, at least. No confirmation of other vehicles releasing, I think, next week, but like those 2 supercar releases, I think alone would be fine for like 1 week, quite frankly. Quite frankly. Okay, and also apparently Red Nose and Nutcracker were out before. Apparently those are actually not new. So yeah. Red Nose and Nutcracker outfits were apparently back from previous times or something. So there was one. So yeah, there was. Yes. There really was not that much new apparently to go over. It seems. There is an opera thing to go over though. Kinda no. Got civet tongue twisty ass throat. Like body, throat, stomach, hernia though. Come on. Fuh. Yeah, also there is a paragraph near the bottom of the actual main newswire, which I didn't seem to see on the actual website, but yes. Now until January 6th, you can get your first 3 months of GTA Plus for the price of 2 on PS5 and PC. Okay. Not Xbox for some reason, sounds like. Not Xbox for some reason, just PS5, PC. That's interesting. Yes, though. Apparently not the Xbox, just the PlayStation 5 and PC for now until January 6th. You can get your first 3 months of GT Plus for a price of 2 on PS5 and PC. Join now to claim all these special benefits. Access a selection of Rockstar Games titles and the GT Plus games library and much more. Visit the GT Plus site to sign up. So it seems when you buy your first 2 months, you get like a third month free, basically. So yeah, buy 2, get 1 free for a month of Plus, basically. Since we going on PlayStation 5 and PC enhanced. But not the Xbox Series X slash S for some reason. Weird. I don't know why, but okay. Probably Cockstar. Probably more Cockstar than actual, like, Microsoft, I'm guessing. So I think that was it for Plus Funny though. I just had a couple things to go on the actual newswire listing for instead of like the actual website, I guess for some reason that weren't as easy to see there, at least if they were even there. But anyways, the regular time trial looks to be observatory. It looks like here. I think it's like what, the second one. So if you put the Cato Libri story mission, whatever, from like Martin Madrazo or something they're calling story mode, with Michael and Trevor, I believe. It like all goes over here with like the dirt roads and stuff. There's a bunch of dirt roads you can basically take over to like kind of close to the shop over here, whatever. Somehow you can kind of do it where you can kind of go through the desert and like the airstrip, all like pretty conveniently and stuff. If I recall, with like stunt jumps and stuff. If you don't know if you don't know what I'm talking about, just replay Cato Libri, the story mission, and the route should be pretty clear from there. I think. You can also go through like here and stuff. It kind of could be a slight shortcut if you do it right, I guess. But yeah. And yeah, I think the single player mission kind of goes to like some dirt area over here. But instead of there, it's going to like actual Mackenzie, like the Grapeseed airstrip, I believe. Like, I think the plane was going to land there, so it kind of goes where the plane was going to land on that one story mission. So, like, the dirt field, whatever, that actually lands at. But yeah, it's pretty much that route you want to be taking. So that pretty much explains any shortcuts or anything you want to do. I feel this one's mostly lap time for sure of all the shortcutting you would have to do, like cross country, all that stuff, of course. So being very cross country, you do want to like pretty much do lap time, I think, over top speed for sure. But yes. So at least for the day of Thursday, your looks to be observatory for your regular time trial. I think they changed it eventually though. Oh no. With the regular time trials, like sometime after the initial release of Sanders Mercenaries. I say kind of for day Thursday, because when it first introduced Sanders Mercenaries for like the latest changes for the regular time trials, I think it was made where it was supposed to be a daily thing, like it changes every single day, but nowadays, no. Yeah, nowadays though. I think they kind of went back on the daily thing for the regular time trials and this weekly. I think the actual time trial is weekly, but the daily payout I think is still like 50k a day or something, like the RC Bandito Junk Energy do it, I believe.
Hey, you're supposed to call me.
And yeah, for vehicle classes, as the thumbnail shows, off-road should work kind of good for this one, of course, since there's off-road for shortcuts you should be taking. But if not, just your usual like, good classes for pretty much time trials in general, which is going to be motorcycles especially, followed by supercar and sports cars, that we'll basically go over later, I suppose, if they just study time trial just a little bit. And then your RC Bandito time trial for the day of Thursday looks to be Cypress Flats. If I didn't mention part times for some reason. Honestly, I don't really care fucking screw. It's a DLC release day. I need to be more focused on what's important and get through quicker, kinda. But yeah, I'm not gonna say it here then. I think I skipped out by accident on the record one. Kinda. Jeez, stupid body having a sneeze. I bet my stupid goddamn fucking ass. Nasty ass, fuck ass. Body like. Throat, stomach hernia will not improve a bit. But yes, so. Yes, though. But yeah, so the name does suggest you only have the one vehicle, yes, at RC Bandito. So yeah, you have to learn turns, corners naturally for like respawning of like triangle on Xbox for a key and PC. And if not that, and yes, if not that, then I would look up some video guide out there. But even if you look up a video guide, no guarantee you would get it first try. So I prefer the respawn method for sure. With like triangle on Xbox, whatever key on PC. Triangle, yes, one Xbox, whatever key on PC. And just naturally learn those turns and corners if you have to like restart it like a lot of times or something. But yes, the name does suggest you can only use the one vehicle versus Bandito. So it's pretty much just two strats I mentioned pretty much, for the most part. On to the weekly HSW time trial. since you get paid $250K for these ones are weekly, not daily, like your regular, the RC, and then the junk energy ones. But yes. No part-time displayed, by the way, as well, since you have to actually be in an HSW vehicle to actually see a part-time. But yes. So the only new one released so far is the supercar, the Vapid FNJ Mark V. That is your only new one so far. There is a confirmed second one, but that would go into leak territory, and I don't really want to spoil that for people that might not want to know that yet, but it is not out in the game in any way, shape, or form yet. Unlike the last couple updates where I think you could get it kind of early for like, unlike yes, the last couple updates where you could kind of get it early, I believe for like plus or career progression. Like Fireball ASP for 2 updates ago was like career progression, and of course I had the messed up like part time because of that or something. I think that was the only way to I think that was the only time they actually distributed it properly like that. Or not properly, but like distributed HSW early for the career progression. In Agent Sabotage, though, last year's winter update, exactly a year ago on the 10th, it was, I think, as well. As Bruffy1322, I think, mentioned, because it was on his birthday for this DLC and the last winter's update, I think. Fun fact. But yes. So where was I going at there again? Hold up. Oh yeah, and Tampa GT I think was early access to Plus, I believe, if I recall. Okay, hold on, I have to actually get up and do something briefly. Have a dead skin and pull it off or something. Hold up. Alright, yeah, sorry about that, like, dead skin I pulled from my lip or something. Apparently. So, like I was saying though, Fireball ASP was like the single HSW vehicle I think that got early access for the career progression, hence why I probably had that bugged out like part-time when it came to Agent Sabotage DLC, since I guess I didn't know how to handle that or something somehow. And then, Money Fronts had the Tampa GT, which technically had plus early access. But yeah, there is a second HSW vehicle available apparently for the new update for the Safehouse in the Hills. There's usually 2 HSW vehicles, it's no different. I think the only time there was more than 2 was Dangerous Mercenaries, which had 4, I believe. I'm probably guessing it was because 2 of them had the silk mines on it. So if you had the silk mines on, you could only have like 2. You could actually use like the Tom Charles, for example, or for example. Like the Stinger TT I was using recently, that's not usable in its Tom Charles if you actually have the silk mines on, for example. But yes. So there is a second one that is coming out. But I don't want to say details on it since it goes into leak territory since it's not out at all yet. But it will be out, apparently. And it sounds like it might be the first vehicle to release on a certain website, so it might not be all that long for it to come out, though. It is not coming out next week, I will say, though. It's another vehicle that's not the early access ones for Plus in the current rotation or whatever. So, again, I do assume the Mark V will be the best lap-time option for the supercar class, so very much probably is a good new option to use, I'm going to assume. But yeah. So not much to talk about for new vehicles yet. It's not fully out yet for the FNJ Mark V, but yeah. And the update just came out, so it's not 100% confident what the performance will be just yet, of course. But anyways, you have Class C, Class B, Class A, whatever Class C is your pretty much compacts, coupes, only one compact that bears RA, HSW alongside the Sentinel XS and Euros X42, X42, X42. Those are your free Class C vehicles, whatever. Class B is muscle cars, SB is sports classics, and off-road, that was eventually out of San Andreas Mercenaries DLC with HSW Monstrosity, and eventually the Fireball ASP came out with Agent Sabotage for second off-road. And yeah, Class B only mentioned like the classes, since there's like 10 plus vehicles from there for Class B, Class A. Class C only has like 3, so I might as well name drop those ones. This one says ones. And then Class A is your sports super motorcycles, whatever. Like I was pretty much going into the regular time trial, so pretty much your best overall race classes are Class A, which is sports super motorcycles. Hence why I pretty much recommend those classes for regular time trials, just because they're pretty much the best classes for HSW time trials, basically. Basically. So yeah, that's the vehicle advice basically. And yeah, for shortcutting, I think this one I don't believe there's that much you could really do in terms of shortcutting that makes all that much sense anyways. Yeah, I think usually I'd go this way or something. If you're careful, you could probably diagonal here, but even then, that's kind of a risky shortcut. But literally, besides for that, I feel for the most part, you're just wanting to go the GPS route. Besides for that, yeah, I think you want to go GPS route, though. No. And yeah, it goes to like the salvage yard area, whatever, for like the most expensive one, I believe, and like that one iconic one, I guess. But yeah, it kind of goes over there. You want to kind of get to this road, I think, though, personally, though. If I recall right, basically. So yeah, GPS route pretty much works perfectly, I would say, for this one. Only real part you can maybe shortcut is the way beginning, I would say, really. With like a couple diagonals, which... But yes, a couple diagonals, maybe at like the beginning, that's pretty much about it for some shortcutting, I feel. If even. Like, I only really do this diagonal, I don't even really do a diagonal over here, I think. So yeah, there's really not much for shortcut potential in that one, I feel. Besides for just doing the GPS route, really. But yeah, junk energy time trial for the day of Thursday, obviously. Is apparently Mirror Park, apparently. So yeah, for junk energy time trials, it's kind of similar to RCB and Data, where you only have like 1 or 2 vehicles you could use. Technically 2, since you have the junk energy inductor and the regular inductor, but they're practically the same one vehicle. Just different cosmetic for both of them. That's pretty much it. And no, you cannot use the BMX during the 2013 bicycle, like cycles in the game. You have to use the inductor bikes in 2023 San Andreas Mercenaries DLC. The ones that have the curse boost on them, that's why they're kind of required. So that's kind of the gimmick of the junk energy time trials, basically. But yes. As long as you need to go maximize on Kerr's boost, do not fall off the bicycle, you should have no problem to complete it though. Again. As long as you don't fall off going to go, maximize on your Kerr's boost, I assume you should have no problem beating this one. No. And if not, then just simply look up the video guide if that does not help out or something for some reason. Okay. So. On to the Priam race apparently for the week. It is apparently for the off-road class. So yeah, if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC, and your newer platforms for the game, obviously, where the ones that have HSW, how special works, you have exactly two of those. One that's good for lap time, one that's good for top speed. Which is your HSW monstrosity if you're going for a lap time, which is pretty much what you'll want to use for most of them. But if for some reason it's a top speed focused course, you want to be using the Firebolt ASP instead. Also off-road, if it's like a true off-road race, there might be different terrains and stuff, which monstrosity probably is the more true off-road vehicle, I'm guessing, so there too you'd probably more so want the monstrosity. Otherwise, I'm trying to remember. You had the Vagrant, whatever. I think that's for sure the best one for lap time, I believe. If you're on the older platforms. If you're on the older platforms, PS4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, I do believe the best one is then the Vagrant, if I remember correctly. Vagrant, whatever. Followed by... I'm trying to remember. I think the Draugr would maybe be the next one below for a lap time, followed by... It's either the Terminus or something like above it. I don't know if it's the Ratel per se, I don't think so. But something. I'll look though. I'll look though. I'm on a different spreadsheet apparently right now for a different game or something, so I gotta get to the one I need to be on. Basically. Or actually, apparently it's the Draugr that's apparently number one for lap time, followed by the Vagrant, and then it's the Terminus. Okay, I kind of had the right idea. Just swapped the Vagrant. But like, I put that above the Draugr. I did by accident. But yeah, S tier is your HSW options. Again, monstrosity for lap time, Firebolt ASP for top speed. If you're on newer platforms, if you're on the legacy platforms, the Ancient Consoles, PC Legacy, it's here. Draugr, followed by the Vagrant, and then the Terminus for your A tier. I think the Draugr has a huge top speed difference, so mostly the Vagrant, Terminus might be the better two to use, by the way, for the legacy platforms. It's looking like, but yeah. So those are any vehicles you should basically be using for whatever platform type that you're on. But yes. So what is lap time? What is top speed? For those of me not as familiar, someone else. Lap time is turns and corners in the city. Primarily, of course, but yes. Yeah, most races involve lap times, and so have some kind of significant turn corner, basically. But But there will usually be some sort of like significant like turn corner, so you tongue twisting bro. What the hell? Stick that body, bro. Stomach hurt. Come on, fuck. Yes. Most races have some kind of significant turn corner though, so you'll probably want a lap time, of course, over top speed in most cases. Top speed is very niche in particular though, in comparison though, which is your highways, airport runways, and your airstrips, like pretty much any area in real life you'd be able to actually maximize on their speed. Airstrips includes like the newer Tongue Hill. The newer Tongue Hills airstrip, for example, from Maiden Sabotage of last winter's update. Grants Nord Desert, and then Grapeseed for your airstrips. There's kind of only like a few, several-ish like areas, kind of barely for your top speed. It seems. And actually, I'm not done entirely there yet. But yes. How do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going over actual race course? You can do square, as seen in the bottom right rectangle for start job. That would be X on Xbox, whatever key it is on PC. When you do that, it will take you into the actual race. You can also go to the physical Corona and press like right on D-pad, whatever I believe, if you're doing a physical Corona method. It might be like quick job on the phone or something. I don't know if there's anything else in those like three methods of doing it, but yeah. The method I'm talking about though is square X and Xbox for a key on PC. As I kind of explained on that bottom right rectangle for start job, of course. When doing that, you'll be put into racing lobby screen. On that race lobby screen, you also do the same thing, square X and Xbox or key on PC. And you'll get the map of the race, like I've been showing obviously when I was doing the race community series stuff. And you should be able to analyze for laptop top speed. So analyze for turns corners, which you'll most likely be having like more of that than pure top speed, of course, in most cases. Again, as I've kind of already shown in like the two races I did, like in the stream already, but community race series. Or in those niche cases of top speed, you'll surely be able to notice some straights, surely. And yeah, for some reason, if you have to do it when you like do that, I think when you choose a vehicle, you should be able to do the map as well. Probably when you see a vehicle, you might be able to minimize performance, especially when you see the map next to it or something. I assume that's why they let you do that, whatever. And that basically does it for that, basically.
And stop all the bleats about how spiritual.
Alright, so into casino finally, and to go over podium vehicle for the week. Looks like it's the Urmach SC1, it looks like, for the supercar class. When I was released during the Doomsday Heist DLC back in like late 2017, so it's quite dated. It was like in the first 4 years of the game, I believe. Obviously since then, there's been like another like, what, 8 years or something? Yeah, 1,000-ish visitor bonus chips got me to 1,609,939 chips, whatever.
Come dressed like you deserve success.
Just one more minute.
Yeah, before I spin, I'm going to check on the stream one more time. It's probably some time since. Kind of probably at the point in the stream I'm kind of able to move a bit quicker, hopefully. Once my fucking shitty body, like, throats and hernia shit don't get hell in the way, of course that is. Again, being a DLC release day, I'll see if I can try to get things quicker, of course. It's not a dedicated event stream, obviously. Yeah, 10,000 chips, okay. Gave me the 1,619,909 chips now, okay. Okay. Get Urmach SC1. Simeon text again. SC. I think this one's on Legendary Motorsport, I believe, usually. Yes, Urmach SC1 over here. I think this one might have lock on jammer now, I could be wrong. Yes, it does. I don't assume it just came back in this update. I don't think so. I don't remember it being on the list, though. It either came back in Agent Sabotage or Money Fronts. And that assumes they even removed it in the first place. Could be one of the vehicles that was always on the website that just got a lock on Jane Revinci in the last couple-ish updates now of Agent Sabotage, Money Fronts, and now Safehouse in the Hills, of course. So apparently by getting this vehicle, you'll be saving $1,603,000. Yes, by getting the vehicle, you'll save $1,603,000. Sadly, I don't remember this being a very good supercar. And without any of the newest DLC vehicles into account, there is a good bit of supercars in this update, just keep in mind, so it could change a good bit. I think this one's already kind of bad already, so it's just going to make it even worse with any of these new supercars, I'm sure. But apparently, the Urmach SC1, as of the previous Money Front DLC, is in the H tier, giving it a 50th place lap time and a 49th place top speed according to Brevy 152's vehicle spreadsheet. So it's in the high 40s or like 50s at best. It's just garbage compared to 64 supercars for the whole game. So yeah, out of 64 whole supercars, again, as a Money Front last update, it's in the 40s and 50s. Which, yeah, no matter what happens with the new vehicles, I don't think that really means anything good. So this is more, this here is more of a customization vehicle rather than anything. However, I think Doomsday Heist was before they started doing like a lot of livery support on like pretty much any vehicle that releases in like a modern day GT Online update, so I don't really think this even has customization much going for it. I don't really think it has customization going much for it either, quite frankly. Only real good thing about it now is the lock-on jammer, quite frankly, but you have like a lot of other vehicles that are like a lot better for the lock-on jammer at this rate. Like, just look at all the ones I praised in this stream, after all. Like, I know I always try to find something good for like something where I can, but yeah. Like, there's definitely enough good vehicles in that list, even with that aside, that you could definitely be choosing much more. So I think only collector for the lock-on jammer, quite frankly, I would say. So sadly, I don't really think it's that worth it, honestly. Unless for personal preference customization reasons. Obviously, unless you have any personal preference customization kind of reason to get it, and I don't really think it's that worth it, quite frankly. So probably not too worth the, like, 8 wheel spins or something you can do, which is a little more than usual. And what, like 1 out of 20, that's like 5% chance each day. 40% or 80% on one character. If you use 2 characters, especially if you get like plus, which is why I doubled the percent, because you can get plus for the extra wheel spin, then yeah, you might have a chance of basically getting it guaranteed if you're willing to put all the effort in like 2 different characters to do it. Even on just one character, you do have a good chance of doing it, especially with plus nowadays, but yeah. Yes, yes. I took a weird way this time. My bad. Whatever though. Whatever though. And yeah, by the way, if I didn't credit the like source, it was from Bruffy1322, of course, racing YouTuber for GTA Online. Like I always cover basically for the performance, of course, that I go over. Basically.
Watch the kicks, homie, damn! Really though? I ain't even tripping. Cocaine superpower!
Alright, but yeah, here, I assume it's going to be any of the new batch of the removed vehicles. Here, yes, I assume it's just going to be for the new batch of removed vehicles at this point. Which, obviously, that list is getting... yeah. Obviously, that list is getting, like, significantly smaller throughout these more recent updates, since they keep putting lock-on chambers on certain ones, bringing them back, of course. Which, yeah, for some of those, obviously, referred to the earlier part was going over all those lock-on chamber vehicles, because some of those are ones that are brought back, obviously. Compared to Agent Sabotage and Money Fronts, which did pretty much the same thing. Basically. I know the aircrafts are not vaulted at all, I believe, for sure, so I don't think any of those would have been vaulted obviously before. Yeah, some vehicles were already on the site, like the Neobe, for example, that got the lock-on chamber in this update, and that's always been there, but yeah. Probably most of the, like, land vehicles were probably vaulted ones, so I don't know. Yeah, the day one benefactor Serrano, sports car or whatever. Bashi Rapid GT for sports class as well. And then you have the Bashi JB700, the non-weaponized decommissioned one or whatever for sports classics class. Which somehow still didn't get a lock-on chamber in this update, even though they gave like the Ignis one, the weaponized Ignis was the one I had it before, for example. Kind of find that one weird, but maybe next time, maybe next time, if there is a next time for summer 2026 or something. Which again, like I kind of said earlier in the stream, the Parent Battle mission kind of suggests that might be the case, basically. So I'll see if the vault vehicle list for some reason might have been updated or anything. I wonder. I don't know if it actually numbers the thing, basically, whatever. 81, I think it might have always been 81, like, as a money front, at least, so I don't doubt the spreadsheet still needs updating. It's only been like a day, not even a day since the update came out, basically. Or even just a little over a day at this point, since they come out like 2 in the morning or something. But again, I started streaming this at like 11:59, last minute, on Wednesday, basically. Like I've kind of usually been doing it lately, but yeah. On DLC launch days. Launch days. Oh, okay, so it's not updated at all, but what I can do is I can just cross-reference what's on here and just add one, probably, of course. Probably. Did the brawler get a lock on Jammer? I forget, actually. Yeah, the brawler got a lock on Jammer, I remember, actually. That's right. So yeah, the spreadsheet's in fact not updated. Again, not surprised, it's only been not even like a whole day or barely over a whole day at this point, but yeah. Yes, yes. So I'm not, like, giving flack to Bruffy 152 for not updating it. Like, I get it, obviously it just came out. You know, it's his birthday apparently as well, on top of that, on the 10th, basically. So the Serrano looks like it might have been available for the 7th time as a disappearance now for the dealership appearance now. As of the last like 2.5-ish years, I think, of the game around there at this point. Since Sanders Mercenaries was summer 2023, it's winter 2025 now. For the roofed version of the Rapid GT, which there's a couple versions of the Rapid GT, so chances are it could be slightly wrong depending on how it was documented on the spreadsheet or something, for all I know, but yeah. So yes. This one doesn't seem to be Cabrio as far as I can tell. It's looking like it's the regular version, I think, albeit it does have the roof on it, like the black roof on it. So it's hard to tell, really, I feel. But yes. If it is the Cabrio, then it's been available for, like, the 8th time, though, it looks like, then if it's not the Cabrio for some reason, it would also be available, it looks like, for the 8th time, regardless of what version it is, actually. So 8 appearances in the last 2.5 years. 8 appearances, yes, in the last 2.5 years-ish. Yes. Like, 8 appearances in the last 2.5 years-ish. Yes, there. Finally said it right. God damn it. Podcast body. Bro. Stop my hernia. Fuck, come on. Fuck. And finally, you have the regular JB700, not the weaponized one, the decommissioned one, whatever. That doesn't have the weapons available, of course. And it looks like it made its 11th appearance on the dealership as the last 2.5 years-ish, basically. So again, I think it's 7 appearances, 8 appearances, and 11 appearances, I think I said for these as the last 2.5 years-ish, basically. To get an idea of the frequency at which they've appeared in the 2.5 years-ish of the vaulting of them, yes. Yes, the vaulting of them, yes. Terrible shitty ass body though. Bro, stomach hurting though. Come on. Fuck.
Hey, you got me fitted with the best tech money can buy.
Oh shit, Moody man, fuck out here, fool. Whatever. But yes. The Alice Car Meet Prize Art Challenge apparently is for the NTX is yes. For the Entity XXR that is. For the overflawed NTXXR, whatever. And it is placed top 3 for 2 days in a row. So yeah, top 3 2 days in a row. It's not guaranteed for the pursuit races, but it can pretty much be guaranteed for the street races. And well, only 2 days in a row, right? Yeah, that's pretty easy, especially with the extended extra day, or basically getting an extra day. So you might as well just do it, I would say, if you want it for some reason. So yes. So for options that you pretty much for sure have, is going to be your OG Los Santos Tuners races, or the street races. Again. You can do the pursuit race method, but it's 4 players minimum, which means it's what, like a 75% chance of doing it. And you have to also have 2 days in a row on top of that. I don't really know if that's the most worth it, quite frankly. But 75% is still pretty good odds, though, if you think some random or something will be, like, worse than you at the race or something. But yeah, again. I think the way it works is it's... Again. I do, yes. I think the way it works is if the number is higher than the 2 players of like street race, it means you can basically guarantee the challenge, even if it's like tied or 2. Only a top 1 would not be guaranteed in any way, shape, or form, and even then you can always do the strat, like exchange wins with like a friend or something, just like top 1 for like a ridiculous amount of time or something. Like days or whatever, in like a worst case situation, which I don't know if they've ever done that much before, but like I said, it's probably just 1 time or something, or a couple times or something.
Double do-rag, 2 times the do-rag, 4 times the fun.
But yeah, street races are 2 players, so I think it's pretty much a guaranteed entry for the challenge, as long as it's being done with 2 or 3 players, and it's basically a guaranteed top 3 at that point. So that is pretty much the strat to do on the street races. Now, ones I don't believe count will be your drag and drift races. And I think the main reason they don't count is it came out a couple years later with the Chop Chop DLC, like a couple years past the Los Santos DLC. And aside for quality of life improvements, they don't really go back to old content oftentimes, I find. So yes. Drag races would be almost a guaranteed entry no matter what, if it did for sure count.
I can respect that.
Yeah, I don't think it does count. And drift races, on the other hand, even with 1 to 8 players, impossible generosity with like 2 or 3 players. I know solo, they definitely do not count solo. I've never played them with other players, so I don't know if they count like that way, but again, I assume they don't, but yeah. You could do 2, 3 players if it does for some reason count, of course, like the street race, but again, I don't think that's the case in certain newer things, basically. And also, drift races in general, you have to be good at drifting, since they play different than like your traditional race types, not position based outright entirely, like most race types are. So it all depends on like how good you are at like drifting with like multipliers, all that kind of stuff as well, which I think is just too much anyways for like prize challenges were to count you in the first place for some reason.
Shit, I'm gonna pull up on the race and show these motherfuckers how it's done.
Yeah, I talked about the strats pretty much, I think, for this one, but yes, it should be an Electric Motorsports, San Andreas Super Sport Series, whatever, like that spring 2018 update, I think it was the spring 2018 update, which I think was also the last spring update that ever happened for the game, if I remember right, as well. That wasn't tied to like a winter update or something, of course. Don't think it was popular, right? Which, yeah, I know that's a new thing. I'll talk about it later, though, when I go more over patch notes, I think, pretty much. But, yeah. I think it's a nice change. I think it's better than the feature, just featuring the last two updates. I think discount would, like Game Master said, I think discount would be better, though. Have all the discounts in a dedicated section instead, though, instead of what's popular, basically. And yeah, these vehicles pretty much always feature on the websites, I believe, for the prize ride vehicles. They always pretty much have a tendency to feature on the websites. Same with the podium vehicles, it's pretty much always appear on the websites, by the way. So, unlike the SC1 or Mach SC1 over at the podium vehicle, like for the Damasceno Resort, this does not have access to the missile lock-on jammer feature, apparently. So I assume this vehicle never got removed from vehicle websites, still doesn't have the lock-on jammer, but yeah, yes. Apparently it costs $2,305,000. Also, just no trade price for this vehicle. San Andreas Super Sports Series update, whatever, was not known for trade prices, I'm pretty sure, compared to some other updates before and after, so I'm pretty sure it does not have a trade price for it. But yeah, it's a supercar, just like the SC1 over in the podium vehicle area. Basically. And according to Breathy 1322's vehicle spreadsheet, basically. Yeah, this one I think is more top speed focused than the lap time, by the way. Just saying right off the bat, by the way. So most likely in most cases you probably won't want to be using it. But yeah. Yes. It's probably better than SC1, at least I'll say that, but still. Okay, well, for a lap time, it's apparently not better than SC1 for a lap time, but yeah. I don't know. So this vehicle looks to be in the I tier, apparently, for the supercar class, according to Breath 152's vehicle spreadsheet. And again, as a reminder, this is as of last update money fronts. It's not updated for the spreadsheet, obviously, since this update just came out. This update's not even like 30 hours old at this point, so like yeah, it hasn't like exactly got updated for new vehicles for Safehouse and Hills. So as a last update, money runs DLC of the 64 supercars from that update and before. It is apparently an I tier, giving it 56th place in lap time, which is likely just going to go down even further with this update. And apparently it's actually 15th place for top speed, so... And that was before the FMJ Mark V, keep in mind, where there's only 4 HSW options for HSW supercars. So for sure, it's pretty much like 16th place at least for top speed at this point, like for sure. Since I'm sure the FMJ Mark V is pretty much going to be in the top 5 pretty much for top speed. HSW's big thing as a whole is the insane top speeds. That's the main gimmick of it, after all. So yeah, HSW can be bad in lap time, but they never really tend to be bad in top speed, is what I'm basically saying. So it's not top 10 anymore, no matter what, pretty much for the XXR. So I think this vehicle has officially fallen off. I think this vehicle has definitely officially fallen off in more recent times for the top speed even as well, unfortunately. And with the abysmal lap time, which is the more important metric, I don't honestly think this one's that worth it. NTMT is basically the successor to the XXR at this point. And even as the HSW upgrade, that also makes it like the #1 top speed. And I assume it probably still holds the #1 spot as well, I'm guessing, on the NTMT. I assume it's more of a lap time one after all for the F&J Mark V, but have to wait and see, of course, because that's probably the only supercar that's warranting beating that for top speed, I'm guessing. F&J Mark V would be the only chance of beating the NTMT for top speed this update, I'm guessing. No doubt. Which I assume it would just be best for a lap time, not top speed. If I were to take a guess, of course. So yeah, just get to NTMT nowadays. I feel, quite frankly, this one's not too worth it, I find. Unless you want it for personal preference customization reasons, I don't really find it even be that worth it. And even a lock-on jammer is not a saving grace for it because it doesn't actually have a lock-on jammer, unlike the your Mac SC one. So at least it had that while it had the abysmal performance it had, at least. Albeit this one's not in the 40s and 50s for both metrics. This one's at least in the 10s for top speed, and it probably still will be, I'm guessing, as well. Oh yeah, how many supercars it could maybe be thrown into the 20s even, for all I know, but yeah. I don't assume that's going to happen, but it could be wrong though. And then for those on newer platforms, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced, the HSW Premium Test Ride is looking to be the Winnie Izzy Rally. Yes. So yeah, for SUV, it's an SUVs class. I believe there's like 4 or 5 of those at this point. No HSW class has like 10 of them or anything, where I would say just don't like bother with a certain HSW vehicle or something. I feel all HSW vehicles can be very, very worth it. But yeah, this one, I think this one's actually #1, right, for top speed. I could be wrong. I think it still is #1. I still think this one is still #1 for top speed. I think the Woodlander, what was like #2 for top speed? Or was like what, #3 lap time between the HSWs in particular, with it even being below the Castigator for like the best non-HSW lap time SUV. So I think this one is the top metric for the top speed, which again is what HSW prioritizes in. So it is a good SUV HSW, at least compared to the Woodlander. That's for sure. I think. And then anything here, 28s that should be listing the F&J Mark V, obviously. And again, there is a second HSW upgrade according to the leaks. It's just not out in any way, shape, or form yet. Again, Tampa GT, I think, had early access for Plus last update. Fireball ESP also had early access for career progressions. I think those were pretty much on the list even on day 1 of the update. But right now only shows the F&J Mark V. That's the only one currently in the game. And it's also Plus exclusive as well, so it cannot be bought right now. Cannot yes be bought right now. Cannot. Yeah, not until next event it cannot be bought by all players. And it might be a couple weeks at least till the second one ends up coming out for this update as well. But yes, yes, yes. As for as for drift vehicle list, again, I think they flat out confirmed there was going to be some new drift vehicles coming out. I think they already confirmed it basically on the December 5th Rockstar Newswire that I made a video about, like almost an hour long, whatever, about what I wanted to see in the update and all kinds of stuff, of course. Was originally going to be a stream, but I'd do like a watered down version of it, of course, because, yeah. OBS didn't like my new internet, I guess, or something. Compared to PS5 streaming, I guess. Guess. Which reminds me, I just unplugged my laptop from the wall charger. Just remembered to do that, but I had it turned off at least. At least. Unlike when I did, like, last stream or something, I forget. Where I actually had to turn it off during that or something, I forget. But yeah, drift vehicles will be coming out eventually during the DLC. I think there's like quite a few of them or something like last time. So yeah, kind of just more the usual, basically. But yeah, I'm not gonna say what the HSW is for the hidden one. I'll make a leak video about it at some point, probably, but yeah. Yes. Can't even just look back for some time at all. Like, Alright, yeah, plus promotions. Since I went around the property, my bad. Sorry, game, didn't mean to do that, apparently. I was the one from earlier for the vehicle list. I guess I'll keep that in there, why not? Whatever. Not a big deal. I just don't really keep the plus stuff around there because I kind of despise doing so. But whatever, I guess since there's kind of vehicles I can only got there right now, I guess I will. Why not? Gee, 5 hour stream already. Jeez. Okay. Body has been nowhere near as bad, I feel, as some of the other ones at least, though, but still. Only because I'm not really letting you be. Especially not in the Michael DLC, but still. Admittedly, I can't help not let things like that happen all the time, unfortunately. Just I want to do it too. Alright, yes, finally made it here. So this one has all new vehicles, I'm pretty sure, for these two. Two that are generally available for purchase. Looking like the sedan and I believe the supercar. Right. So I don't think it has a sports classics here right now. But even then, I was at the car club at least, so I showed it off already in person anyways, in some way, shape, or form. Yes, someone up in the title here to your Muxino, like XS4, whatever. People seem to think it's a GTA 4 Sentinel, but from what I've... People, yes, seem to think it's a GTA 4 Sentinel, but from what I hear, it's not, apparently. It's not, apparently. Yes. Apparently people might be thinking it's a GTA 4 Sentinel, but from what I hear, it's not, apparently. Even if it kind of looks similar, possibly. And yeah, here's that P-Fister Extreme. No comments really on those vehicles to make, since, again, too early to talk the performance on the vehicles just yet. For the GTA community as like a whole, basically, really. But soon it should be known, basically, in like a day or two, maybe. I think Bruffy1322 said he'll try to do Thursday. Bruffy1322, I think, said he'll try to do today, Thursday, or if not, then tomorrow on Friday, it sounds like. Should be no later than Friday, it sounds like, though. Hopefully. Hopefully, yes, they'll all hopefully be on the spreadsheet, at least I would hope as well, of course. But it might take some time for them to be imported to the spreadsheet or something, for all I know. So not really much to talk about for luxury autos, and it's just new vehicles, and it's too recent right now to know what the performance will be like on those vehicles, basically. And this could just be a bunch of bolted vehicles here or something, I'm not really 100%. Maybe, if lucky, the other vehicle might be here for the free-to-play players, like the GT750, but obviously not the other two, since they just appeared at the luxury autos, of course, already. Of course. I'm kind of thinking it's probably just going to be a fun with car club for that one, unfortunately. As the physical appearance of the vehicle, I mean, since obviously it's on the website. Unlike the other two that are actually truly Plus exclusive. Vapid Hustler, the Western Rat Bike, Bachi Rapid GT Classic, Dinka Enduro, and the Ocelot Locust. Most of these are at least vaulted vehicles, I believe. There might be one for some reason that's not, but yeah, they're just older vehicles, like pretty much thought would be the case. Since all three obviously means some kind of dealership appearance at this point, I figured that, yeah. Pretty much figured the GT750 wasn't going to be here, not right. Check out my stream again, it's been a bit, after all. Alright, stream's still good, good. So I go and remove vehicles dates, since I think it's pretty much guaranteed that these will be vaulted vehicles here at this rate. Alright, but yes. So adding one to the existing listings for vehicles here, since again they weren't updated, I think, because yeah, Bruffy142 has been busy, because Bruffy. Yeah, Bruffy1322 has been busy covering the update, and it was his birthday apparently as well on the 10th, apparently. So I'm sure it's been super hectic and busy and stuff, of course. Yes. Doing a +1 on all the existing listings, though. The Hustler looks to be making its 10th appearance, though, on a dealership in the last 2.5-ish years. Also, it's a retro nostalgic vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which is sick as hell. I think it's the girlfriend's vehicle. I forget if it's the first girlfriend or if it's like some other girlfriend. I think it is the Denise Robertson girlfriend vehicle, like your story girlfriend, like the first one you get basically as well when they introduce the mechanic, I believe. So that's definitely a cool vehicle. That's very much definitely a cool vehicle. I forgot to mention with the Serrano, I think it's a GTA 4 vehicle as well for the Sports Serrano. That might have been the case, by the way, for that one for Retro Nostalgic, but not as Retro Nostalgic as the Hustler. It's not as iconic as that, I would definitely say, for sure. But yeah, Western Rat Bike. Oh yeah, this, by the way, was released in the Doomsday Heist. Yeah, Doomsday Heist DLC. Did I even mention updates, by the way, in the last one? I think it was just day one vehicles, I believe, for like September 17th, 2013, I believe, in the Kart Me, because, yeah. Serrano, I think, was definitely very much day one. Rapid GT definitely was as well, and then, yeah, JP700 definitely was, yeah, okay. So, yeah, this one has some DLC, like, newer ones here. This one's Doomsday Heist, and it's on exclusive for that reason. This one's Bikers DLC on exclusive because 2017, 2016, those years didn't have any vehicles into story mode. 2016 actually being the first. 2016 actually being the first year that didn't have any vehicles for the story mode for sure. But yes. Wasn't right back though. So yeah, cross-reference, I'll have to look at that, I guess. Rat Bike's apparently available for the 8th time, apparently. Like a previous vehicle. Earlier that I covered, basically. So it's not like JP700 available 10 times, so like both of these have the same names. Or no. Sorry. Okay, honestly, I'm not gonna even care if they have the same appearance as other vehicles this time, since the spreadsheet's not been updated, but yeah, again, for the ones here though. Again, Hustler appears for a 10th time, apparently, as the last 2.5 years. The Rat Bike, apparently. Appears for the 8th time for the last 2.5 years, so. Rapid GT Classic, I forget if it was like Smuggler's Run or like a casino update, like Resort or Heist. I think it might have been like 2017 at the earliest, though. I think, yeah, the Rapid GT Classic was probably 2017 at the absolute earliest, though, I think, though. So yeah, definitely very much on exclusive on the Rapid GT Classic, no doubt. That one apparently appears for the 11th time, apparently, which again, just like JP700. Again, just like JP700, the non-weaponized one obviously appeared for the 11th time, looks like in the last 2.5 years. Since Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. And then Dinka Enduro. Dinka Enduro. This one was a motorcycle, like dirt bike from the OG Heist update from. Yes. But it debuted in the OG Heist update for like spring 2015 when it finally released after countless delays. And the vehicles there were actually heist, like the heist vehicles were actually on exclusive, I mean to say. So yeah, 2015 actually did have vehicles that were actually exclusive even before the old Gotham games up to part 1 and 2. That kind of went back to finally having single player until like finally they were all just online exclusive from that point on. So yeah, Enduro is technically online exclusive. And also the Rapid GT Classic, I don't think it actually had a older iteration of the Rapid GT, like in a past GTA game I'm talking about, whatever, so. Only nostalgic really for 5 Online, by the way, even though it has the word classic in it. But yeah. Anyways, Enduro though, yeah. This one apparently, as of Dangerous Mercenaries 2.5-ish years ago, appears apparently for the 7th time though. No. And yet, a Locust? Didn't the Locust get brought back from like online basically? Like Dangerous Mercenaries finally got brought back in one of the later updates with a lock on Jammers supporter and actually brought back on the website. I thought. I don't know, I watched Digital Card Dick and he said it wasn't though, if I remember right, but I swear this one's on the website now, I believe. Again. And again. They have done it in the past, obviously, where they brought back vehicles. Like, this update, they would have just brought back some vehicles on the site, so I'm pretty sure it's probably back. Or what I meant to say is, lately... Wait. Yeah, what I mean to say is, lately they actually brought back, like... No, stupid ass goddamn fucking... Body, throat, stomach hurting you. Come on. What I mean to say is, lately... On off occasion, you'll have like one vehicle that's actually on the website for some reason. You know, still have like the vehicle in the dealership for Simeon's anyways. I feel like they've done it a couple times in like the last month or two or something at least. So yeah, it's probably on the website. I think. You know, again, I swear Digital Card Deck said it's not, so I'm not actually that sure. Sure. He could have just misremembered, basically. Or maybe it's me that maybe it's me that's misremembering, though. But maybe not. Yeah, I don't see the Locust on the list, so... I think it is back on the website for the Locust in particular. But yeah, Stomach Casino Resort Heist one was to like casino updates, I'm pretty sure. I think it was definitely Resort. So it is on exclusive. Fun fact, it also returns from Grand Theft Auto like 1, like London, whatever, like 1961, 1969 or something. Which is a very niche GTA title, actually, the London games, Yeah, the London games are actually pretty much the most niche GTA titles of probably, or one of the most niche ones anyways, if I recall, Because of course they're 2D universe and are also like not in American cities, which is unusual, of course. It's probably here down we seen like Resort Heist or something. Yeah, it got brought back, okay. $1,625,000 of missile lock and shimmer available, and that's why it got brought back in the first place, of course. So again, it does have some nostalgic. It's actually back into the universe from London 1961 or London 1969. So it is an old school GTA vehicle, believe it or not. Just not in a title lots of people likely played, including myself. I haven't actually played that. I just looked it up on GTA Wiki one time, and it was actually in that game or something. I could swear on it for sure. So performance-wise, Hustler might be somewhat Hustler, yes, might be somewhat surprising for muscle car class for top speed, but yeah, I don't think it's that great performance-wise. Rat Bike again actually is one that's actually kind of surprising top speed. Might somehow even be top 10 top speed for like motorcycle class, but yeah. Really dirt cheap anyways and stuff, so like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know about like saying that vehicle is like a very good option to buy per se. Like yeah, cheap's obviously just a good thing, but yeah. It's probably vehicles better worth your storage slots, honestly though. Honestly though. Rapid GT Classic. If I remember right, this one's actually pretty good for a lap time in Sports Classic. Like generally counted pretty good in Sports Classics. Enduro, I don't really think that's gonna be that good. Like Rat Bike is actually more likely to have something like better performance wise, believe it or not. Like I was gonna say earlier though. No. And yeah, Locust I think is like a mid-tier sports car, probably at best, most likely. So really, I think the safest buy here is likely to be the Rapid GT Classic. Yes, indeed. Fucking ass. Body, throat, stomach, hernia, come on. Five. But yes, performance-wise, I think the best buy would probably be the Rapid GT Classic, most likely. Somehow that thing's still vaulted as well, and it's kind of crazy if it is in fact good performing, if I'm remembering right, but yeah. Yes. They're not on discount, though. They're not on discount, though, so don't quote me on that, though. No. Basically. They're not discounts. I'm not gonna go mention like all the like performances or whatever of like their actual numbers. Basically. Yeah, I think Rapid GT Classic. Just looking at it, I'm not gonna say what it is. Not on discount for sure. So I'm not gonna say, but yeah, it does look like it is probably most likely going to be the best buy for performance. I'm guessing on this showroom at least. But even then, a whole new DLC came out, so you probably don't want to be wasting your money on it right now in particular, per se. Unless they're worried it won't come back for like a while, but again, the vehicle list keeps... But again, that vehicle list keeps getting smaller and smaller, so you might as well just get it whenever it shows up, I feel. Not really, quite frankly. Alright, so that finishes the dealerships. Besides for if I buy any vehicles in the stream. Depends on if I get the mansions, if I'm going to do the intro cutscene in this stream, or if I'll save it for next stream, basically. Basically. Yes, indeed. Fuck ass body. Throat, stomach, hernia, come on. Five. But now I need to see if there's a way I can figure out like the event, like money opportunities and like all that kind of stuff. Again, I watched Digital Car Addict. I want to see if there's a better, like more efficient way to do it for like a community post or anything, or even anything. Okay, seems to kind of mention it on GTA series videos, actually. Oh, and actually, I had the discounts kind of wrong on the gun ban. Basically. So, I think I said this might have been 40% for everybody, but it's actually half off everybody for the combat shotgun, and then I think I was right about EMP launcher being plus, but it's actually 40% off, not 50% off since I swapped the discounts. No way or something. I'm so confused. I feel like the vehicle sound kind of loud, something, but okay. So I wonder if you get an EMP to no way. It's kind of like an electric vehicle, so even if you did, it probably wouldn't last that long, though. Kind of wonder how to take that out, but yeah. Yes. Is there just me or have I not had this stick drift finally? I forget. Oh, it's not been stick drifting for some time actually on my stream. Surprisingly. Not sure what fixed that suddenly, but still. Yes. Okay, so there's kind of a 4 times of like a weekly challenge, fun fact by the way, but yeah. I don't know if it's like a true 4 times money opportunity, but yes. Regardless, apparently the weekly challenge is complete. Regardless, yes. Completing the wiki challenge, it is complete a clean break as the leader, which is apparently maybe a finale mission thing, kind of for those Avi Schwartzman missions, basically. Yeah, it says No Way Out finale, apparently it's the leader. Yeah, you have to beat a leader as well, and not, like, join somebody else's, apparently, as well. And it will get you 400k apparently. It says nothing about clothing item, just seems to be 400k, which is kind of a 4 times money opportunity. Arguably. Kind of might just be a special thing going on, but obviously for the initial release of the update, but yeah. Regardless, it's kind of 4 times to say that you get 100k on those, but apparently you get 400k if you do that actually for the week, which is actually pretty nice. No doubt. Now, it's pretty new content, it's hard to say, like, how good that is in general to do, if it's all that worth shooting for that weekly challenge or not, but, yeah. Yes. I assume for obvious missions, probably don't pay the greatest, I'm gonna guess. They don't even require the mansion to play the missions, so they don't actually require the mansions, I believe, to play that mission, if I recall, for sure, so yes. From what I heard from the newswire, obviously, what the newswire suggested, so most likely they probably don't pay crazy amounts, I'm guessing, whatever. Alright, well now to look for some vaulted content, like unvaulted contents, whatever. Arena War doesn't really get vaulted content at all, for sure. No target assault races, like always pretty much. I've never seen to bring that one back. Somehow the Blazer Aqua races are still in the game, it looks like. Probably includes the Rocket Voltic Reno 2001s, aka the OG special vehicle races with the constant special vehicle circuit update in like early 2017, like spring 2017, I think it was that spring 2017 update, the constant special vehicle circuit. With still Deluxo, Stromberg, Thruster ones still haven't came back pretty much still for quite some time now, really though. And I think those are just strictly for a Doomsday Heist update or something, most likely. Yeah, hiring circuit races are back actually, and they're paying 3 times money in RP. Looks like all of them came back as well for all 16 of them. I assume there's no like, I assume there's not like more than 16. Like at least they usually bring like 7 or something to fill like the whole like map thing or something for like the wherever you vote for the jobs. Basically there's like 6 slots I think, so in a sense it kind of makes 7 usually to fill that whole thing out basically. Usually at least back in the old days they used to back in like whenever Hot Ring debuted. It was like what, 2018 Certain Sanders Super Sport, maybe the spring 2018 update, maybe if I recall right. That is. Okay, again, Rocket Voltic, Reno 2001. Somehow those are still in the game for like a couple months now. Surprised they haven't like vaulted them with how vault happy they are. They haven't vaulted those again, apparently. Yeah, stunt races are still very much apparently in the game though. Of course. Not surprised. And I'm pretty sure Transform races are still vaulted for regular Transform races, unfortunately, of course. And yeah, I know they brought back No. I know they did bring back No, but still. Not the regular Transform I'm talking about, of course. From like well before they did this. No, of course. And yeah, I talked about race payouts, hold on. I talked about 2 and 4 times primarily, but yeah. Yes, so. So what, I assume it'd be like... I assume it'd be like 30-ish K or something, so like 50-ish K I was kind of mentioning earlier for 4 times of doing it by yourself for max payout like 8-10 minutes or something. So you probably make like the high 30Ks or something for doing it by yourself for max payout 8-10 minutes. Obviously, though, you make your most money when playing with separate players, so don't know. Oh no. Yeah, I assume nothing really happened here. I don't think I saw Cowboy races. Yeah, no. Actually, I would be there, right? Like around the top C. But yeah, no. Probably no open wheel either, which I probably mean 2 things to look for here. Really. Yeah, no. So nothing got brought back there, of course. Not surprised. It's rare something gets brought back without money opportunity, basically, and nowadays, but it does happen on occasion, thing. Death matches to be like festive ones, along with like car crash full auto, I believe usually. usually, but the go-kart deathmatch being car crash full auto, I don't really feel that's ever came back since being vaulted, so probably not likely on that, of course. Yeah, there's none for K, so yeah, no car crash full auto or whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no festive ones out or anything. Maybe it'll bring back the snowball death matches like in a week or so or something. But yes. They didn't bring back the Halloween death matches though, so I'm not really like expecting them to, unfortunately no. I don't remember. I do not recall them bringing back the Halloween death matches, unfortunately, so I actually would not be surprised if they don't bring that for some reason. Hold on. Yeah, they don't vault anything for capture unless it's staying Camp Hill. I don't believe those moves ever see vaults in content. No Carperico, North, like Howling Fiend, survival stuff pretty much. And then yeah, none of the like none of the alien survivals, I mean to say basically. But yes. So they did not bring back any survivals of any kind, not surprising, so those, if not all of the limited ones are like festive in some way, shape, or form, so it's not surprising there. But yes. There was certain removed contact missions at some point, if I recall, for the 7th gen version of the game, if I recall right. I don't know if they ever made it to 8th gen, but if they were, it was like very early on in like 2014. Early-ish, like mid-2015-ish or something. They might be more delayed than removed or something, but they don't really vault stuff for contact missions anyways, so they might just don't have any intention to put them back in the game or something, if they ever did do something like that. But hey, mission creators a thing now, so like people might just bring them back themselves then, and then. I might even see if I can try to bring some of those back, actually. Because I always wanted to talk about reviewed missions at some point. Yeah, it would be difficult too, unless I could find out like what we could work, basically. And then, yeah. First modes, none of those. Adversary modes, just your usual remix at this point. Pretty much the most permanent adversary mode in the game nowadays, first mode remix. I assume if it's always in the game, it must be like the most popular adversary mode or something they've ever made, according to the player base or something. If it still manages to be in the game. You know, it might lose like a dedicated player base that plays that mode or something. I have no fucking idea if they remove it. The parachuting gets nothing. And yeah, some of these are basically... Yeah, I might try these for sure in this stream at some point, but not right now, obviously. At least. Alright, it looks like there's just one last money opportunity I didn't get to talk about before. And that's going to finish money opportunities, I believe. Well, at least besides for that FIB priority file, which is kind of It's kind of just a mechanic rather than like a money opportunity for that FIB party foul, but I'll still talk about it, of course. So I think it has to do with the meth lab, I believe, right now. But yes. For some reason, it looks like the meth cell missions includes the biker business and the nightclub goods, by the way, as well. Those are purely 2 times the money without RP, apparently. So if you have any meth to sell, it's 2 times apparently right now, which is really, really good. Arguably can be the second best biker business in the game. And I think I mentioned it kind of briefly earlier, by the way, but yeah. Yes. Also, I think they actually mentioned it in December 5th Rockstar News, wherever they mentioned it would be like production boost for businesses or something. So the mansion update, whatever, Safehouse in Hills, yes, has a new feature where you can actually do like some feature thing and it actually boosts one of your businesses of your choice or something, I believe, or something. I don't know the full details, obviously, because I haven't yet got a mansion, but yes. So there might be something worth checking out with that to see if you can get a better payout than you ever were able to get before on the meth stuff, no doubt. If you are going to end up selling that, though, of course, even on 2 times, obviously. So it's definitely something worth keeping in mind, no doubt. Speaking of the FIB party foul, so I would go over it. Might as well do that now, obviously. So here it is now the black box file, apparently, for 2 times money opportunity on that. Gone with the days of the 8 times of like 4 times on the actual thing and then 2 times from the actual party file, stacking for like 8 times or something. And apparently if you did it right, you could actually do it twice from what I've heard. Just I only got to do it 1 time, but since I forgot to even do it 1 time, but still. Yeah, Black Box, in my opinion, is the worst one, quite frankly. I know some people say Brute Force is the worst one, but I personally just really enjoy stealth missions, so I find that one even more enjoyable than Black Box than going underwater, basically. But regardless, it is $310,000, but it can only be done 1 time in the event. So when you do it your 1 single time, you have to wait till next event for a different one to be the 2 times, and then you can actually replay it infinitely, basically, like a 5-minute cooldown, basically. Kind of a dumb system, I feel like aside for like the 1 time, it's like a huge amount of like money, basically. Like, honestly, I feel it's a pretty dumb system for the most part. So that's probably when it's like super crazy good, like last event, obviously. Where then, if it's like a million-ish, I could understand it actually only being available like 1 time per week. Especially when it's on like a good one, it kind of ruins like the grind, quite frankly. So on the positive side, you can actually grind these 2 back to back, which is pretty much the best 2 to do, since it's on Black Box. So that is something nice, though, is you can actually play the 2 best ones, like, infinitely, essentially, for the week, since it's not on one of those 2, at least. Couldn't really do that in the huger event last time, though, although. Not that I feel people do that as a main money opportunity nowadays, but you never know, of course. So I do kind of want to go to the salvage yard, I think, next then, so I can talk about the vehicle robberies then, and then oh.
All cool? Take it easy.
Yeah. Probably being a DLC, like, launch, obviously, no, like, claimable vehicle. I always find it weird the way they handle this when they give out, like, other, like, free vehicles, like, crazy for podium and, like, a prize one each week. So, like, I feel they might as well do, like, one each week, I feel, but they just don't for some reason. But, yeah. Only, like, on super special occasion they do, which is, like, rare. Basically. It's basically. But again, it's a reminder, kind of said in the last couple times, I don't really want to go over to, like, the particular robberies anymore, I feel, but yes. Ubermax Sentinel Classic, I think, debuted in Doomsday Heist DLC, if I recall right, and I think it's kind of pretty much based on a GTA 3 Sentinel, and I think it's in the sports class, if I recall, in particular for this one. This one. Interesting vehicle, I suppose, if all that being said. It's your standard range vehicle this time around, for whatever robbery it's in. Vehicle can upgrade, I believe, over to the Sentinel Classic wide body, which is interesting for it as well. Again, whatever robbery it's in, it's the standard range target, whatever this time around with max sell value of $255,000, and then salvage value of exactly $204,000. Up next for the mid-range vehicle, whatever, is the Lampadati Viserys, whatever, also from Doomsday Heist DLC, ironically. Vehicle that can, it's a vehicle that can also have front mounted machine guns on it, kind of like the Asa Arden that got the lock-on chamber. Just update finally, of course. Also, pretty good top speed sports classic as well, if I recall, actually. So it is definitely an interesting one. It's mid-range vehicle for whatever, like, robbery it's part of, whatever, giving it max sell value of $341,000 and a salvage value of $272,800. Finally. You have the ENS deity for the contract DLC for, like, late 2021. And this one is also a Monty Tech as well. And with the Monty Tech, you actually get the boards and glass. Yeah. You actually get boards and glass on the Monty Tech vehicles as a reminder, like, without a purchase of, like, a modification as well. So what that basically means is you do have the boards and glass when it comes to the actual robbery, whatever one it's in, which is useful for sure. So yeah, that means it will be harder for characters to shoot you out of the vehicle, which is nice. This does have force glass too, actually though. Since that's a stock thing on the vehicle and it doesn't require, like, any sort of upgrade. Yeah, it's a top range vehicle, whatever robbery it's in. It gives you $393,000 and then salvage value of range $14,400 apparently. So that's your lineup apparently for the event. Basically.
Hey, catch you later.
Alright, so I think it's funny vehicle discount time. There is some vehicle discounts as well. As the stream just turned 6 hours apparently at this point. But there's not many vehicles that customize anyways. I can't imagine I need that much more time unless I want to mess around that hard into, like, vehicle, but the mission creator. Mission creator. And yeah, I might not even be going in the mansions or buying this update. I might be saving it for the next update. I'm not even too sure if I remember what I usually do with that even. Of course, there might be less discounts, by the way, than an average event, though, obviously, since it's the DLC launch day, to keep in mind. Yes. Yes. So I do kind of want to start with property discounts like I usually do. Except these ones is like open road. Except. Yeah. This one is like open road or whatever, which is yes. It's a website, so I can't really do that. It's not actually on the phone. It's on like a dedicated like laptop of like a biker business or something. Basically. Yeah, it's tied to the 2 times thing I was talking about earlier. It's the meth labs. So on the open road website, you do have the like discount for it, which is actually 40% off. It's going to be your only 40% off discount. So that's for the compact EMP launcher. Yeah, you have 40% off of the you have 40% off of the methamphetamine labs, including upgrades and modifications, according to T-Series videos post. And yeah, you can't really do a proper news wire. You can't really see a pop. But yes. Cannot. Yeah, you very much cannot see a Decade Rockstar news wire for the event week, since it's just general DLC information. I believe that's why I'm using T-Series videos. Community post. But yes. So the meth lab again, I feel is or it used to be at least the second best biker business in the game. I'm not sure if it changed with money fronts though, giving boosts to the weed and counterfeit cash. Maybe it didn't really change, especially with this update having like boosts for like any business or something, I think. But obviously you can get the money from boosts and the new boost, I assume, for like weed and counterfeit cash, so like maybe would actually not be as good as those, especially with this update now, having like 2 boosts for certain biker businesses, whereas everyone's going to get 1. But surely it's better than document for free, surely. 100%. So like, I'm not really so sure how that works nowadays with some of the changes in the last couple updates especially, but yeah. Meth is a good to always occur though for the nightclub side of things though. So it's good to have the meth lab for the nightclub, of course, to occur at good type, no doubt. So that's always a nice thing to have, no doubt. So yes. If you want to maximize the mansion update, of course, production boost, like also just own as much of this stuff as you can for businesses. Very good discount to own, like buy for sure. Like honestly, I do a cheap meth lab. I don't really care to invest too much in a city location. Having the desert and then going into the city in the later parts might be better than having like the city and then going to the desert in the later parts anyways when it comes to sales and public lobbies. So like there is benefit to doing a cheaper location on that, by the way. I should mention, instead of being pushed to go to like a more expensive location for some reason. It's all personal preference there, I would say, really, honestly. Have I checked my stream sometime? I forget. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let me refresh just in case, though. No. Stream seems fine still, though, so awesome. So I think from here it's any vehicle discounts remaining, basically. So most likely not Arena War. Arena War probably never gets stuff on sale. Benny's to an extent as well. I'm kind of not even thinking we just has a discount this time. This time. Yes. I don't think I see a Benny's. No. I mean. I don't seem to see an Arena War discount. That is, I mean. But since I mentioned Benny's, I do not seem to see a Benny's discount regardless, though. And there's definitely no Elitist discount. I don't seem to see any, like, aircraft discounts, basically. So Legendary Motorsport strictly the first website to have a discount. So, there is actually a popular vehicle to have a discount in the Legendary Motorsport website. So yeah, popular, it seems with this update, they now made a change where all the popular vehicles that are very popular to buy, basically, however they do it, are going to be displayed now in this like initial section instead of featured for like the ones that are basically in the last 2 updates. They can easily just find at the top of like certain sections anyways. So again, it's a good change, like I kind of said earlier. I personally think a discount section would be better though, like Gilly Master said. I agree with Gilly Master. I think a discount section very much would be much preferable over a popular section. Like honestly, I don't really care what the community prefers for vehicles personally. It doesn't like equate to my taste particularly. I'd rather see the discount stuff easily. Not from at the community for just taking me what cars they find to be good and stuff. I'm sure they have their reasons, of course, but yeah. But yeah, one of those is apparently at the Chop Shop DLC. It is Grotti Turismo and Maggio. Going from $2,855,000 to $1,091,500 apparently. And yeah, this does have a money tech. I think it's just basic. I think it's just a basic money tech, which is a missile lock-on chamber or remote control unit. But yes. It does have a remote control unit too as an option. Yes, this is a money tech, and it was considered 1 to 20 before they kind of started like just paint lock-on chambers on basic civilian vehicles and kind of left at like 20 proper money tech vehicles, quote unquote, since they kind of started stripping them down more and more as the updates kind of went on, even before that. But yeah, yes. So again, it doesn't actually have armor plating, bullets and glass, by the way. No front-mounted machine guns, no slick lines. I think it's just the lock-on jammer or remote control unit. So it's not much different to what they do nowadays, where it's just simply a lock-on jammer, and they call it a day on the Amani Tech. This one at least has the option for a remote control unit. Like it says all electric here, so I'm actually not too sure if it is electric or not. If it is, the remote control unit might be able to work kind of good, but you have better options for a remote control unit, like the initial contract batch that has the front-mounted machine guns on it. You also have like the certain electric armor plated options that would probably be better options as well. So I don't really find that'd be good for the remote control unit. Probably better to just do the missile lock-on chamber, honestly, on this one. Honestly, on this one, I would say missile lock-on chamber for sure. But yeah, regardless, at least before any details get figured out about some of the new vehicles for this update's insane amount of supercars. Basically. As of the previous Money Fronts DLC, apparently the vehicle is a previous Money Fronts DLC for Tourism Maggio. At least was apparently good enough for the A tier. Again, have to wait and see where that goes from there, basically, for this update. But again, as a Money Front, it is 4th place to lap time, as well as 40th place on top speed, apparently. So it is absolutely amazing on the lap times. So performance-wise, it's absolutely good. 100% this is a good vehicle if you have the money to buy it, and it's 100% a very good vehicle fine, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Obviously also is in 2 doors for Chop Shop, by the way, by the way. And that's just purely popular, so that's good, obviously, that's good, obviously. Next up looks to be the Shyster Deviant as part of the Arena War DLC. 30% off. I believe every vehicle discount, by the way, before going any further, is a 30% off. Just before, I kind of forgot to mention that, but yeah. It goes from $512,000 over to $358,400. I don't think I saw it in the current list that got posted, like, as an email, like, for the latest update. I think it was a past update that gave it the lock-on chamber for the Deviant. It was either Agent Sabotage or Money Fronts gave it the lock-on chamber. But yeah, Deviant, it's not exactly a crazy good muscle car if I recall right. And again, performance will be as in Money Fronts DLC. Albeit, I don't think there's a new muscle car for this update if I recall right, whether it be now or even in the trip feed, I will say that. I don't think there's any new muscle car, unfortunately. No. Yes, yeah. And I'm not counting drift for that, I'm just counting like actual vehicles with performance. I'm counting actual vehicles with performance upgrades and of course scores. Yes, yes. Looks like. As of the Money Fronts DLC, the Shyster Deviant was appearing at the top of the G tier, which is good enough for 46th place lap time as well as 62nd place top speed. Which again, I want to say is still the same because like I don't think there's any. Which again. I want to say 46 and 62nd is still the same since it's actually a class of no new vehicles for the update, I believe, for muscle class. So muscle car got entirely skipped if I recall right. If I recall right. At best, might be able to be like 41st or something for like lap time, but like top speed very much seems below average no matter what it's like doing. And yeah, it was like accounting for 5 HSWs being removed or something, obviously for legacy platforms. But yeah, 40s for lap time, honestly, I don't really feel that's too worth it, especially when you have the Trism Maggio on discount for Legendary Motorsport already, of course. Of course. And then Redeems the Heist DLC, apparently have the people's comments Safari. Somehow it looks like this one still does not have the missile lock-on chamber. It's looking like, according to the description. Okay, interesting. But as can be seen, this does have weapon modifications, which can be applied at Vehicle Workshop inside Avenger and Malprecious Center. You can also add to this, by the way, and it's also including the arena, like mechanic or whatever for like the weaponized mechanic for the arena workshop. It just doesn't mention it because this is 2017 and that came out 2018, basically. Yeah, it's just front mounted machine guns, basically like the Asa Arden, basically. It's basically kind of a little bit of a higher up vehicle, I feel, compared to the Arden even, but not as high up as like an SCV, so gun placements might be a little better than something that's like completely low to the ground. But Also not as great as certain SUV gun placements on guns, I'm guessing, since if they're high up on like a SUV, you can actually shoot people out of the vehicles, I think, usually. Yeah, this one is a sports car, I'm pretty sure, and Cyber Commissar, if I recall. Basically, it's basically it's kind of like an off-road vehicle in the sports class or something, kind of. Basically, I feel on the Commissar, if I recall. So it's most likely not very groundbreaking for the sports class performance-wise. Definitely not. It's more for the weapons than anything. I feel it's more for the weapons, bit of combat power it has, quite frankly, I would say, compared to the actual, like, performance for sports class or something, of course. But yes. As a Money Burns DLC, it's apparent at the bottom, the I tier. According to Breath 152's vehicle spreadsheet, it's a reminder, racing 2 for GT Online, Breath 152, reminder, I'm going over their performance on their spreadsheet. But as the previous Money Burns update is 85th place last time. 68th place top speed. -6, no matter what, for the HSW, like 6 sports cars. I don't even think there is actually a new sports car in this Safehouse and Hills DLC. I could be wrong. I'm trying to even remember, but there might be. This is pretty much quite frankly the most populous class of the game. So very much there just might be. Might just not be thinking on top of my head most, really. We have 117 sports cars in the whole game. It's just not all that good for performance, unfortunately. But at least it does have the front mounted machine guns, so at least they're gonna make up for like some sort of use of core. So I do personally like the Comet Safari, and I do personally like Comet Safari to the point where I would recommend this vehicle for sure. So that's that 30% off discount, basically. And then onto the Proton GP1. I think this one actually has a lock-on chamber, if I recall. Constant special vehicle circuit I see as well as same up that added the like Blazer Aqua Rocket Voltage Boomer 2000 vans was talking about earlier, obviously. Yes, it did apparently eventually get a lock-on chamber. But yeah, $1,026,000, $882,000-ish there. 22K away from like 400K, it looks like. It's $378,000. I forget if I actually went over the particular money amount on like the other vehicle, but yeah, it's not really that big of a deal if I did or not. But yes. Supercar here, pretty sure. So again, that's a money front of like 64 supercars for the last update, basically. GP1 though, GP1 though. It's apparently in the H tier, apparently. Interestingly, it's right below the SC1. That was actually podium vehicle. Which means it's 50th place for a lap time. It's 51st place actually for a lap time. Actually. And it is 35th place for top speed, apparently. Yeah, I guess technically it'd just barely be like above average for the class. Take away just to be in top speed again, like 35th to 31st. But like with all the new supercars and this update, I doubt it's really gonna hold up. Like even in this slightest smidge, you know, it's kind of whatever though, whatever though. The lock and jammer on that one's probably honestly just pretty alright, I would say, for the most part. Nothing too special with the lock and jammer on that one, I feel. Yes. KK though. Yeah. Gotta see Osiris from Ogotten Games update part 1 apparently. No lock-on jammers, this one probably never actually got removed at all, I'm guessing. $1,950,000 per card, $1,965,000 for stop, whatever. Then K short of 600K, so $585,000 savings on that one, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yes, Cyrus though, apparently. It looks like it's in the E tier, according to Brother 152's vehicle spreadsheet, whatever, of course, what's scores. And I can see the 31st place, so it's up for lap time, and so it's 46th place top speed. So top speed very much below average for the class, no matter how you device it, basically. As far as we can be aware of, basically, as a community, like, it can kind of be in, like, the late 20s-ish at best in certain cases. Being 30s currently, but, yeah. There's stuff going on, whatever, like, very much, it's probably not going to hold up the grids when it comes to, like, all the couple-ish supercars, whatever being added in this update, of course, so pretty much for sure it'd be better than, I would say, at least for a couple of those or something. So. And also worth noting, by the way, this vehicle is in store mode for the Osiris. Yes, for the Osiris, it is apparently in store mode. So yes. This is a vehicle you can actually test out before you purchase it, which is nice, obviously. That's obviously. Alright. There's like there's one vehicle for 4 doors as well, and that looks to be the P-Fister Astron. And that, yes, looks to be P-Fister Astron. For the contract DLC, by the way, not the newer Astron Custom, unfortunately, for the 9th generation versions for PlayStation 5, especially as units. No COG contract one. Without lock and chamber, all that stuff, basically. I don't believe it says the trade price. It doesn't have like the money tag. I think the money tag stuff is basically what was on it for trade price. I believe in the contract pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But yes, so $474,000 discount. It's looking like no. And yeah, it's an SUV's class. You know, there is Astron Custom. It might still be a pretty fine SUV if I remember right for performance nowadays. But yes. Apparently, the regular Astron, as a money front DLC, apparently is in the middle of the A tier. I don't actually think there's any new SUVs coming out at all in this update, if I remember right. Basically. And it's 10th place for lap time as well as 10th place top speed as well. Looks like interestingly. Yeah, I don't think there's any new SUVs. It just seems like it's still staying there actually. And yeah, that's actually the performance with HSW in mind as well. Fun fact. Yes. Fun fact though. With the DLC, whatever, like, as well with the list update, I don't think there's any, like, DLC SUVs in the game, I believe, in the latest update, so with HSW into account, I think it goes into single-digit territory for both lap time top speed, so regular Astron can be actually pretty good. Albeit if one more, like, really good SUV and, like, multiple metrics were to be added to the game, would actually lose that performance kind of all basically like not having a top 10 status anymore or whatever. So yes, this vehicle very much is pretty worth, especially on the legacy platforms of the PS4. So it's one PC legacy, basically. Motorcycles and special have nothing apparently. I want to say Warstock probably doesn't have anything, but let me just check. I suppose. Just really big Warstock fans. I just want to check basically. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's this one. I actually want to check the website actually now, since I'm on here. Oh yeah, it's this one I guess, not the non-purchasable. Kind of figured, of course, but yeah. That's cool. That's cool. So there was a good reason, actually, apparently. I don't think there's any boat sales right now, basically. There's something like I think there's something like 5 more discounts on like San Andreas. So it's like it looks like no new cycle. Apparently. Okay though. So it looks like the Damier GTT, Vapid Damier GTT, I mean, is apparently a discount right now. This one does have a trade price, by the way, which I believe is tied to the Alice Carney reputation system, ranks 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Between those, like, 15 ranks, yeah, each of us 15 ranks, whatever, like in intervals of 5 up to 75. Is a vehicle trade price, basically. And one of those will be the Dominator GTT. I think it's the Euros and the Tailgater S that's kind of separate from that system for like the tuner subclass vehicles that do have some kind of trade price that is even, if I remember right. Anyways. It has a lock-on jammer, so I believe the last update, Money Friends came out loud, I believe. So it is nice. Not exactly the quickest muscle car, if I recall. I think the ASP for tuner subclassics are better than it, so it's kind of like a worse like tuner subclass muscle car compared to the ASP, if I remember right. Anyways. Yes. Get 200. Yeah, like 260, 70-ish K or something, I think. Savings, whatever. Whatever, honestly. That sounds good. Can't hear what that sounds good. Sounds good. But yes, so. Apparently, this vehicle is at the top of the B tier for muscle car class, and again, that's as the previous Money from this DLC, but I don't actually think there's a muscle car for this update, so I think it should stay the same actually on that one. And it is apparently good enough for 14th place all the time as well. It's for 4th place top speed, which is very much above average for metrics or something. But yes. But I think it just barely gets 10th place, by the way, for left time, by the way, if you take away the HSW, or whatever. Because 4 HSWs have a better lap time, I believe it's 14 place. Yeah, that would actually be a top 10 for lap time in very specific situations on your GTT, so that's definitely for sure interesting. No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. And then, yeah, for street pursuit races, being a unique vehicle classing, it's not sports. But yeah, street pursuit races, it's pretty much not ideal for those, since if anything, it's down there ESP for muscle cars, the ideal one, and that's like average at best, if I recall. And even then, it might have changed a bit with some newer tuner subclass vehicles and like some last couple-ish updates or something. Yes, might have changed the last couple of updates for what exactly? God damn it, I'm so tired right now. Damn it. Kind of gonna lay down, I think, for a bit. I'm just tired, sadly. My bad. Alright, sorry about that shit though. God, I'm just so fucking tired, bro. For real. For real. Info. I mean. Okay, I had 5 minutes. Okay. Get back to it for sure. Kinda. So what was I? Did I forget what I was doing? One that might have just been me talking about its capabilities and that was car meet. But again, it was like 14th place, 10th place, I fell 4. Like ahead of it or something, right? I believe all but the Tampa GT have a better lap time than it, I believe, or the HSW options, I'm pretty sure. Which means on the legacy platforms it is a 10th place, if I recall, on the lap time. Or like I was saying, Street Pursuit races, yeah, you don't want to use it there, I think, anyways, if I recall, because the ASP is just better. So yeah, you want to use the Firebolt ASP if you're going to use a muscle car for those, and even then, since then there's been some new options, obviously, for the tuners up class, like Famous Hardy, that pretty much became the best. The last update for top speed, update before Agent Sabotage added LSCM Jester RR, whatever, that ended up being the best lap time option when it first came out, when it finally came out, whatever. Which even dethroned some of you like OG top options and Game Drippy and all that kind of stuff. That might have been mean to say something with like the robbery contracts, but yeah. Dominator GTT is solid actually for the robbery contracts. ASP is as well, and even better than that, since it's basically a better one. Also, it's rear livers on the back. Rear livers on the back means you can't really get shot from the back, which is a good feature to have for the robbery contracts for sure. But also, the regular Jester RR has the rear livers on the back. Not the wide body though, but from what I hear, you actually cannot use the newest ones in the robbery contracts. They only like enable like newer tuner subclass stuff for like races, not robbery contracts. Unfortunately, from what I've heard, not 100% sure there, but still, whatever though. It's solid for robbery contracts. It can be solid for robbery contracts, but definitely do not use this one. I would say for Street Pursuit races though. No. So it's a good vehicle. Good vehicle. It's like the LE's on a sale, apparently. Okay. So another muscle car discount here. Looks like. Yeah, LE. Is apparently as the previous money runs DLC in the H tier. Again, I don't think there's any new muscle car coming out for this update if I recall right, so I think it stays the same basically. It's at 59th place, it looks like, for lap time. And a 66th place for top speed. Minus like 5. Makes it like 54th lap time. And then like 61st, basically. Which is out of 88 muscle cars in the game. It's actually below average for both lap time and top speed metrics, fortunately. So this one's really not a good muscle car for performance. It's more for customization, personal preference kind of features, basically.